Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Awakens Early Power. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. 3 years old. The sound of moths hitting the street lamp was the only noise as Naruto crept down the road, keeping to the shadows to avoid unwanted eyes. He knew that if someone saw him, he would come home bruised and hurt. This had become a constant, and it had taken months for him to learn how to move quietly enough to make it home. Sneaking past the 5th Street lamp, Naruto froze at the sight he had been dreading, the ninja who liked to lead the fox hunt. The hunt was a cruel game that happened every few weeks, and there was one day in mid-October that was always the worst. He stood stock still, searching for a way around the 2 ninjas standing beneath the next lamp. At last he spotted an escape route. Backing away a good distance, he climbed a picket fence about 1.5 meters tall and gasped in surprise when he fell to the other side. Recovering, he jogged silently down the side of the house, careful to keep his distance from the patrol. Soon the trees and buildings thinned and Naruto could see the orphanage. He was late. He didn't risk entering the house and waking mistress. He headed straight for the tree outside the orphanage and climbed its familiar trunk, pressing his back against the bark and wondering why mistress seemed to hate him more than the other children. As far as he knew, the only thing he had done wrong was take food without permission. He thought this unfair. He had been starving with nothing to eat for 1.5 weeks while the others were fed daily. Closing his eyes, he drifted into fitful sleep. Morning came with a violent shake. Mistress shook the tree so hard that Naruto dropped like a stone to the ground. Mistress was a large woman with muscular arms, high cheekbones, and small narrowed eyes. She glared down at him, gripped his dirty, matted hair, and dragged him inside, deliberately making sure his small frame knocked against every corner they passed. By the time they reached the kitchen, his head throbbed and new bruises marked his body. Mistress glared and told him to get to work, calling him a demon and threatening punishment for arriving late and not working. Naruto nodded, understanding that further punishment would leave lasting marks and could be much worse. He moved to the bench to see the chores she had given him that day. He skimmed the list: prepare breakfast, mow the yard, repair the roof, and run the shopping. He knew it would take all day to finish, and by the time he was done he would not have time to go into town and speak with Gramps. Naruto set to work and kept at it late into the night. Climbing onto the roof had been difficult for a child his age, but he managed it. When the chores were finished, he stared at his hands and noted the purple bruises that had formed. It was nearly 2 a.m. when he crept to his small room under the stairs in the basement. Feeling particularly low, he wondered why he was always the one who was punished and the one who went hungry. He concluded that he must be a monster who deserved to be punished and decided to do everything in his power to atone for his existence. Weeks passed. Naruto worked day and night until his hands were sore and raw. He believed he had not done enough to stop being a monster, and he accepted the harsh punishments mistress had started giving him. He kept the orphanage spotless, inside and out, even though new graffiti appeared almost every day and meant more work for him. He had stopped searching through garbage in the village and had not had a proper meal since the previous Monday. The dizzy, fainting sensation returned again and again, a reminder of cold, sleepless nights and little food. Naruto told himself he deserved this, and no one could convince him otherwise. He had not seen Gramps for weeks, and the thought of seeing him again filled Naruto with excitement. He believed working harder at the orphanage would change nothing. He needed something riskier. In his 3-year-old logic, the most important person in the village could grant him forgiveness, and the most important person he knew was Gramps. Becoming a ninja of Konoha seemed like the only way to gain that forgiveness. One day Naruto caught sight of himself in a mirror and froze. He realized he could not go to see the Hokage looking as he did. He ran to the kitchen, rummaged through a drawer until he found a pair of scissors, and hurried back to the mirror. His hair was long and matted with dirt and grime. It had darkened and hung past his shoulders. No wonder mistress always grabbed it. He hacked his hair off roughly a couple of inches from his scalp and disposed of the cut hair in the backyard before shaking as much dirt out of his remaining hair as he could. Finished, he felt a small, determined relief settle over him. He reached the door when the mistress stepped out from behind him and seized his throat. She slammed the skinny, blonde-haired boy to the stone floor with a hard thud. His head struck the ground, and the impact reverberated through the hall. Her face flushed with fury, and she raised her other hand to strike his jaw. Naruto, seeing the rage in her expression, stopped struggling. He believed he had done something to deserve punishment. This only seemed to enrage her further. She released her grip on his throat but pinned him to the floor with a fist to his stomach and produced a small ninja blade. Naruto tried to struggle again, determined not to give up without trying to protect the village, but she held him fast. The mistress accused him of being a demon and a wolf in sheep's clothing, furious that he had taken food from her stores and vowing he would pay. She raised the blade toward his face and made 3 shallow cuts along each cheek, actions intended to wound and intimidate rather than to kill, and that would leave lasting scars. He writhed on the floor, shouting in anger as she struck him repeatedly until he finally fell still. Only the mistress's heavy breathing and the faint whimpers from Naruto filled the room. Satisfied in a grim way, she hauled him upright and threw him down the basement stairs. Naruto forced himself to patch his face as best he could and staunch the bleeding. The wounds would, he knew, likely leave scars. Sarutobi, occupied with his duties as Hokage, had been growing increasingly worried. He had not seen Naruto in about 2 months and promised himself that if Naruto missed their meeting the following week he would go find him, duty to the village be met. He sat at his desk that day, waiting and hoping Naruto would appear, painfully aware that something was wrong. Later, Tatu, one of the older children, came running up to the young man and told him that Emi had been hurt. Naruto wiped his hands on a tea towel, grabbed the first aid kit, and followed Hataru to where Emi sat in the dirt cradling her knee. Emi's navy blue hair fell around her face. The 9-year-old was shaking and sobbing. Naruto gently removed her leg from her grasp, murmuring calming words as he examined the wound. He hesitated, thinking he could not lift her on his own, then stood and called for assistance from Group 1. The small group of 5 children stopped what they were doing and gathered around him, ready to help. The children smiled when Naruto stood and waited for his instructions. He told them that he needed to take Emi inside to disinfect her knee, and the younger kids responded eagerly. Once Emi was settled on the old couch, Naruto used medicated alcohol to clean the wound while her 10-year-old brother squeezed her hand to steady her. He wrapped gauze around the injury and cautioned Emi to be more careful. The children in Group 1 watched solemnly. One of the boys, Kiyoshi, spoke up and, addressing Naruto as their big brother, asked why Naruto kept letting the mistress beat him. He said that Naruto had only ever helped them since arriving and that they could not even help with chores because the mistress wouldn't allow it. Kiyoshi pleaded that the beatings had gone too far and pointed to Naruto's face, terrified that the injuries might be permanent. Naruto looked down and apologized softly for disturbing their sleep the night before. When Kiyoshi demanded to know why he allowed the mistress to hurt him, Naruto sighed and admitted that he believed he deserved the punishment. The children were stunned by his answer. Naruto left them in silence and put the first aid kit away. On his way back to the kitchen, Naruto froze when he realized that it was Friday. The day the narrator was supposed to visit his grandfather arrived. Turning around abruptly, he jogged silently to the front door, shivering at the memory made there. He flinched as his hand hit the doorknob, expecting a blow. When none came, he ran into the hot sun and followed the worn path toward his grandfather's home. Navigating the Hidden Leaf Village felt like navigating a battlefield. One wrong move and he could be noticed. He glanced around every corner and stuck to the shadows. It was worth it, though he could see everyone in the village happy and, better still, he no longer faced beatings or new punishments. He had made it just past the stores and had been noticed only once. In a sudden recall, he remembered walking down an alley and briefly losing his balance, his vision swimming. A girl his age with long, dark bluish hair and pale lavender eyes had pointed at him and tugged on a man's sleeve. Seeing this, he had slipped away before the man could comprehend who he had seen. Across the busy street, he could see the entrance to the village leader's office and tried to decide when to cross. He watched the passing crowds until a break opened, then he sprinted inside and rounded the corner. Passing the secretary, he stood outside the leader's door and smiled inwardly, thinking about the question he would ask. He ran toward his grandfather but collided with a pair of legs and fell onto his butt. Looking up, he pouted at the masked guard who had blocked his way. His grandfather waved the guard away. When his grandfather stood up, the narrator ran into his arms and melted into the hug, feeling safe for the first time in a long while. From the village leader's point of view, relief washed over him when the boy rushed into his study. It felt like a weight lifting. The relief dimmed when he realized how thin the boy had become. It did not take much to see that he had not been eating properly. The village leader allowed a small smile as the boy relaxed in his arms. When the boy sat up, the leader froze at the sight of the marks on his face. Guilt prickled at him even though he had not caused them. 3 parallel scars ran across the boy's cheeks, clearly the result of intentional harm. The village leader asked quietly what had happened to the boy's face, trying to keep anger out of his tone. The boy looked up. His explanation broke the leader's heart and made his blood run cold. The boy explained that his guardian had scolded him and that he believed he deserved the punishment. He said he had been told to stop pretending to be something he was not, and his voice held a sad acceptance. Hearing this, the leader's concern deepened, especially at how light the boy had become. Standing, he informed the secretary that he was stepping out. As they neared the exit, the boy swayed with the effort and the leader lifted him, feeling the boy bury his head into the leader's neck. Outside, the leader took the boy to the ramen shop and ordered for them both. The boy stayed on his lap, visibly excited about something. When their lunch was finished, the boy stared at the village leader and asked if he could join the academy early. A short bridge moment followed as they considered the request and the path ahead. Sarutobi thought it would do Naruto good to learn defense skills. Naruto was very young and might not even be able to write yet, but he had to learn sooner than most. It would keep him away from the villagers during the day and might prevent him from being picked on. Inside Sarutobi's head he weighed the pros and cons. The biggest question so far was whether Naruto could read. Naruto watched Sarutobi's face as it shifted from shock to pride to worry and finally to confusion. Sarutobi told Naruto that he was a bit young to join the academy. Naruto lowered his head sadly. Sarutobi explained that it would be in Naruto's best interest to start early because it would reduce the mistreatment he experienced. He added that he would have Naruto take a literacy test the next day to see if he could keep up with the older children. Naruto grinned widely and expressed his excitement, thanking Sarutobi over and over. Sarutobi warned that even if Naruto passed the exam he could only join after turning 4, because 3 was still too young. Naruto did not seem to mind. He smiled happily, the most carefree Sarutobi had seen him in a long time. Naruto finished another bowl of ramen, absorbed in his food. With a low whistle Sarutobi summoned an elite guard. He asked the guard, Fish, to go to the orphanage, arrest the woman in charge, and have her brought to Ibiki for questioning, and to ask Queen to come. See him when he returned to work. The guard acknowledged the order and left. Sarutobi pinched the bridge of his nose and groaned at the paperwork that would follow, but he was determined not to make the same mistake twice. Queen could take over the orphanage. She was a little inexperienced, but Naruto would help her. Glancing back, Sarutobi noticed Naruto finishing his 3rd bowl of ramen, much to the shock of Tsuchi and Ayam. Naruto's head drooped slightly, showing how tired he was. Sarutobi told Naruto that he had to return to work and that the exam would have to be on Sunday because there was no time the next day. Naruto groaned and then launched himself into a predictable surprise hug. He promised he would be fine and waved goodbye, using his trademark verbal tick, which Sarutobi rarely heard except when Naruto was extremely happy. Back at the Hokage building, Sarutobi passed his office and went to the interrogation chamber. Borga Funbu, the woman Naruto had called mistress, sat sweating in the chair while Ibiki stared at her. Sarutobi introduced them with a sardonic tone. Borga protested loudly, insisting that she ran an orphanage and denying the accusations. Sarutobi said that Borga had been arrested for the abuse and mistreatment of Naruto and that Ibiki would interrogate her to collect every piece of evidence. He added that the head of the Yamanaka clan would examine her memories and record the evidence on a scroll. Borga erupted in outrage, but Sarutobi instructed Ibiki to place her in jail if she was found guilty. Sarutobi would determine a sentence appropriate to the severity of the case. Most of Sarutobi's anger had been vented on Borga. He left the chamber and headed back to his office. He went to see Queen, the kind and surprisingly absent-minded woman he had in mind for the orphanage. She had short caramel hair that reached only to her chin. Once Sarutobi sat at his desk, Queen hurried over, worried and eager to help. Sarutobi told her he had a job for her. Queen explained that she was no longer a ninja after an injury and could not take missions, but Sarutobi gently pointed out that since she had to give up her ninja career and the dream of having children, managing the orphanage might suit her. Queen accepted immediately and thanked him profusely. Queen asked where the orphanage was. Sarutobi told her he would drop her off and asked her to welcome Naruto when he arrived. He transported them instantly to the middle of the orphanage and left Queen amid the noisy children. Naruto reached the front door of the orphanage and heard the usual cacophony of children, but this time a woman was trying to calm them. Entering, Naruto saw a woman with short caramel pixie hair and forest green eyes who looked upset and worried. Naruto tugged on her sleeve. When she turned and saw him, her sadness made him uneasy. She introduced herself as the new orphanage manager, Queen. Naruto timidly introduced himself and asked why she seemed sad. Queen said she was struggling to calm all the children. Naruto felt sorry for her. She seemed kind and deserved help. He let go of her sleeve, walked to the center of the room, and stood there, ready to help. Naruto stepped forward and called for everyone's attention. The room fell silent and all turned to him, smiling. The children cheered his nickname like he was their big brother. Before they could all rush forward to embrace him, Naruto lowered his voice to a firmer, gentler tone and took a deep breath. He instructed them to form Group 1. Gasps rippled through the room as those assigned to Group 1 hurried to line up in front of boy number when they were in place. Naruto smiled at Kiyoshi and then called for Group 2. About 7 girls, including Emi who limped, moved and stood in a line behind Group 1. Naruto then called for Group 3, and 5 children aged 11 to 13 stepped forward to stand behind Group 2. Queenie watched in shocked silence. Naruto finished by calling for Group 4, a group of about 17 boys, some strong and some less so. He looked at Hataru, who returned his smile. Naruto told everyone that a very nice lady would like to speak to them. He said it softly but they all heard and nodded, and they all turned to Miss Queenie. Naruto slipped out of the room to the kitchen to prepare dinner and make hot chocolate for them. Queenie watched Naruto as he moved to the center of the room and could not help noticing how thin he looked compared to the others. She observed how much everyone at the orphanage admired and cared for him. She blinked and returned to the present. Naruto had managed to get everyone to pay attention to Queenie. A few offered small smiles. Queenie couldn't shake the thought that they were only listening because she had been kind to Naruto, and the feeling unsettled her. When she looked back, Naruto was gone. Queenie introduced herself as the new owner of the orphanage. The older and middle-aged kids' faces hardened. One child from Group 4 warned Queenie that she had better be kind to Naruto and made it clear he expected her to understand. Queenie nodded and asked why not. A boy from Group 1, his eyes shadowed, explained that their old mistress had not liked Naruto and asked if she had seen his face. The boy spat that it had not always been like that and insisted to Queenie-san that she had given those things to Naruto, so she should be fair and let them help with the chores. The narrator felt horrified for the boy and asked why, dreading the answer. The boy from earlier explained that Naruto was their little brother. He took the punishments for them, tended to their wounds when they were hurt, prepared their food, and tucked the little ones into bed. The boy added that Naruto was never allowed help with his own chores and hardly got any sleep because of it. Their mistress rarely fed him, and when he did get to sleep he had to lie on the basement floor despite the many spare beds. The boy scoffed. But that was not the worst thing. The worst was that he actually thought he deserved it. She then explained that when the mistress disappeared for days, they had created groups to help with the chores. She described that Group 1 handled heavy lifting and healing and reported to Naruto, Group 2 prepared food and did the grocery shopping, Group 3 cared for the very young children under 5, not including Naru and II, and Group 4 took care of cleaning. They all glared at her and a boy insisted that they would be allowed to help. She smiled and agreed. Looking around, she asked where Naruto was because she needed to tell him about the changes. A girl from Group 2 answered happily and with relief that Naruto was probably in the kitchen cooking dinner. She smiled and followed the girl to the kitchen doorway. She called for Naruto and he answered yes. She told Naruto that he should use the groups to get the chores done because it was unfair for him to do everything alone, that she wanted him to eat dinner with them every night and sleep in one of the beds, and that she thanked him for helping because she could already tell the others listened to him. Naruto smiled and then called for Group 2. She grinned as she listened to running feet, but when she turned around she noticed that his smile had vanished. Naruto groaned and sat up groggily. It was just past 4 in the morning and he crawled out from under the covers. Queenie had said he could have a bed, though he doubted he deserved such kindness. He told himself he was not special, that he was just a monster, and he could not understand why she did not hate him. Sighing, he made his bed perfectly so it would not be obvious that he had been using it and left his sleeping roommate behind. He had not slept much, maybe half an hour. The villagers still seemed to find ways to haunt him in his dreams. Trying to think of something to do, he decided to practice reading and headed for the cookbooks in the kitchen. As he walked down the hall, he heard crying. Following the sound, he found the door to room 6 ajar. Room 6 was where the little children stayed. He saw little Junko hanging half out of his crib, caught only by a snagged piece of clothing. Naruto ran over and picked him up, holding him to his chest to calm him. He admitted to himself that he did not really know how to care for children, but he had learned to do for others what he would have wanted for himself when he was small. After rubbing Junko's back, he carried him to the kitchen. Junko was the newest addition to the orphanage and only 9 months old. He was quite heavy and not much smaller than the narrator, but the narrator could carry him. They walked down the long paths to the kitchen. Inside, the narrator placed Junko in a high chair, took a book from the counter, and began to read aloud. After 2 hours, the narrator understood all the words. They already knew how to read, but the act of reading helped make the letters and sounds stick. Rising from the bench, the narrator found Junko asleep. Carefully lifting him, they carried him back to his room, laid him in his crib, closed the door, and walked away. Sighing, the narrator climbed a pipe to the roof and moved about quietly so as not to wake anyone. They began to scrub graffiti from the tiles. Cleaning the paint was harder than it looked, but the narrator did it because it was their fault it had been there. The other children should not have to see or deal with it. When the graffiti was gone, the narrator went inside, exhausted even though it was only 7 in the morning. People were starting to wake. The narrator went to room 6 and found most of the children already awake. They gathered the toddlers who could walk and led them to the small playroom, then returned to fetch Junko and Rin, who were the same age. The narrator placed them in bumper chairs, then sat and played with the other children their age. The narrator and a girl named Ami built a tower of blocks as tall as the narrator. When it collapsed, they giggled and laughed. Turning, the narrator felt someone watching and looked up to see Kiyoshi grinning. The sight made the narrator happy. The narrator walked over, tugged on Kiyoshi's sleeve, and asked Kiyoshi if he could help with writing. Kiyoshi bent down and agreed, speaking to the narrator with a warm, familiar tone. When Naruto was sad, he tended to speak in a more mature way. When he talked like an average 3-year-old, he was usually in a good mood. Kiyoshi noticed Naruto's dark circles under his eyes and felt his smile falter. Concerned, Kiyoshi asked what was wrong. Naruto whispered that this room was his too and that Kiyoshi was his roommate. Kiyoshi smiled and reassured him that he belonged here. He saw the worry in Naruto's eyes but chose not to press it. Kiyoshi wondered if Naruto feared he might be hurt, and privately resolved that Naruto would learn he had nothing to fear. Kiyoshi gathered the writing materials and the two of them went outside into the sunlight to practice. Kiyoshi was surprised by Naruto's ability. Naruto's handwriting was nearly as neat as Kara's, and Kara wanted to pursue calligraphy. Kiyoshi's own handwriting looked like scribbles in comparison, and Naruto could spell better than he could. They worked for hours. Eventually, Kiyoshi realized how long they had been at it and asked Naruto if he was hungry. He immediately replied that he didn't want any, which did not surprise the narrator because the boy was used to eating only once a week. Leaving him alone, the narrator went to the dining hall and found Queenie watching Naruto from the sink window. Queenie looked worried and frowned slightly when the narrator explained that Naruto wasn't hungry. Sarutobi's point of view shifted. He puffed on his pipe and finished writing the last question on Naruto's exam. The exam was easier than the academy entrance test but seemed well suited to gauge Naruto's skills. He thought Naruto would probably pass. At only 4 years old, Naruto was younger than most academy students, who were around 10, and Sarutobi considered Itachi one of the few who had comparable ability at such a young age. Despite wondering if enrolling Naruto so early had been the best choice, Sarutobi was confident the boy could rise to the challenge. He heard bare feet running down the wooden hall and smiled, setting his pipe aside as he counted down to himself. A messy, yellow-haired boy burst into the room, calling for Gigi, until he collided with Dog-san, the ENBU, as he had before. Sarutobi could feel the boy's amusement at teasing Naruto. Sarutobi waved the ENBU away and picked Naruto up, noting that the boy did not weigh much more than the last time. He asked Naruto how the orphanage had been treating him. Naruto answered that the orphanage had been a lot of fun, that Queenie had been kind, and that he had helped and been helped by the other children. Kiyoshi had helped with his writing, he had read a cookbook to Junko, and everyone had pitched in with chores. Naruto spoke quickly and then looked bored. Sarutobi pointed to a desk and told Naruto that it held some writing utensils. And his academy entrance exam. Naruto brightened, ran to the desk, and flipped the test over. From Naruto's point of view, he had run to Gigi's building on his careful, stealthy feet and burst into the office calling for him. He tried to anticipate where the ANBU would intercept him but misjudged and ended up colliding and getting bumped around. He wondered, ruefully, why a demon would be beaten by an ANBU and blamed himself for being careless. Sitting in Gigi's lap, Naruto hurriedly described the orphanage again, eager to get to the exam. He then sat at the desk to wait for the right moment. When Sarutobi mentioned the desk, Naruto used that chance to turn over the exam and get started. The first question instructed him to listen and spell words. Confused, Naruto looked up and saw the ENBU attach a small tag to his head. When he touched the spot he could no longer feel the tag, so he shrugged it off and looked back at the exam. Naruto's point of view. Gigi had told Naruto that he had managed to get all the answers correct and had even provided extra answers in case his written answer wasn't what they were looking for. Gigi remarked that not many people did that, not even some members of his special unit, and he asked Naruto why he had gone the extra length when he obviously already knew the answers. Naruto thought for a moment, aware that he often second-guessed himself because he had to make everything perfect since he was born. Wanting to give Gigi an answer he would like, Naruto shouted that it was because he had to make sure to get them right so he could become Hokage. Gigi smiled and told him that if he tried his best every day, he could become Hokage. Then Gigi asked to see what Naruto could do with his strange little tag. Naruto grinned, pressed the tag to Gigi's forehead with his strange energy, watched Gigi chuckle, and then slipped the tag into his special pocket. Flashback over. Naruto wondered whether pretending happiness and energy would impress Gigi more. Walking through an alley lost in thought, he failed to notice the way everyone's heads turned and how the street behind him fell quiet. Whispers started, and they grew colder and crueler, calling him demon, monster, worthless, murderer, burden, unwanted. Each insult sharpened his steps until the crowd's mood shifted to violence. They closed in, voices calling to finish what the fourth had started and to make themselves heroes. Panic took hold of him. He thought he couldn't die yet. He hadn't even reached his 4th birthday. He sprinted toward the forest that led to the orphanage, but something sharp struck his leg and he fell. He dragged himself to his feet, trying to ignore the pain and keep moving. They were getting closer. Time seemed to slow as a flame lit and threw him out of the forest. He could just see the orphanage, but he could not stand. He watched helplessly as the crowd turned their cruelty into action and left cruel words on his chest and back. The sight and the words cut deeper than anything else. As the attackers advanced, a sword flew toward his head. Naruto closed his eyes, bracing for the blow. When he looked up, Kiyoshi was between him and the attackers, having taken the strike meant for Naruto. Time froze as Naruto stared at his best friend No, his brother sacrificing himself. Kiyoshi smiled through the pain, coughed weakly, and told Naruto that he had been saving him just as Naruto had saved them. With one last smile, Kiyoshi said goodbye to his little brother. Naruto screamed in anguish and held him as he fell. Tears blurred his vision. Kiyoshi had been the only one who cared. He had given his life for Naruto. Naruto hugged Kiyoshi, then lowered him gently to the ground. He turned to face the villagers, resigned to die, when a knife flew toward him and was deflected. He looked up to see Queenie standing between him and the crowd. Queenie's point of view. Queenie had been helping with the children's diapers when a blood-curdling scream froze her in place. She ran to the kitchen window and saw Naruto and Kiyoshi on the ground. Fury and fear pushed her into action. A throwing knife was aimed at Naruto and she could tell he wouldn't move. She used a technique to teleport in front of him and deflect the attack. Her heart burned from the effort, but she forced herself to use another technique. An earth dome rose around the villagers, forcing them back, and she wiped her mouth, shaken from the strain. She fell to her knees beside Kiyoshi and checked for signs of life, but found none. A medic from the special unit took Kiyoshi's body away while Naruto sat stunned and then collapsed into unconsciousness. Queenie picked Naruto up and carried him inside. Her hands were stained as she laid him on the old table and cut off his shirt to tend his wounds. She wrapped his torso in gauze and bandages repeatedly until his bleeding slowed. When she wet paper towels and began to clean him, the stains made the task painful. Once she was done, she understood why Kiyoshi had died and why the villagers had turned violent. Cruel insults and words covered Naruto's torso, words like monster, demon, murderer, worthless, burden, stupid, killer. Each one was large and obvious, spanning much of his torso. Queenie was baffled. Didn't they know he was holding the fox back and protecting them? Queenie wondered if they knew he was the one saving them. Unable to look at his scars any longer, she wrapped him in fresh bandages and discarded his shirt and jacket. She lifted him and laid him carefully on the sofa. Looking around, Queenie saw many children crying, and she felt a heavy weight at the thought of what she would have to tell them when Naruto woke up, if he woke up. Flopping onto the couch, she let out a huge sigh that barely registered over the chorus of crying, screaming, and yelling children. She did not know how much more of this she could take. Naruto was still unconscious, so none of the kids would listen to her, and she had not even told anyone about Kiyoshi. When she walked into Naruto's room, he was still in a deep sleep as he had been for the past 3 days. She knew some kids could go a while without food, but Naruto looked dangerously thin. If he did not wake up today, he would have to go to the hospital. A new worry struck her as she remembered she still had to tell Saru. She hoped he would not be angry with her or with Naruto. She moved by skill to the Hokage's office and knocked gently on Saru's door. Saru invited her in and she approached him with a grim expression. Telling him about Naruto had not gone well, and when she mentioned Kiyoshi, Naruto's first friend, Saru trembled with restrained anger. To her surprise, he calmly demanded to know where the attackers were. She flinched and offered a halting, embarrassed explanation. Saru thundered his demand again, and she admitted, sheepishly, that they were still where she had left them. A pleased look crossed his face. He told her to take the attackers to Ibiki and Snake for processing. She acknowledged the order and dashed out through his window, sprinting across the rooftops as fast as she could. Landing at the edge of the forest, she moved slowly until she spotted tracks and signs of a child running blindly. The skid marks showed Naruto had been sent tumbling, and the singed leaves suggested a fire-style attack. Shuriken and kunai were scattered across the ground, and she finally found the place where Naruto had landed. There were clear signs of a violent struggle and an abandoned kunai embedded nearby. She suspected this was where Naruto had gotten his scars. She approached the earthen dome a little to the right, struck it with a chakra-imbued punch to create an opening, and then released a knockout gas into the chamber. After waiting until the coughing had subsided, she shattered the dome with a taijutsu strike and quickly gathered the 12 civilians, then transported them to the unit in charge of questioning. Naruto. Floating in the darkness, Naruto felt empty. He could not sense anything and that felt wrong. He knew he should be in pain or grieving. He should not be feeling nothing. The void was making him feel undone. He worried that if it continued he might do something desperate. Maybe he was already dead, he thought, because he could still hear screams. No, he could not be dead if he could hear them. He forced himself to open his eyes. The brightness made him snap them shut, but gradually his vision cleared and the sounds of the children became louder. He looked around in confusion and noticed tubes taped to his arm and the sharp ache across his chest, back, and leg. The pain burst through him so strongly that he almost preferred the numbness. He curled into a ball until the worst of the shock passed, and then he remembered why he was there. Tears fell as he cried, blaming himself for Kiyoshi's death. If he had taken the alleyways and sewers, Kiyoshi would still be alive. If he had stayed in the basement, Kiyoshi would not have cared about him. All of it felt like his fault. He called himself a murderer and believed the villagers were right. When his crying subsided and his face was wiped clean, he stood up despite the protesting pain and ripped the tubes from his arm. Hearing the children's cries, he noticed a first aid kit on the bedside table, along with a small tag he had meant to show Kiyoshi. He set it aside and limped toward the sound. In the living room, 3 children were sitting and crying while the others ran and wrestled. He banged a pan against the wall until the commotion started to settle. When the kids stopped running, he moved through them to the first injured child, a 5-year-old with curly red hair and freckles named Hachi. Hachi had a swelling on his head, so Naruto asked for an ice pack. Hachi gave a watery smile and followed a helper toward the kitchen. The next injured child was Emi, who had scraped her hands. Hataru was fussing over her and offering water and snacks. Naruto disinfected Emi's hands and wrapped small bandages. Korra, a pudgy child, was holding a red mark on her arm from a bee sting. Naruto applied a soothing balm and a bandage and told her to get some ice. After tending to them, Naruto instructed the older groups to clean up and organize. He asked Group 4 to clean the mess and Group 3 to round up all the kids and put them in the playroom. He also asked Group 2 to begin preparing dinner. Group 4 rearranged the couches while the girls went to the kitchen to cook. Group 1 went to help round up the little children. Queenie stayed behind to clean, scrubbing the walls and coffee table to remove drawings, putting dirty clothes into laundry baskets, and picking up food wrappers. Queenie recalled how the captured civilians had been subdued by Ibiki's harsh interrogation and restrained by Snake. She had been told to take them to the dungeon. Walking home, she worried about the screaming children and how she would get Naruto to the hospital. Passing the ruined Earth Dome made her cringe, but she admitted to herself there was a grim sense of justice in seeing those responsible for harm brought under control. When she arrived at the orphanage, she opened the door expecting screams and instead found the house quiet. Fear surged through her. What if the children had been taken? But the living room was spotless. At the kitchen table, all the children sat together, quietly eating dinner. The silence was almost eerie. Queenie poured herself a coffee and spat it out when she saw Naruto with Rin on one hip and Junko on the other. Queenie took the children and handed them to Group 3, then stepped close to Naruto, her face nearly level with his. She asked Naruto in a venomous tone what he was doing out of bed. He shrank back and flinched, and Queenie immediately felt guilty and backed away. The room was eerily silent, every child watching them with eyes as serious as Captain Yamado's. She guided Naruto back to bed and told him that she would tell the others about Kiyoshi tomorrow. Queenie felt nervous and afraid of being blamed or losing the children's trust. Later that night she looked into Naruto's room and found dozens of small sky lanterns scattered across the floor. Each lantern had a single word written on it in neat calligraphy. Naruto sat with ink on his hands, making more lanterns. When his breathing became strained and his body started to shake from distress, Queenie shook him roughly until he jerked awake. His eyes darted around the room, then he simply returned to making lanterns. Queenie told Naruto softly that they had to tell everyone today. Naruto responded by tossing a crumpled scrap of paper at her. It had the single word afternoon written on it. Confused, Queenie left to call everyone to meet outside at 5 o'clock for an important announcement. Naruto had been making sky lanterns since 11 o'clock the previous night after waking from a nightmare of Kiyoshi's death playing over and over. He had decided to write his words down and send them up with the lanterns rather than speak them aloud. He wanted to give Kiyoshi a proper farewell, even if other children would resent him for it. He feared that words alone might lead to more pain, so he chose to write instead. By late afternoon he had finished exactly 42 blue and 42 pink lanterns, 2 for each child in the orphanage. At 10 to 5 Naruto called for everyone's attention. It took 2 minutes for everyone to gather. He asked them to go to his room and take their 2 different colored lanterns, and each child obeyed. Queenie took her lantern and walked outside with Naruto. Naruto asked the children to quiet down and told them they had grave news to share. He choked on his words and began to speak. Naruto reminded them that a few weeks earlier Queenie had brought him in bleeding, and the children murmured in agreement. He explained that on his way home from GG's he had been spotted by villagers who chased him. A thrown knife had injured his leg and slowed him. Not long after, a burst of fire had knocked him down a short distance from the orphanage. In that vulnerable moment, he had been left with marks from the attackers. When they were finished, they had prepared to kill him again by throwing a sword that would have been fatal until someone stepped in front of it. Naruto sobbed as he told them that one of their nii-chan had stepped in front of the sword. He fell to his knees and announced that Kiyoshi nii-chan was gone. The children burst into sobs and grief filled the yard. Queenie gripped her hair, trying not to scream in anguish. Queenie rose her head and released her lantern. The others followed, raising their lanterns together and letting them drift slowly into the sky, carrying the children's words and farewells. Soon everyone else released their lanterns into the sky. They all sat crying for what seemed like hours before people began to leave. Naruto remained on the ground, staring blankly at the floor with tears streaming down his cheeks. He flinched when a hand settled on his shoulder. Queenie urged Naruto to go inside and rest and warned him to be careful of his leg. He rose and went inside, only then noticing how dark the house had become. Naruto resolved that tomorrow everything would change. He decided he would stop speaking and cut himself off from everyone so no one else would be hurt because of him. That night he lay in bed thinking about what having people close to you meant. He kept telling himself he would not speak again. He did not want people near him. He fell into a seemingly endless nightmare in which Kiyoshi died over and over, and the faces of villagers and the mistresses spun before him. Voices in the dream taunted him, calling him pathetic, a monster, a demon, a murderer, voices urging violence and revenge. He woke in a sweat, heart pounding. Since the funeral for Kiyoshi, Naruto had barely spoken a single word. He ate more than he used to but remained thin. October 10th, Queenie moved through the household in a quiet, efficient way, wondering what they would have for dinner when she discovered there was no food left. She decided to send Naruto to the shops that afternoon. She noted with concern that Naruto had not said a word since his brother's funeral. The children tried to get him to talk, but he shrugged them off and walked away. He still kept doing his chores despite their efforts to help him. While washing the dishes, Queenie heard a small cry and followed it to Junko, who looked hungry. Queenie gave him the last of the baby formula. Her thoughts drifted to Kiyoshi. She felt sorry for him for having tried so hard for Naruto and for the way things had ended. She could not understand how they had discovered the fox inside him. A nagging feeling told her she had forgotten something, but she could not place it. By late afternoon the clock showed 4 o'clock, and Queenie called for Naruto. She asked him to go to the shops to get food for dinner and more baby formula. Naruto looked ready to protest, but Queenie insisted there be no arguments. He nodded, looking close to tears, then turned and left, the front door slamming behind him. Naruto felt a small relief at not having to go out past the mistresses that day, despite the beatings he still endured. He had misjudged Queenie. She was no better or worse than anyone else, he thought. He sprinted through the forest, hoping to make the trip unseen, but as he burst out from the trees he ran straight into a crowd of townspeople carrying torches. They seized him, dragging him to an abandoned building and tying his hands as if he were to be punished publicly. There were at least 50 of them. Naruto noticed some of the attackers were children around 11 or 12 and realized, with a sinking feeling, that those children would be in his academy classes if he survived this. Once the crowd had secured him, they formed a line. The person at the front regarded Naruto with such hatred that the fists began to fly. They struck him relentlessly, blows came from all sides and weapons were used in the chaos. Naruto tried to stay conscious, but the onslaught overwhelmed him and he slipped into darkness. Inside Naruto's mindscape, the Kyuubi reacted in anguish. The Kyuubi resented life because of the extra seal Danzo had placed on Naruto, a seal that prevented the Kyuubi from healing him. The seal forced the Kyuubi to watch helplessly as Naruto was harmed, and it filled the Kyuubi with grief. When one of the villagers landed a particularly harsh blow and Naruto was badly hurt, the Kyuubi's anger ignited. The Kyuubi pounded against Danzo's barrier and screamed in fury. Naruto suddenly stirred and fell to the floor in the real world. He sat up on his knees and looked around. When he saw the Kyuubi manifesting inside his mindscape, he stared with a blank, distant expression. The Kyuubi urgently urged Naruto to tear the seal away or he would die. Naruto reached up and, with effort born of desperation, ripped the main seal off and then the supplemental seal. For a moment the Kyuubi was stunned at the sudden freedom. The Kyuubi reduced its presence and hurried to Naruto's side, curling protectively around him and lending its chakra to mend him, carefully withholding any destructive influence. Naruto gradually recovered enough to ask who the presence was and where they were, showing he recognized the Kyuubi. The immediate danger had passed, but the memory of the attack and the seals on Naruto lingered, shaping what would come next. The presence in Naruto's mind spoke and explained that it had to be there because his father had sealed it inside him, but it was not what he assumed. The entity described itself as a peaceful demon that did not want to hurt anyone, though it admitted that, given what had happened, it now understood the desire for retribution against those who had caused harm. The demon clarified that the only reason the village had been attacked was because a masked man had been controlling it and forcing it to strike. It then explained that they were in Naruto's mindscape because he had passed out. The demon looked at Naruto's small, 4-year-old frame and thought about the irony of the situation. It had been inside him for 4 years and had noticed how advanced he was for his age. The demon observed that Naruto seemed to have a photographic memory, remembering everything he learned, which made the demon eager to teach him. Naruto, bright and earnest, told the demon that it did not have to, but that he would like to learn how to become a strong ninja. He then sprang up, launched himself at the demon, hugged tightly, and pleaded eagerly to be taught. Queenie grew increasingly anxious as she waited. She went to the fridge and checked the calendar on the door, realizing with a shock that it was October 10th and that she had sent Naruto out that day. Panic set in. She could not leave the other children alone. Deciding she had to act, she used Shunshin to appear at the Hokage's office. The Hokage froze when Queenie arrived and feared it might be Naruto. Queenie spoke rapidly and confessed that she had done something terrible and needed help. She explained that she had sent Naruto out for food that morning. The Hokage sighed, understood the urgency, and ordered Anbu to find Naruto immediately and take him straight to the hospital. He also instructed that the villagers involved be detained in Ibiki's cell. He called for the teams codenamed Eagle and Fish, who departed at once, and the Hokage could do nothing but hope they would find Naruto in time. Fish POV. Fish sighed as the mission briefing ended and remarked to Eagle that they always seemed to be sent after Naruto lately and would they not pursue Rogue Ninja for a change. Eagle did not respond, and Fish thought about how guarding the Hokage all day was hardly exciting. Fish noticed Eagle standing by a shop holding something that looked like a handmade torch and a trail of footprints leading away. Curiosity drew Fish to follow the prints. They tracked them for about an hour before they heard the ruckus of a crowded party. Laughter, shouting, and the distant thump of music. It sounded like a scene from a bar, and Fish admitted inwardly that the noise was tempting. As Fish called for Eagle to wait, Eagle bolted into the crowd. Fish hurried after her and then saw her sprint into the center of the throng, disappearing from view. Moments later Eagle unleashed a dust spiral. The technique sent a shockwave through the crowd, throwing people back as if struck by a storm of sharp air. Fish was among those knocked off their feet. When Fish picked himself up, he saw Eagle kneeling over someone. Fish teleported over the fallen debris to get a closer look. What he found was harrowing but needed no graphic detail. Naruto lay motionless, badly wounded and immobilized, his clothes torn and his hair stained. Kunai and needles had struck him and pinned him down, leaving him unable to move. Fish felt a surge of guilt at having been tempted by the party earlier. He scooped Naruto up and carried him quickly to the makeshift hospital bed the Hokage had prepared. Fish then went to find the Hokage and reported what had happened. The Hokage, concerned, ordered nurses to assist, though he grumbled about the inconvenience as he went to organize aid. Hokage POV. The Hokage watched Naruto sleep and felt a pang of guilt. He had not fully appreciated the hostility that followed Naruto whenever he took the boy outside. He remembered carrying Naruto past the front desk when the child had been 2 years old, the toddler giggling, shoulder-length blonde hair and blue eyes like his father, and the way those smiles had faded when the staff glanced at them. The Hokage questioned his own naivety and regretted following Danzo's suggestion to inform the villagers, realizing in hindsight it had been a mistake. He rested his head against the edge of Naruto's bed, held the boy's hand, and drifted into a light, restless sleep filled with paperwork nightmares. Naruto POV. After the Anbu laid Naruto on the bed, he blacked out and retreated into his mindscape, where he found Rama stretched out and sleeping at her full size. Rama's fur seemed to radiate a warm golden glow that brought a measure of comfort and took some of the edge off the pain. As the darkness in his mind began to lift, Naruto cried out for Rama. Rama reassured him that it was okay and that she would speak with him later. When Naruto opened his eyes, pain hit him sharply and he flinched. Anbu nearby turned toward him, alert, while Eagle and Fish rushed to his side. Fish reached him first, feelings of guilt evident over having wanted to attend the party where Naruto had been attacked. Fish lifted Naruto and brought him to the bed. Naruto's memories were fragmented and raw, but Rama's presence in his mind had eased him, and when he drifted, he had curled against one of her tails in his mindscape and felt sheltered. The next morning Naruto woke early to find Gigi asleep with his head resting on the foot of the bed and his hand resting gently on Naruto's. His body hurt less than he had feared. He noticed casts wrapped from his shoulders to his wrists on both arms. He tried to remove them, but his stiff arms would not cooperate, and he could not manage it. There was only one option, but it was loud. Shrugging, I bent my arms as hard as I could. Feeling them give, I smirked and put more force into it. Snap! The Hokage bolted upright. I laughed silently in my head while keeping a calm, neutral face on the outside. The Hokage looked at me wide-eyed and then hugged me as hard as he could. I returned a small smile, stood, grabbed my clothes from the end of the bed, and went to the bathroom. Once I was dressed, Gigi said goodbye and I waved as we parted ways. I walked to the orphanage and paused when I heard a faint call of my name. I ped my head and listened, then slipped inside and sneaked into my room without anyone seeing me. Someone shouted Naruto, which made me flinch and cover my ears, but when I looked around there was nothing. I closed the door quietly. I thought about the academy. There were only 4 days left until I would go. I hoped the other kids would not recognize me. Rama told Naruto not to worry and then invited him to train. I looked around, trying to find who had spoken, but no one was there. Rama complained that I did not remember her, and then I realized who it was. I was surprised we could communicate like this at first, but Rama said we could and told me to grab some training clothes. I picked out a long-sleeve black shirt and loose black pants that reached my ankles. Rama directed me to training ground when we arrived. I climbed over the fence and started walking. We went in so deep that I lost track of the turns. I sat down and listened for Rama's next instruction. Rama instructed Naruto to meditate and come where she indicated. Confused, I obeyed and tried to clear my mind. After a few minutes, the world faded and I saw Rama again, smaller than before and holding something. She placed it on the ground, a stack of thick scrolls. Rama impatiently urged me to get to work. I walked over and examined the scrolls. They covered topics such as energy, surviving in the wild, fighting, hunting, and sword techniques. Interested in the section about energy, I began to read. This energy was a lot like that strange power I had felt, I thought. I spent hours in my mind reading the scrolls before drifting to sleep in my inner landscape. Rama said she would watch over my body while I rested. I woke up at training ground 66, where I had fallen asleep. Yawning, I stretched and rubbed the sleep from my eyes, thinking about the energy I had learned about. I wanted to use techniques now so I could stop bad people. Rama suggested that Naruto work on the tree walking exercise he had read about. I told Rama I would try and set off looking for the biggest tree I could find. After a while I found a huge tree, far larger than the others. I could almost sense Rama's nervousness. I ran at the trunk and attempted to climb, falling and trying again. I kept practicing for hours until, finally, I reached the top and lay down on one of its massive branches. Rama then told Naruto to get down and begin physical exercises. Panting, I made my way down, slipping a few times before reaching the ground. I asked Rama what to do next. Rama assigned 200 sit-ups followed by a short meditation, then a run to the edge of the forest and 5 laps around it. I began the sit-ups, my abs burning by the time I reached the halfway point. A few of Naruto's scars were stinging from moving them too much. It was dusk by the time he had struggled through the sit-ups. Slowly getting up, panting and with hair stuck to his face, he started looking for the fence. He had been running for an hour before he finally found it. Wondering where the fence was, he scanned his surroundings and saw the trees thin out in one direction, so he walked that way. A few minutes later he understood why. In front of him, in a clearing, was a cave. It was not the cave itself that sent him running but the giant bear that emerged and began chasing him. He ran as fast as he could and, not long after, crashed into the fence. Because he had taken so long to find it, Rama made him run around the fence 4 times. He had been running the first lap for about 20 minutes. His legs and feet were numb. He started to feel lightheaded before his legs gave out and he went flying. He was drawn into darkness before he felt the ground. Rama's perspective. Rama felt a little guilty seeing the boy hit the floor. She reminded herself that she had forgotten he had not eaten properly in a while and that he was still small. She promised herself she would teach him some jutsu when he woke. Naruto groaned and knew he was awake. He couldn't believe he had slept through the night after all that training. Naruto's perspective. He groaned when he realized he had not finished the lap and had instead fallen into the dust. He wondered how he could ever mean anything to the Leaf if he could not even finish Rama's extensive ninja training. Calling himself stupid, he pushed the pain from yesterday's workout to the back of his mind and got up to keep running. It took an hour and a half to reach the end of the circuit he had already half completed. Picking up speed, he ran as fast as he could and dove over the finish line drawn in the dirt. Rama cheered that he had done it and praised him for the effort. She said they could go hunting now. Naruto was surprised that Rama cared, and Rama reassured him that she did care and would teach him how to track. The following days were spent with Rama teaching Naruto how to hunt and track. Rama also taught Naruto the transformation jutsu at the first opportunity to help protect him. Every day Rama had him run around the forest, and every day the laps grew longer. 4 days into Rama's training, Naruto was starting to get used to the running. What had once been grueling became easier, even if it still took a long time. Rama wore an amused, plodding grin from time to time, and Naruto suspected she enjoyed pushing him. After finishing his laps one day, Naruto sat by a lagoon he had found while learning to track with Rama. Tracking and hunting had become second nature to him, and every night he climbed the large tree he had discovered on his first day there to sleep and eat. He called it home base, though Rama objected to the name since they would not live there permanently. Naruto had argued that the orphanage was technically his home, which had quieted her. On the second day of running, Rama started him on another exercise that involved practicing strikes against a tree stump with his feet and hands. All week Naruto had noticed Rama muttering about summoning and possibilities and no seal. It made him curious but he did not ask. After cleaning up at the lagoon, Rama called him over and asked him to meditate and come into her mindscape because she wanted to try something. He sat and did his best to stay perfectly still and clear his mind. About 40 seconds later, he found himself within the familiar black-walled mental space, where Rama sat with her tails curled around her. Rama asked whether he thought he could learn to summon her in her small form. Naruto considered the offer and realized it would save him the trouble of meditating every time he wanted to learn something new in person. He nodded. Rama then shifted, her 9 tails swaying, and her eyes turned gold as she pressed the tips of her tails lightly to the ground. Gold chakra rippled along her tails and formed into a piece of parchment in front of him before the light faded. Rama smiled and mimed biting her thumb to show him what to do. Naruto bit his thumb, drew a little blood, and wrote his name on the parchment. Rama squealed with happiness at the successful forging of a summoning contract, and she showed him how to perform the summoning before gently ending the mindscape. When Naruto opened his eyes, he stood from the lotus position and began the seals for the summoning. Once all 12 seals were complete, he bit his thumb, forced as much chakra as he could through the wound into the blood, and pressed it to the ground. It took him 2 seconds to realize he had done it right. Rama stood in front of him, about as tall as his head, not very big. His eyes began to sparkle and he pounced onto her. She gave a happy bark as she looked around. Feeling sleepy from losing chakra, he laid on her back and soon slid into darkness, dreaming of his 4th birthday, except that time all the villagers' faces shifted into Kiyoshi's face. When Rama was sure her little one was asleep, she rose and walked toward what Naruto called his home base. She marveled at the colors she had long since forgotten as she searched for Naruto's tree. After an hour of walking she found it and carefully set Naruto down before transforming into human form. Her long red hair fell to her mid-back and her ruby eyes shone warmly as she picked up the small child with her 6-foot frame and leapt into the air, moonlight illuminating her pale skin. Jumping from branch to branch, Rama found the hollow where Naruto always slept and placed him inside. She shifted back into her original form and curled around him, dreading the end of the coming week. She knew Naruto would still attend the academy despite what the other children had done to him, and she began to form a plan to prevent them from hurting him. When he went to the academy, she resolved to train him until he could not be harmed by the others. With that thought they both drifted off to sleep, awaiting the rigorous training ahead. Naruto groaned silently and stretched his aching arms, still sore from weeks of harsh training, then continued toward the academy. He forced his weighted body to move and reflected on how much heavier the whole body seal made him. At first he had not believed that drawing lines and adding chakra would make everything heavier, but he had learned otherwise. When he lifted his head, the academy doors loomed ahead. It was already class time and he was a little late. He ignored the butterflies in his stomach and approached the front desk. The receptionist handed him a piece of paper with his class assignment. He nodded and moved through the halls, occasionally sidestepping parents who were talking. Glancing at the sheet and the sign, he pulled out the note Gigi had written for him to give to the teacher and knocked on the classroom door. He tried to enter quietly but failed to go unnoticed when the white-haired teacher addressed the class and introduced Naruto Uzumaki as the newest member, saying that Naruto was mute and advising the students not to bother him. A boy with onyx eyes and slightly longer black hair raised his hand. Mizuki acknowledged him. The boy, Shursui, asked why Naruto was so young. He thought students usually had to be older to join the academy and remarked that if Naruto had passed the entrance exam at such a young age, that was impressive. Naruto smiled faintly, then returned to a neutral expression. He told himself he could not have friends. He remembered what had happened the last time he had friends and how one of them had died. Naruto observed the other students. Most glared at him, some he recognized from his birthday. Only one other person seemed friendly, a girl with long red hair and eyes similar to Shursue's who sat nearby. He walked to a spare seat near the window and glanced at her pencil case, which bore the name Rinako Nakata. He watched her and Shursui joke together before paying attention to the lesson. After sitting through more than an hour, half listening, Naruto stood when the teacher announced it was time to go outside for practice. He dashed outside with impressive speed and leaned against a tree. The teacher demonstrated kunai and shuriken throwing. Naruto had mastered shuriken in just a couple of hours. He set up the most difficult course he could imagine for throwing shuriken, blindfolded himself, and prepared. There were 22 targets placed in various positions, each behind or inside different obstacles. Determined to hit them all in one attempt, he leaped into the air, flipped gracefully, and launched his shuriken at the targets. When he landed, he removed his blindfold to find half the class staring in stunned silence. He walked to the targets and retrieved a shuriken embedded in a bullseye. The teacher reminded the students that the exam was only 3 weeks away and urged them to train hard. Leaving the practice area, Naruto climbed a tree and settled on a branch in a precarious position before beginning to meditate. Visiting Rama had been fun. They had played tag and hide and seek. She had taught him how to conjure things in his mindscape so he could fill it with places to hide and make their games more interesting. I frowned slightly when Rama-sensei kicked me out, but realized why when I felt the presence of someone behind me. Reacting quickly, I grabbed the finger aimed at my head and used a swift judo flip to send the boy tumbling in an exaggerated, anime-style motion, only then realizing I was still in the tree. Looking down at the boy sprawled on the ground, I wondered why Shursui was trying to get my attention. Jumping down, I held out my hand to help him up. He looked at me and laughed uncontrollably as if it were the funniest thing in the world. When he calmed, Shui introduced himself and said it was nice to meet me. He then took my outstretched hand and hoisted himself up. Walking away, I glanced over my shoulder to see Shui running to catch up. He grinned and asked me to teach him how to throw shuriken like that, claiming it was even better than Itachi's. I raised an eyebrow, wondering how to stop him from trying to befriend me. Multiple scenarios ran through my head, but giving him the cold shoulder seemed the best deterrent. With him walking beside me, I suddenly bolted without warning toward the Hokage tower to meet Gramps. To Shui, it must have seemed like I vanished into thin air. What an interesting person, I thought before heading to Gramps. It had been nearly 3 weeks since Naruto joined the academy, and each day grew more boring because he already knew the material. He had grown so restless that he started creating his own variations of the class jutsu. He experimented with other techniques to pass the time. He also developed shadow clones that could sprout defensive spikes where they were struck, and he called them spiked clones. When he had asked Gigi to join the academy, Naruto had not expected it to be so easy. The only difficulty now was trying to avoid Shui and Rinako, who had also enrolled. Both of them tried to become friends with him, which would have been simple if not for the fact that they were in his class 6 hours a day. Naruto zoned out and then realized it was time to leave. Gigi told Naruto that since he had joined the academy, it was only right for him to have his own apartment. Gigi explained he did not want to put the orphanage at risk now that Naruto was training to be a ninja and thought it would be better for Naruto to live separately. Naruto agreed to move in during the 3rd week of the academy. He frowned slightly, worrying that if he were not there, Queenie would become overwhelmed, and he resolved to visit as often as possible so she would not be stressed. I couldn't believe they were going to listen to her. Lost in thought about what I would tell the kids, I didn't notice Shui walking after me and chatting about something. When I reached the orphanage, it fell suddenly silent. Glancing back, I saw Shui standing there, wide-eyed at the sight. I knocked on the front door 3 times and waited. After a minute, one of the younger kids, 6-year-old Korra, opened the door and loudly announced my arrival. Korra then leapt into my arms, and before long all the children piled on me until I was at the bottom of a happy, chaotic heap. It grew hard to breathe when an arm threaded through the children, wrapped around me, and hoisted me up. I face-bombed when I realized who my rescuer was. It was Shui. I gave the kids the warmest smile I could manage, keeping my back purposely turned to Shui, and stepped inside. I followed the familiar twists and turns of the orphanage to the room Kiyoshi and I had shared for a week. I began gathering my things. Everything was out except for my orange jacket, one of my most prized possessions and the only gift I had ever received from Gigi when I was 2. It no longer fit, but it still meant the world to me. After a while I saw the edge of the jacket peeking from beneath Kiyoshi's bed. Lying on my stomach, I grabbed and pulled it free. A string was tied to the jacket and ran under the bed and up into an air vent above. Lifting the vent, a card and a parcel fell with a soft thud onto the bed. With shaky fingers I opened the card. The card was from Kiyoshi. He said that even though they might not be blood-related, Naruto was the only family he needed and like the little brother he never had. In case Kiyoshi could not always be by Naruto's side, he told him not to worry about people who ignored or hurt him. Kiyoshi urged Naruto to love the people who were there for him no matter what, reminded him that everyone at the orphanage cared, and told him to stay strong and prove the villagers wrong. He ended by saying they all already saw Naruto as their hero and wished him a happy birthday, signing the card as his older brother Kiyoshi. I reread the card over and over, memorizing every line. Despite my pledge of silence, a few muffled sobs escaped into the pillow I had buried my face in. I took the parcel that would soon be my second ever gift and unwrapped it slowly. Inside was a familiar black hoodie, an exact replica of Kiyoshi's favorite one he wore everywhere. Emotions overwhelmed me. The card proved Kiyoshi loved me, and I felt the weakness of not being able to protect him. I couldn't stay like that. I walked outside with the hoodie on, not bothering to wipe the tears from my face. I didn't notice the children watching me leave or Shui running to catch up. I walked in a straight line toward Training Ground 66, itching for Rama-sensei to order me around. I jogged, leaving Shursui struggling to keep pace behind me. Thoughts of failing to protect Kiyoshi swirled through my head. I gracefully flipped over the 6-foot fence and sat, leaning against it. I gathered myself, added 4 pounds to the gravity seal, and started running laps, leaving my belongings against the fence. It took 53 laps for me to calm down enough to notice Shursui sitting on one of my bags, watching with a curious expression. I walked over to him and thought of what the card said about loving those who were there for me. I rummaged through my training bag, grabbed my shuriken and kunai pouches, and gently took hold of Shursui's sleeve to guide him toward the forest. He followed in silence. We went to my tree. I chakra walked up to a point as high as I could and waited while Shursui stayed at the base. Once I reached the hollow, I gathered all the targets I owned and walked down to where he stood. Shursui watched me with a look that said he wanted answers, but he also knew I wouldn't give them. Tugging his sleeve again, I led him to the lagoon and set the targets around the water. I intended to teach Shursui as much as I could about shuriken throwing and see if he would stick around after the lesson. I positioned the targets around the lagoon so he wouldn't be hurt if he landed incorrectly. I just hoped he wouldn't mind getting wet. I changed into a long-sleeved black shirt and board shorts, crossed the stepping stones to the central rock in the lagoon, and faced him. I handed Shursui the shuriken he would need and demonstrated the technique. It took a moment, but then the movement clicked for him and he paid close attention. I flipped off the rock and threw a shuriken dead center among the targets. Shursui, eager, attempted the same flip and landed it perfectly, but his shuriken missed the marks. We practiced for another hour and a half with the same result. Finally, I took hold of his wrist and pulled him over to the towels I had brought. Once we were dry and changed, I led him back to the targets, kept 4 and put the rest away. At my tree I hung the 4 targets at different angles from a branch. Shursui watched as I hung upside down by my knees and threw the shuriken easily, hitting each target. I hopped down and let Shursui try. It took him an hour to get it down pat, and when he did I moved the targets to harder angles to increase the difficulty. That went on for hours until I tugged his sleeve, removed the targets and shuriken, and placed them back in their hollow. He followed as I walked back to my belongings. I grabbed them with one hand, jumped onto the fence, and offered a hand for Shursui to grab. I pulled hard and we both made it over the fence despite how exhausted he looked. We went our separate ways with Shursui calling a loud, grateful goodbye while I waved back over my shoulder. After he left I noticed how light my shoulders felt, as if a burden had been lifted. I walked to the Hokage's office, completely ignoring the secretary who had never liked me. Once near the door I started the usual routine, but this time I didn't call out. My sudden movement confused the umbu standing by the entrance. When he appeared in front of me I quickly sidestepped him and launched myself forward, ending up leaning against the Hokage's knee in a playful, impulsive embrace. The umbu froze with surprise. I giggled quietly and the Hokage glanced down at me. He asked how the academy was. I smiled faintly and wrote on his notepad that it was boring. He chuckled warmly and told me I had been enrolled in the exam in 3 days, giving me a chance to become a genin if I passed. He then handed me a map and a room key with a number on it. Naruto POV. Waking up, I looked around the apartment that was supposed to be my new home. To me, the forest of death seemed more inviting. The walls were covered in mold, the floor dust had me coughing all night, and the windows were boarded to keep people from looking in. There was a small kitchen with a kettle, a fridge, and an oven. The only other piece of furniture was the bed. Glancing at the clock, I got up to go to school. I grabbed my shuriken and kunai pouches and some bandages. I decided today would be the day to summon Rama-sensei, so I formed the hand seals and used the smallest amount of chakra possible. In a small poof, Rama-sensei appeared the size of my hand. She looked annoyed at the new size but settled down in the hood of Kiyoshi's hoodie. Leaving the house, I headed toward the forest of death to train before the exam tomorrow. There was nothing more the academy could teach me, so I saw no reason to attend. About a block from the forest, I ran into Shursui, who was walking in the same direction. Shursui called Naruto's name as he jogged to catch up, and he arrived with his hands on his knees, panting. He asked if I was skipping school too, And when I shook my head, he grinned and said that I could come meet his friend and then they would train. I nodded and followed, holding onto his sleeve so I would not get lost in the crowd. Shui pulled me through people when suddenly a man in the crowd kicked me, sending me to the ground. I groaned and Shui ran over to check me, gently feeling my head for injuries. I sat up carefully, tore a strip of the bandage I always carried, and wrapped what I could to steady myself. When I looked around, Shui was no longer by my side, so I searched the crowd for him. I found him confronting the man who had kicked me, making a scene. Shui was shouting at the man, clearly sticking up for me. I coughed and got to my feet, put the extra bandages away, and walked over to Shui, taking his sleeve and leading him away from the villager. Shui had a confused look, as if asking why I would stop him, but he soon gave up and put his arms around my torso before hoisting me up onto his shoulders. I smiled even if he couldn't see it. We continued, passing by the forest of death and heading in the direction Shui had left for the day before. I buried my face in his hair and felt something light and warm inside. I wondered if this was what friendship felt like. We passed through a gate marked with a white symbol topped in red, a gate that marked the Uchiha clan district. Rama-sensei, still nestled in the hoodie, explained that this was the Uchiha clan district, like a small village for members of the clan. Shui suddenly started running and I found myself giggling out loud. Shui stopped, looked up at me with bright eyes, and spun me around, delighted that he had made me laugh. I jumped down from his shoulders, suddenly nervous to meet Shui's friend. I clung to his sleeve and hid behind his legs so I would not be seen so much. We ran to a river behind some trees, where someone stood waiting. Shui announced to Itachi that he had brought someone to train with them. Itachi responded with a casual invitation to come along. Peeking out from behind Shui, I saw a young person crouched nearby with a closed-eyed smile. He introduced himself as Itachi Uchiha and asked for my name. Shui started to speak, but I put a hand up to stop him and stepped forward. I tapped a pattern against his hand, one long tap, two short taps, one short tap, and a double tap. Itachi recognized the pattern and identified my name as Naruto. Shui looked both impressed and confused that Itachi and I had understood each other. Feeling wary but determined, I grabbed Itachi's sleeve and then Shui's and started jogging toward the forest of death while Shui sprinted and Itachi jogged casually behind us. I released the summoning jutsu so Rama-sensei would not be continuously present. My head still throbbed from the earlier blow, and I couldn't focus on healing with them beside me. When the fence marking the forest boundary came into view, I sped up and flipped gracefully to perch like a cat on top of it. I waited as Shui arrived, and watched Itachi do the same, landing on the fence and taking a seat across from us. When Shui reached the fence, both the narrator and Itachi grabbed an arm and pulled him over. Walking toward the hollow, the narrator gathered all the targets again and returned to the same branch Shui had been practicing on the day before, then set up 10 targets. Shui grinned and jumped straight to it while Itachi watched him curiously as he hung upside down. When Shui began sending shuriken at the targets, it seemed to click for Itachi. The narrator moved to a small clearing not far away and arranged the remaining targets in difficult positions, then gestured for Itachi to take a turn. Itachi regarded the narrator as if the idea were insane. He took his stance and tried, hitting 12 bullseyes while the others were only grazes or misses. The narrator collected Itachi's shuriken and handed them back before demonstrating the technique. Blindfolded again, the narrator flipped and sent every shuriken into the targets, all 46 landing in the bullseye. The narrator then motioned for Itachi to practice once more. While both of them were completely focused on their challenge, the narrator slipped out of the forest and continued on. Naruto left Shui and the person who looked like Itachi behind and slipped out of the forest to see whether the kids had found Queenie yet, since he had not told them he was leaving. Hopping over the fence, he wished desperately he could go back and practice the new jutsu that Rama-sensei had been teaching him. Rama-sensei had called it mind shadow, and it let him write messages into someone's head without speaking, so that to them it felt like reading their own thoughts. Rama-sensei had suggested that Naruto practice the technique on some of the villagers to see if they reacted. Naruto worried that would upset people, But Rama-sensei had shrugged and said it was fine, people were not always kind to him anyway. Naruto decided he would try the jutsu on the kids at the orphanage instead. He did not want to trouble strangers. He muttered to himself that Rama-sensei was no fun. Using shadow walking across the rooftops with practiced ease, Naruto silently thanked Rama-sensei for teaching him how to move so smoothly. He reached the small forest next to the orphanage far faster than usual. The training was clearly paying off. Nervously scratching the back of his head, he made his way through the trees toward the house where he had lived for 4 years. From a distance he watched the children running around, playing ninja and hide and seek. Nobody had noticed him yet as he searched for Queenie, until a muffled scream came from inside the house. Shadow-stepping past the children, Naruto sprinted toward the sound. He moved so quickly that the door was gone in an instant and he was already in the kitchen before he had fully registered being inside. Around the corner, an older voice spoke in a harsh, accusing tone and a kunai thudded against wood. Naruto stepped into the room and froze. Queenie was restrained against the wall with sheets held in place by kunai. She looked frightened and disheveled. Standing in front of her was Uchika, a chunin who had once been assigned to keep Naruto company when she was still a genin, and someone Naruto had thought had grown close to him. After Uchika stopped coming around, Naruto had struggled and Queenie had helped him survive. Naruto forced a huge smile to greet Queenie even though he felt hollow inside. He remembered feeling abandoned by Uchika, someone who had been there only when ordered. He was angry that Uchika was now the one hurting Queenie. Moving quickly, Naruto removed the kunai and untied Queenie, catching her so she would not fall. He held her steady and let his smile drop into an icy glare aimed at Uchika. Uchika visibly flinched as Rama-sensei's disapproval seemed to hang in the air. Naruto decided to test the jutsu he had been practicing. He formed the ram seal, visualized a notepad in his mind, and wrote a simple message. He used chakra to make it appear as a gentle thought in Queenie's head, asking if she was okay. Queenie's eyes widened in surprise and she nodded. Encouraged, Naruto reached deeper into his chakra and expanded the technique. He carefully wrote a message meant for all the children and sent it out to the chakra signatures he could sense, deliberately excluding Uchika. The message told the children that someone was being mean to Queenie in the kitchen, and Naruto added a small frightened note for effect. It took less than 4 seconds for the sounds of furious running to fill the air. Queenie grinned at Uchika, knowing what was about to happen. Naruto hid behind Queenie's leg, forcing his eyes to water and adopting a frightened expression to sell the ruse. As the first of the children arrived, their faces hardened with determination. The orphanage kids charged like a single, determined group, their expressions fierce in that exaggerated, anime-style way. Uchika began to back away, clearly unnerved. The children swarmed forward and quickly peeled themselves off Uchika. She left the house as fast as she could. Naruto smiled and the kids immediately tackled him in a heap of hugs. He flinched at the sudden contact. He still hadn't grown used to hugs after all he had been through. Queenie watched them with a small, relieved smile, as if she had feared the worst if Naruto had not come. Naruto quietly laughed at the children and lifted his arms toward Queenie, a habit from the old days. Queenie leaned down, picked him up, and set him on her shoulders. They walked toward the kitchen to help prepare breakfast. As Queenie set down the last bowl, Naruto formed the ram seal again and communicated his news to her. The Hokage wanted him to move into his own apartment, and he asked Queenie to tell the children. Queenie frowned when she heard the news. Naruto immediately felt guilty for upsetting her. She gave him a grim look and stood up to make the announcement. The guilty feeling in his stomach intensified when she told the kids, and they all began to cry. He felt terrible. It reminded him of why he had kept silent in the first place. Keeping his lips tightly sealed, he waved goodbye and left to see how much the boys had improved since he had gone. His shoulders were heavy with guilt as he walked through the forest of death, barely keeping the tears in. He had left them crying and sobbing. When he reached the clearing where he had left Itachi, he frowned because Itachi was not there. He noticed the extra marks from the kunai on his wooden targets and felt bad for leaving them. He went over to Shirsue's clearing to find both of them and discovered Itachi and Shirsue sitting on the ground, having lunch. He sat down next to them but did not feel hungry after what he had done. Sitting in silence, he met Itachi's gaze briefly and then looked away. He felt nervous and began tapping out Morse code on the ground without realizing Itachi was noticing. In his tapping, he kept repeating that he was stupid, that he always messed things up, that he was not normal, that he was a monster, that he made everyone upset and that it was always his fault. He told himself he did not deserve the food he needed. He stopped tapping and looked up to see Itachi staring at him intently. He avoided the gaze and glanced at Shisui, who was smiling while eating odd-looking food on a stick. The thought of food made him feel sick. When he saw Itachi pick up one of the skewers and hold it out to him, he froze. Itachi rose and walked over, causing him to flinch and back away toward Shisui. He shrank into a ball, shivering and flinching, while Itachi paused with a look he had never seen before, something like concern. Itachi crouched down in front of him and pressed the skewer into his mouth. The sweet food settled hard in his unsettled stomach and immediately made him sick. He ran to a nearby bush and vomited until he felt empty. Weak and collapsing onto the dirt, he coughed violently. Itachi looked on with wide concern, and Shisui hurried over, horrified, picking him up and carrying him to the small campfire they had made. Dizzy but aware, he watched Shisui check his temperature and tend to him. After they were done, Itachi asked when he had last eaten. He frowned and tried to remember but drew a blank. He recalled catching a small bird 2 weeks earlier and starting to eat it but never finishing because it had made him feel ill. Too weak to think clearly, his memories were hazy and his photographic recall was of no use. He managed to lift his arm, and Itachi allowed him to tap that he did not know into his palm before collapsing back onto the ground. Itachi's face grew worried and he pulled Shisui a little away to speak. With his hearing still sharp enough, he heard Itachi tell Shisui that Naruto might develop a mental condition if he was not looked after soon, because he was already showing signs of illness. Shisui asked whether it had to do with how light Naruto was, remarking that Naruto did not seem to weigh more than one of his wooden targets. Itachi agreed that Naruto was simply weak from not eating and that he should be okay after rest, but warned that they needed to make sure he continued to eat or things could get worse quickly. Tired of listening, he fought off the dizziness and rose from the dirt. He used his jutsu to return to his apartment for a proper rest. As he walked through the streets, he was hit by another dizzy spell and nearly collapsed, his mind slipping away before Itachi grabbed him and prevented the fall. Itachi focused on the challenge Naruto had left behind, determined to see if it was possible to hit so many targets in one flip. After many failed attempts over a few hours, he grew tired and went to find Shisui and Naruto. Entering Shisui's clearing, Itachi caught Shisui as he fell from a branch and asked where Naruto was. Shisui said that he had thought Naruto was with Itachi. Itachi made a fire and unpacked his lunch, a bag of dango on a stick and some poke. Shisui produced a similar bag of rice ball and they ate together, talking casually. Suddenly Itachi felt Naruto's presence and waited as Naruto came through the trees. Naruto sat down on the other side of the campfire. For a moment, his eyes were so broken that Itachi felt an immediate, deep worry. Naruto looked down and began moving his fingers. It took Itachi a second to realize Naruto was tapping Morse code. Naruto did not seem to realize he was doing it. Itachi read the message and grew increasingly concerned. Naruto's taps conveyed that he believed he caused everyone's problems and thought of himself as a demon or monster. When the small boy muttered that he did not deserve the food he needed, the narrator froze and studied him. He looked painfully thin and the long shirt revealed the outline of his ribs. The narrator picked up a stick of dango and held it out, hoping it was only an overactive imagination. When the boy ignored the offering, the narrator moved closer. The boy flinched away, eyes wide with fear. As he kept backing up, he collided with Shisui and suddenly seemed to panic. His breaths came in short gasps. He curled into a ball and began to shiver, and the narrator stopped, very concerned. The narrator crouched and, in an attempt to help, placed a piece of dango into the boy's mouth. The boy's face went pale and he sprang away to the edge of the clearing, then became sick. The narrator stood frozen, realizing this was the result of not looking after himself properly. It hurt the narrator to see someone younger than his own brother in so much pain. The boy retched and swayed on his feet. Shisui looked horrified and ran forward, carrying the boy back to a spot near the fire. Shui checked his temperature and reported that the boy had a small fever. Once Shui stepped back, the narrator asked when the boy had last eaten. The boy lay there for about 10 minutes and the narrator worried he would not answer, until the boy raised his arm. The narrator placed his palm under the dangling fingers and interpreted the faint signals as meaning that the boy did not know. The narrator flinched and moved Shui to the other side of the clearing. Shui suggested that the boy might not be looking after himself well enough. He wondered aloud if the boy's light weight had anything to do with it, saying he did not think the boy weighed more than one of his wooden training targets. The narrator considered how light those targets were and how worrying the comparison was, but he reassured Shui that the boy would be fine after rest and food. The narrator added that they needed to make sure the boy kept eating, because otherwise his condition could worsen quickly. They nodded and glanced toward the makeshift bed where the boy had been set down. Shui stayed to help, since moving around too much would not be good for the boy in his current state. Shui went to the orphanage to see if the boy could be traced, while the narrator headed toward the direction of the Hokage tower hoping to find him. After running for a while, the narrator spotted a swaying figure with dull yellow hair. The narrator quickened his pace and caught the boy before he hit the ground. Lifting him, the narrator realized Shui had been right about the boy's weight. Carrying him with the boy's chin resting on his shoulder, the narrator took him home to the Uchiha district. Naruto woke with a swaying sensation, aware that someone was carrying him. Too weak to protest, he let the person take him away. As the scenery passed, he wondered why he had not eaten in so long. For the past 4 weeks, he had felt sick whenever he tried to eat and had to spit it out. It had started just after his 4th birthday, and at the time he had shrugged it off. Lately, however, he had grown more worried. In the last week he had begun having dizzy spells and all of his scars throbbed as if they were fresh. The one over his heart hurt the most, and the pressure of the carrier's shoulder against that wound made the pain almost unbearable. A dull whimper escaped him as he bit his lip to hold back the scream. The figure stopped and held him away, and when Naruto blinked he realized it was Itachi. He pressed his hand to the wound instinctively. Itachi noticed and adjusted how he carried him, taking him in a bridle hold so he would not cause more pain. Under the lollipop gates and Itachi walked along one of the paths to a small house. The streets were deserted. It seemed to be around 8 o'clock. Inside, Naruto shivered at the cold as they moved past framed pictures toward the kitchen. A man and a woman were talking at the table. When they looked up, the woman rose quickly and hurried to Naruto, while the man reached into a cabinet for a bag of ointments. Naruto was only vaguely aware of being laid on a couch. He was shivering uncontrollably and his lips had turned blue. The woman pressed her hand to his forehead, withdrew it, and began performing hand seals. Her hands glowed faintly green as she moved them over his body, furrowing her brow when she reached his torso. She spoke to Itachi, and he reached for Naruto's shirt. Naruto's eyes widened and he weakly held the fabric down. Itachi looked confused but kept trying to remove the shirt. When Naruto's strength failed and his hand dropped, Itachi gently pulled the shirt over his head. Naruto looked down and saw the scars across his torso, the words carved into his skin that told what others thought of him. The scar that red monster was bright and had not closed properly. Itachi's eyes widened and tears ran down his cheeks. Naruto lifted his hand toward him, upset at having made him sad. Itachi knelt and placed his hand in Naruto's, squeezing gently. Itachi's fingers, warm against his skin, traveled down his thin ribs and paused over the word that read fat. The contact made Naruto flinch. The warmth only intensified the coldness he felt inside. The woman had recovered from her initial shock and began applying an ointment to the wounds. The pink salve helped the wound close, though it would leave another scar like the rest. Naruto's fever remained, but he could make out the diagnosis. The woman mentioned infection, the need to eat, fever, and that he was only 4. Itachi lifted Naruto carefully and carried him to a small room with a desk cluttered with drawings, mostly of crows. He set Naruto on a bed and lay down beside him. Itachi pulled him close and pressed his forehead gently against Naruto's. Naruto drifted to sleep, bracing himself for more nightmares. The dream began with Shui and Itachi running directly at him, their eyes wild. They screamed something he could not understand and ran past him. When he turned, he saw both of them stagger and fall as if struck. Naruto screamed that he did not want them hurt and begged for it to stop, but it was too late. They collapsed and lay motionless. Itachi opened his mouth and Naruto leaned in, crying and desperate to hear any last words. Instead, Itachi urged Naruto to wake up. When that did not work, Itachi shouted for him to wake up a second time with more force. Naruto's body jolted upright. He blinked and realized Itachi was holding him against his chest. He began stroking my hair to calm me. Only then did I notice I had been hyperventilating. My breath slowly evened out and I used my chakra to write thanks into his head. His surprise was obvious. He toppled backward off the bed. Ignoring his surprise, I got up, staggered a little, and held my hand out to him. He took it and lifted himself without my help. I held his hand as he led me to the kitchen and made breakfast for me and another boy. When I looked at the food piled on my plate, my face paled. Itachi noticed and hid the plate behind his back. A young boy suddenly shouted Itachi's name and launched himself at him, nearly causing Itachi to drop the plate. Itachi knelt, pointed at me, and introduced me to his younger brother, explaining that the boy was Naruto and the other was Sasuke. Sasuke smiled widely and asked why I was there. Sasuke's curiosity faded when I did not reply and instead hid behind Itachi's leg. Itachi admitted that he had forgotten I didn't speak, then explained to Sasuke that I was there because I had been very sick the night before. Sasuke nodded, smiled even more, and rushed to the table to eat the food Itachi had set out for him. I sat as far from Sasuke as I could. Itachi sat beside me, still hiding the plate, and offered me a piece of egg on the end of some chopsticks. I cautiously opened my mouth and allowed him to feed me a small amount. I did not like the feeling of food in my stomach, but I knew eating would make Itachi and Shisui happy. He then offered another chopstick with bacon. I ate it and immediately felt full and queasy from the greasy food. It had gone down, but I could tell that any more would make me throw up. When Itachi offered more egg, I sealed my lips and shook my head. He looked frustrated but did not push me further. I felt extremely tired and decided to take a break from my constant training. Sitting where I was, I began to channel chakra throughout my body while Itachi watched with interest. Then I took off the 10 pounds I had on the gravity seals. I instantly felt lighter and raised my arms toward Itachi. He seemed not to understand, but he lifted me up anyway. I wondered if he would understand what I had done if he felt the difference. Itachi lifted me and his face paled considerably as he asked about the gravity seals. I nodded in response. He set me back on my feet, and I waved goodbye as I left through the front door. The academy exam was that day, and I needed to fetch my things from my apartment. After acing the written exam, Naruto followed the others to the target area, staying behind Shisui to avoid familiar faces that still haunted his dreams among the crowd. He watched the Hokage standing next to Mizuki, keeping a careful eye on each child as they were called up. Naruto smiled when he saw there were exactly 10 targets and hoped Shisui had managed to get the aim and flip down perfectly. I thought as Shisui's name was called. He smiled a wide grin and strutted up to the shuriken, taking them all and holding them the way I had taught him. The Hokage glanced at me and nodded in confirmation. I watched Shisui take a deep breath, form his seals, and flip his hands. His throw was lightning fast and the shuriken struck the targets with a sharp sound. There were sounds of shocked kids and a proud Hokage. When my name was called, I slipped to the front of the room and stood in front of Mizuki as he searched the area, apparently unaware that I was right in front of him. I tugged on his sleeve and he looked down at me. Mizuki forced an obvious smile and motioned for me to go. I gathered the shuriken, tossed them toward the targets behind me, and walked to stand beside Shisui. He looked at me with a huge smile and lifted me up onto his shoulders. He was surprised at first until he realized it was me. Bored while we waited for the others, I braided his hair. When I was done, his hair had braids woven through it, some with little feathers and bits of string I had on hand. In my opinion, it looked like a bird's nest, but Rinako, the redhead I had seen on the first day, told him she liked it, so it must have been okay. Walking back inside, I sat in my seat and watched the window until my name was called again. I left the nearly empty classroom to complete the final test. In the small room were 2 desks with Konoha forehead protectors of different colors behind them. Mizuki sat behind one desk and the Hokage behind the other. I waved to them, and the Hokage, Gigi, instructed me to perform the clone jutsu to pass. I nodded and formed the Kage Bunshin seals. After releasing the correct amount of chakra, 50 clones appeared around the room. Mizuki looked at me with distaste and declared that I had failed, wearing a victory smirk. The Hokage clipped Mizuki on the head and told me to ignore him, assuring me that I had passed. I smiled and stepped forward to Gigi. He handed me an envelope and produced a pure white forehead protector from his pocket. Gigi explained that the envelope had been given to only one other student from the academy and that the 2 of us showed great potential, and he asked me not to tell anyone. I nodded, confused, and went home to read the letter. I made some instant ramen and ate half of it before opening the envelope. The letter informed me that I had been nominated to join a new training corps in Umbu and instructed me to meet the other nominees at the Hokage's office at 5 p.m. I smiled at the chance to show the villagers I had changed and that I could help protect them. I packed my ninja tools, tied the white forehead protector on my head, and left for the meeting. Using my shadow step, I moved undetected through Konoha's main streets and took the easiest route to the Hokage's office. When I slid inside the door, I saw about 11 other young ninja. The first person I noticed was Shursui, wearing a white forehead protector like mine. I flipped into the air and landed on his shoulders. He started a little until he realized it was me. Shursui was speaking with someone, and I saw Itachi there as well, holding his navy forehead protector in his hand while Shursui tied on a white one. The 3 of us were the only ones with white headbands. I hopped over to Itachi's shoulder and tapped his arm to get his attention. Itachi gave me a closed-eye smile and said he was not surprised to see me there. At the front of the room, Gigi stood next to a heavily bandaged man with short dark hair and an aged face. The bandaged man introduced himself as Danzo and instructed everyone with black headbands to form a group to the right. Once that group was assembled, Danzo labeled them the weakest and assigned them to squad. He then called the navy blue headbands to the left, saying that they were a strong group with some of the best shinobi present but that they lacked teamwork. They were designated Group Z. Finally, he addressed the people wearing white headbands. Danzo examined us carefully and declared that we were a group of prodigies who, with proper training, would become the strongest shinobi Konoha had. He noted that we lacked experience but said we would be the only team permitted to take missions during the coming year of training and that our designation would be Squad A. Danzo instructed Squad 3, Squad A, and Group Z to report to Umbu headquarters the next day for training. He told us that the headquarters would be our home for the next year and that we should bring everything we needed and be prepared to stay. He dismissed us. I slipped out through the window and headed home, knowing it would be the last time I lived there for a long while. I entered the ANBU headquarters with Itachi and Shursui for the last time. There was no need to pack anything. We had just returned from a 3-day mission. Kneeling with my head bowed, I waited with my team for Danzo to speak, just as I had learned from previous experiences. Danzo stood at the front of the room with the ANBU captain beside him. The captain suddenly kicked my feet out from under me, forcing me to kneel painfully. Danzo announced that our team would go with the captain to track down the man who had taken Hyuga Hinata, and that they needed her alive while the target was to be eliminated. He then told us that the 3 of us would be following this mission and that the captain would evaluate us. The captain's gaze was cold and deadly. His intent felt like pressure driving me harder into the floor. From that day on, I always knelt when reporting to Danzo. Soon everyone from our training class was kneeling before Danzo. Most of them carried the seal on their tongues that prevented them from speaking about Danzo, but not our group. When I first saw the seal on one of the new recruits' tongues, I had dragged Itachi and Shursui over and placed a temporary seal on our tongues so that the official mark would adhere to that instead and we could remove it afterward. That was in the first month of training and it marked the start of my study of seals. I had mastered almost all of them, only 2 remained beyond me, my father's teleportation seals and the Hyuga caged bird seal, both master-level seals, and the caged bird seal had no known removal method. The general ordered everyone to attention, and Danzo spoke again. He declared that now that the year of training was over, we would no longer be forced to stay. Some could leave, some would remain to train new recruits, some would join Danzo's ranks, and 3 of us would become the Hokage's personal ANBU. His visible eye seemed to stare straight through us. Itachi and Shisui watched attentively. Shisui's gaze drifted to Itachi every now and then before returning to Danzo. Danzo moved down the line, whispering in people's ears as they left. My fox mask made my face itch and the room's tension was suffocating. We adjusted our masks, Itachi's weasel, Shisui's bear, and waited. Patience was not our strength. We acted fast and without fuss, so being last in line was especially irritating. I wanted to go see Queenie at the orphanage for the first time in a year. When Danzo came close enough, he leaned in and whispered that I should report to the Hokage the next day at noon because I was to be the Hokage's new personal ANBU, and not to let him die. After hearing that, I ran straight to the orphanage. To see Queenie and the kids. I moved through the forest as silently as I could, desperate to be remembered after a year away. At the orphanage I planned a grand entrance. I went into the kitchen and dining hall where the children were, slipped into a chair at the table as if I had been there the whole time, casually grabbed a plate and put food on it. I slowly lifted my fox mask to the side and began to eat, waiting for someone to notice. Queenie lifted her head and looked directly at me. She assured the children that he should be here any minute, if he wasn't already. A fork clattered to the floor nearby as one child reacted with astonishment. The children launched themselves across the table toward me, and a smile spread across my face. I used a mind technique to send my apology for disappearing and to tell them I had joined the ANBU. About 10 of the children begged me to teach them. I remembered being told on my first solo mission that I would go to Sunagakure to teach the ANBU there and that I must not give away confidential information or be pushed around. It was supposed to be a display of strength for our village. I left immediately, my fox mask held in place with chakra so it would not fall at the speeds I traveled. When I reached the gates of Sunagakure, 2 men stopped me and laughed at my height, taunting that the Leaf Village had gone downhill. I kept my face calm but was furious those men were barely chunin and they dared call me weak. I walked around them and sped toward the Kazekage's tower, hearing one of the men call for me to come back. I landed in front of the Kazekage's door, shadow stepped inside while masking my chakra, and made my way to his office. I knocked 3 times and waited. The Kazekage told me to enter. As I walked in, the Sand NBU heads turned toward me. The Kazekage raised an eyebrow. His red hair stood out in the dim office. I handed him the scroll that contained my mission details. He read it, sat at his desk, and then instructed one of his ANBU to lead me to the new recruits. I followed his orders and trailed the umbu who appeared to be one I would be training. We entered a chamber that resembled a giant sand dune, and hundreds of staircases spiraled downward before me. Seeing the rookie umbu already 2 flights down, I climbed onto the railing and walked along until I was beside him. The rookie looked up, flabbergasted. The narrator scolded the rookie, calling him an idiot for supposedly being an umbu and for not thinking of an easier way down than taking the stairs. I stared at him with a harsh gaze, then leaned sideways and dropped along the outer edge, sliding down to the bottom of the stairs. I used chakra to coat my legs and cushion the landing, causing no damage. The memory faded back into the present. Shaking the thoughts from my head, I nodded to the kids and we walked outside. I decided I would teach them about chakra first, and then teach them how to communicate with me using mind shadow. Lying on my bed in my apartment, I closed my eyes and was suddenly whisked back to my first mission. After leaving Danzo, my team later called the Pure-Hearted by some set out to rescue Lady Hinata, with the ANBU captain trailing behind us. The mission gave no details about where she was taken, so we started at her clan home. I summoned a family of foxes and sent them to search for Lady Hinata. It did not take long before they began yipping. Itachi and I ran ahead while Shisui stayed back to preserve the element of surprise in case we failed. As we ran behind the foxes, I extended my sensory reach to detect chakra. After a few minutes I picked up a chakra signature about 4 kilometers away, heading toward the nearest border. If they crossed it, there would be nothing we could do. Using ANBU hand signs, I alerted the others. Itachi and I sped up, Shisui close behind, leaving the ANBU captain struggling to keep pace. While other ANBU teams trained mainly in strength and taijutsu, our team focused heavily on speed. My gravity seals added the equivalent of 60 pounds during training, and only a month ago I had introduced Rama, my teacher, to my friends. She arrived in the form of a knee-high fox with 9 tails. Their shock was plain to see. Once they got to know Rama, she came out more often and taught me even more. Rama decided that training me alone would not help if my team dragged me down. She intervened and pushed my teammates to improve. They were both now at level 12 in their gravity seals and could almost keep up with my slow jog. The ANBU captain, however, was having a hard time. He sprinted full out and was still 500 meters behind us. We finished the 4-kilometer run in a matter of minutes. I froze in place when all detectable chakra vanished. In that form I could not hear or smell anything either. I dispelled the foxes, joined my hands in the dragon seal, and concentrated chakra, melding it with a small amount of Rama's. As I began the technique, my eyes turned a bright glowing purple with cat-like pupils. 2 fox ears sprouted from my head and a long, bushy orange tail grew from my tailbone. This was one of my own techniques, fox sensory. The eyes read heat signatures and tiny movements, the ears detected any sound in a mile radius, and the tail acted like a chakra conductor, channeling ambient chakra into my body. Once transformed, I heard the whine of a kunai speeding toward me. Reacting in a split second, my tail caught it before it reached my head. Turning, I saw the ANBU captain with his arm outstretched and a scowl on his face. Shui confronted him loudly and angrily, insisting that the captain was there to observe, not to intervene or attack a teammate while he was using his technique. The captain absorbed Shui's words, then coughed and looked away. Refocusing on the mission, I used my tail to gather chakra from the air and detected a signature that did not belong to our group. I signaled to my friends that they should follow my trail and that I would go on ahead. The others nodded while the captain looked puzzled. I could tell he wondered how I planned to get ahead of them. The question answered itself when I took off at a dead sprint, leaving the forest in seconds. I reached a clearing where the chakra originated. By now I could sense a very small chakra signature, likely from a young child with negligible reserves. Using my purple eyes, I saw 3 heat signatures and realized they were bird summons. That explained their speed, Rama had noted earlier. A faint green glow surrounded the young heir. Turning off the glow in my eyes, I peered from my concealment and scanned the area. A white chakra net enclosed the girl, and the net seemed to use small threads of energy to keep pressure on specific points to keep Hinata unconscious. My eyes narrowed. The man holding them had very short hair and dark skin, a cloud ninja. Nearby, a fallen figure lay motionless on the ground. He was a member of the Hyuga, and his eyes were unresponsive. That meant he was from the branch family. Glancing closer, I recognized him as Jonin Hisashi Hyuga, a single father to a boy my age. My heart sank at the implication for that child. Reading the situation, I resolved to get him back safely to questioning and debriefing. I dropped from my perch in a tree and startled the man, who I now recognized as a high-ranking ninja from the Cloud Village. His eyes widened briefly, then a confident smirk appeared. I braced myself, thinking that being small and alone did not make me an easy target, and put my feet into a fighting stance. I quickly noted his weaknesses: a sloppy stance, favoring his left leg, and chakra on the level of a chunin. I could not understand why he appeared so cocky. He charged at me at a speed I had matched months earlier. I moved my head slightly to avoid a thrown kunai, letting his momentum carry him forward, flipped him over my shoulder, and sent him spinning into a nearby tree. He recovered and shouted that he would use a water wave technique. I raised an eyebrow at technique without hand signs, a likely reason he had risen in rank. I formed a basic fireball technique and added concentrated chakra of my own. When my chakra mixed with his, the interaction created an explosive burst that dispersed the incoming wave. The large fireball continued forward, scorching and singeing tree stumps for a distance. I saw his face blanch. He clearly realized this fight would not be simple. He set his own expression into a determined scowl and unleashed a large dragon-shaped torrent of fire. The clearing erupted into an intense, stylized exchange of elemental attacks. Flames and fire dragons clashed, sending shockwaves through the trees and scattering debris. I countered with controlled bursts and agile maneuvers, avoiding direct hits and focusing on protecting the girl and the fallen Hyuga. The action played out like a high-speed, anime-style duel, dramatic but without any graphic injury. My eyes widened as he sent out a large dragon made of wind. Knowing what he was doing, I formed advanced seals for a rock barrier and jumped to Lady Hinata, who had been the target. Gently lifting her, I removed the chakra net and set her in a tree, enclosing her with advanced barrier seals. The man began launching more fire jutsu at me, and soon many trees were ablaze. I answered with a tornado of water that swept him up and threw him down hard to the ground. He was dazed from the impact. Using my chakra reserves, I created numerous shadow clones. We advanced on him as he staggered to his feet, desperation in his eyes. He formed a hand sign and a large bird appeared. He leapt onto the bird and tried to fly away, but my clones launched kunai and the bird dissipated, returning to its summoning space. The man fell about 30 feet and hit the ground with a thud. He tried to rise, but I decided it was time to end it and rendered him unconscious. I placed chakra cuffs around his wrists and went to check on Hinata. Her small body was curled near the trunk of the tree, leaning against Itachi, who had been watching the fight. Shursui picked up the captured man. The Umbu captain demanded to know why the man had been allowed to live and insisted that next time he should be killed. Itachi cut him off in a monotone and explained that if they had killed the man, the village of Clouds would have used it as a declaration of war, so they would not kill in such circumstances. I bent down and carried the heiress in my arms to where Itachi had sealed Hizashi in a scroll and Shursui was carrying the Cloud Ninja. We left with the captain following behind. It took us little time to reach Hinata's clan home. I carried her inside and laid her on the couch. Once I was sure she was asleep, I turned to Hayashi and handed him the scroll that held Hizashi. I saw his stony expression soften a little before the cold Umbu left to report to Danzo, kneeling to him as they went. The dream was over. My eyes opened to a bright day. I was finally going to report to the Hokage for my first mission. Question 1. Spell the word strategy. He thought it was strange that the question had spoken in his head and wasn't written on the paper. Deciding to go with it, he wrote the word strategy in his neatest handwriting next to question 1. After half an hour he had completed the spelling questions. The only word he had trouble with was the character for mission. It took him a few minutes to write it down, and then came the reading and answering questions. Looking around his desk, he saw a book about an inch thick and much thinner than the cookbook he had read to Junko. He started reading, taking note of certain information and page numbers that could help with the questions. Once he finished the book about ninja history, he began answering the questions, making sure to include all the information he knew on the subject. Looking over his answers, he realized how easy this exam was. Sitting in his chair with the exam done, he patted his head, trying to find the tag the covert unit had put on his head. Feeling nothing at first, he focused his energy into his fingers and searched that way. It took a while and more energy, but he managed to find the tag and took it off his head. He saw squiggly lines on it and, in the middle, the character for spelling. He realized he could no longer hear the spelling questions being asked. Saddened that the voice had disappeared, he tried to stick the tag back on his head. It did not work at first, but he kept trying and channeled more of his unusual energy into his hands. Eventually it stuck to his head again and the questions returned. He had been so preoccupied with the tag that he had not noticed the covert unit and the village leader chuckling. Gigi asked Naruto if he had finished. Naruto grinned and told Gigi that he had. Naruto then held the tag up and pointed out the funny thing about it. The covert unit members and the village leader gasped as they looked from the tag to Naruto. Naruto giggled, ran over, and used his energy to stick the tag to one of the covert unit members. Naruto asked the covert unit member if he could hear the voice now, and the member said yes. Naruto removed the tag and asked again. The member replied that he could not hear it anymore. Looking at Gigi, Naruto understood how the tag worked. It must be magic. Only magic could put voices in someone's head, he thought. He put the tag in his special pocket to keep it safe, took his test, and handed it to Gigi. Gigi took Naruto's exam and began to review it. After around 10 minutes he announced the results. After reporting to the Hokage, I went home and started packing. He had assigned us our first mission as his personal umbu. We were to escort him to the village hidden in the sand so he could negotiate a treaty between the villages, a step that might prevent another war among the elemental nations. After packing, I put my fox mask back on, locked the musty apartment, and teleported to the Hokage's office. Shursui arrived a few minutes later than Itachi and we set off. Gigi walked alongside us until the village was out of sight, then suddenly sped up to umbu pace, reminding me there was a reason he remained Hokage. We easily matched his pace and ran beside him, keeping watch for any threats. We bypassed a trap to the left without issue and dispersed a summons that lunged at us, sending it back to the summoning realm. We moved on, quickly and efficiently subduing bandits who charged at us. Once, an umbu from the village hidden in the mist launched an attack, but our team used a barrage of fire jutsu that ended the confrontation decisively. We reached the gate before long, where the local umbu were awkwardly on duty again. They did not notice the Hokage slowing his stride to appear casual. Instead they seized my arms, recognizing me from our last encounter. I stood my ground and released some of my ki, the killing intent from Kurama included, and the two guards instantly went flat to the floor. Only then did they notice the annoyed Hokage standing beside me. He stared at them with the same disapproving look he reserved for children caught misbehaving. We continued along the path toward the Kazekage Tower. I was on Gigi's left, Shursui behind him, and Itachi on his right. The umbu stationed around the edges of the marketplace reminded me of the recruits I had once trained here in the village hidden in the sand. Memory of that training rose up then. I had made a dramatic entrance at the bottom of the stairs and sent a firm mental command for everyone to line up. The newer recruits snickered at first, but the older ones knew better and fell in. These new recruits were the first to see the Gai-style genjutsu I used. I doubted they would cross me again. I watched as one recruit stumbled through the illusion, rubbing his eyes as the image faded. Some of the older recruits observed with a mixture of amusement and respect. I repeated my command until they were all lined up and then lifted the genjutsu. I could feel the respect from a few of the veterans. One of the younger assistants, nii-chan, suggested they follow the usual routine and asked Rama-sensei what to have them do. Rama said they would either hate us or respect us by the end, and so the training began. Within a week, only the older recruits and 10 younger ones remained. The others had not endured Kurama's harsh regimen. The survivors were split between those who had learned to respect me and those who resented the process. The final task was to face the village's best umbu general. My students and I entered the arena and took our places. The Kazekage watched the bout with quiet interest. My recruits dominated the general. After the match, I handed the Kazekage the scroll listing who would remain and who would leave, then walked away, offering a backward wave as my only farewell to the recruits I had trained that week. In the umbu halls afterward, I heard the usual whispers of astonishment about how quickly the recruits improved and how few had completed the training. I smirked and walked up the stairs using chakra to stick to the wall, then slipped out of the headquarters and through the market gates, headed back to report to the Hokage. The memory faded and I refocused on our present destination. We followed Gigi up the stairs to his office. Inside, the Kazekage sat with his red hair as striking as ever. I fell into step behind the Hokage. When he noticed me, I caught his grateful and respectful look. The Kazekage asked us to remove our masks so he could see us. The Hokage nodded to confirm, and I slowly lowered my mask. My blonde hair swayed and my blue, tired eyes were revealed. I could feel the sharp intake of breath from the Kazekage. He did not seem to expect someone so young. Itachi likely surprised him in the same way. The Hokage dismissed the three of us, telling us we could wander the town but must return by dusk. I smiled and used a simple jutsu to swap my umbu clothes with the civilian outfit in my scroll. Shursui and Itachi did the same. I climbed onto Itachi's shoulders and rested my hands in his hair gently. Itachi took Shursui's hand and blushed slightly as we left the office. We strolled through the yellow-walled city and stopped at a food stall that sold sweet dumpling skewers. Shursui bought 6 skewers. I hesitated. Sweet things were not my favorite. One might be tolerable, but more would make me feel sick. Itachi and Shursui had been subtly encouraging my appetite ever since we joined the umbu together. A brief, comfortable silence followed as we considered the treats and the day ahead. It was actually Shisui who tried it first, but that had ended badly. I lay on the bed I shared with Itachi and Shisui, avoiding the cafeteria. Thinking about the greasy food made me feel sick. I had not eaten that day and did not feel up to it. Shisui barged through the door and set a tray of mashed potato on the floor with a loud noise. My nose turned away instantly. He sat down in front of me, legs crossed, and fed me spoonful after spoonful. By the 9th spoon I could not take it anymore and ran to the bathroom. Itachi walked in then and scolded Shisui for making me eat so much. After that, Itachi decided to help. It was not much at first, but soon I could handle a whole salad and even 2 small meals a day. Back in the present, someone handed me a dango stick. I ate it slowly, careful not to eat too fast in case I got sick. By the time Itachi rose to walk away, I had finished it. Shisui tried to offer me another, but I sealed my mouth shut and turned away. Shisui's expression softened. He blushed and offered the stick to Itachi instead. Itachi took one end, ate one of the dumplings, and then placed the other toward Shisui's mouth. Shisui smiled and began eating. I thought the moment was sweet and smiled to myself, then pushed the daydream away. We still had a short walk to the Kazekage Tower, and I grew bored, so I began braiding Itachi's long hair the same way I had braided Shisui's before. I fussed over a braid that would not sit right and heard Shisui make appreciative sounds behind us. Looking up, I saw him taking a picture. He had just finished and was standing back a bit with a camera. I leapt from Itachi's shoulders and landed on Shisui's. Looking down at the photo, I worried briefly that I had been sticking my tongue out in concentration. Itachi leaned over Shisui's shoulder and smiled at the picture as well. Later, we sat in a park and started playing 20 questions. Itachi asked Shisui whether he had a crush, and Shisui answered that he did. I noticed a flash of amusement in Shisui and a small look of disappointment on Itachi's face. In turn, Shisui asked Itachi the same question, and the reactions reversed. Then it was my turn. Both Itachi and Shisui looked at each other and asked, at the same time, why I did not speak. I froze. My mind jumped back to my 4th birthday. Tears began to fall as Itachi's worried face came into view and black spots clouded my vision, dragging me toward my worst nightmare. Itachi watched Shisui's confession with surprise. He wondered who Shisui could be thinking of and whether he himself had a chance. A small, awkward smile crossed his face. When Shisui asked Itachi directly whether he had a crush, Itachi returned the smile and admitted quietly that he did. He spoke softly in a way that showed his feelings without drama. After that, Shisui and Itachi exchanged glances. There was one question they both had always wanted to ask. I hesitated, then told them why I did not speak. Shisui, surprised, had already asked the same thing as I answered. Itachi asked Naruto why he did not speak. Itachi stared into Naruto's eyes and saw the same emptiness he had noticed before, though there had been some improvement since their first meeting. That impression shattered when Naruto's eyes glazed and he fell forward, tears leaking down his face. Itachi froze as Naruto's body was racked with sobs. Shisui rushed forward, but as he closed the distance, kunai whizzed toward him. Shisui dropped his gravity seals and propelled himself aside just in time, then reactivated them and stood at Itachi's side. Itachi watched his younger companion writhe on the ground and, along with Shisui, dash toward him, but they could not reach him. A chill ran down Itachi's spine when he looked up and saw a small boy who looked like a younger version of the Kazekage. The boy's short red hair caught the light. He clutched a worn teddy and his expression was unnervingly blank. He glanced at Naruto, and for a moment something like recognition flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and sand wrapped around Itachi's and Shisui's ankles, pinning them in place and preventing them from advancing. The boy moved with the tentative steps of a 5-year-old. Kunai skittered toward his head, but a wall of sand rose instantly to shield him in a swift, almost effortless motion. The projectiles fell harmlessly away. The boy walked to Naruto, knelt, and placed his teddy in Naruto's arms. Naruto's convulsions ebbed. He lay still, his face finally peaceful. Itachi stood stunned. The boy rose, glanced at them with a guarded look that hinted at a fear of rejection, and disappeared into the sand. Itachi found he could move again and ran to Naruto. All thoughts of the boy receded as he picked up Naruto. Naruto was exhausted but otherwise unharmed. With Naruto's gravity seals active, Itachi struggled to hold him and handed him to Shisui, who carried Naruto bridal style. They went to the hotel they had booked for the night. At the hotel, Itachi laid Naruto on the bed and sat on the couch beside Shisui. His hands trembled slightly. He felt guilty. They had pushed Naruto too far, and it was obvious from the scars that whatever haunted him ran deep. Something warm settled on Itachi's shoulder. He looked down to find Shisui asleep, his hand lightly holding Itachi's. Itachi sat quietly and kept watch through the night. Time passed. Shisui woke with a flush when he realized he had dozed off resting against Itachi. Seeing Itachi's gentle, closed-eyed smile made him smile in return, and he rose to check on Naruto. Naruto was not in the bed. Shisui found him in the kitchen making ramen for breakfast. A small tattoo of a sealing ink, shaped like a teddy bear, marked Naruto's wrist where it had not been before. The childish detail made Shisui grin. When Shisui moved closer, Naruto flinched and looked away. Shisui worried that a single question had undone some of the trust they had worked to build, but he put a bright grin on his face and greeted Naruto as cheerfully as he could. Naruto nodded in response. Laughter had been the hardest thing to encourage from him, and even that had taken time. After breakfast, Shisui went into the living room and found Naruto already dressed in ANBU gear. Naruto wore his mask at times, but he allowed them the rare privilege of seeing him without it. A small puff of smoke heralded the arrival of Kurama, who sprang onto Naruto's shoulder and nuzzled his cheek with a soft whine. Shisui suspected Naruto had been distant from her as well. When Naruto did not respond, Kurama bristled and gathered a playful shimmer of chakra in her paws. Shisui winced at the memory of what happened when she had been ignored before. Naruto's gravity seals had visibly shifted as a result, though he made no outward complaint now. Kurama spun and hopped onto Shisui's shoulder, giving him a friendly lick before disappearing in a puff of smoke. As Shisui headed toward the rooms, he saw Itachi emerge, dressed and ready to go. Itachi complained about always being the last ready, and Shisui moved into action, packing and dressing quickly. They were prepared to leave within minutes. Naruto rubbed his bleary eyes to clear the fog. He remembered what had happened the night before and forced himself to accept it. He told himself that Kiyoshi would not want him to suffer and that Kiyoshi would want him to move on. A flash of silver flickered through his mind, Kiyoshi's smiling face, silver hair, and dark onyx eyes. In memory Kiyoshi looked happy, but in Naruto's dreams Kiyoshi had appeared in pain and had yelled at him, accusing him of letting someone hurt him and telling him that he was worthless. Naruto pushed the memory away. For the first time he noticed the small bear cradled in his arms. Its brown fluffy fur felt soft, and it carried an earthy, sand-like scent that calmed him and seemed to please Rama-sensei. Naruto decided the bear would not be leaving his side. He took his sealing ink brush, drew a seal on his wrist, placed the bear atop it, and forced chakra through the seal. With a soft puff the teddy vanished and the seal changed into a small bear tattoo on his wrist. Naruto sighed. He expected everyone to treat him differently after last night and planned to ignore them until things returned to normal. Glancing over his shoulder at his sleeping teammates, he smiled and unsealed a camera from a scroll for moments like this. Itachi was resting with his head on Shisui's chest, hands tugging at Shisui's shirt, while Shisui had his head on Itachi's shoulder, one arm around his waist and the other on his hand. Both were snoring peacefully. Naruto left them to sleep and went into the kitchen to make ramen. Kurama objected about the sleeping pair, and Naruto noted the thought and told himself he would wait 2 weeks before getting involved. As he moved to the kettle, he noticed Shisui's presence closer than expected. Shisui gave an overly cheerful good morning, and Naruto nodded and sat down to eat his ramen. After finishing, Naruto left to prepare for another day as an ANBU. He changed from his pajamas into his ANBU attire and slid his fox mask into place. He felt Rama-sensei's despair as if it were another weight. Rama-sensei protested that the others had only been curious and that Naruto never wore his mask when it was just the three of them, implying it might hurt their feelings. Naruto ignored the comments and froze when Rama appeared in the lounge with a soft poof. She leapt onto his shoulder and chakra began to gather. The weight pressing down made his shoulders slump, but he straightened, determined not to show weakness. Naruto thought about gravity seals and how they were a double-edged sword. Chakra could be added to increase strength or removed to ease burden, but if someone else added chakra, the bearer could not remove it. As he stiffened at the look on someone's face, he saw Shursui watching him with Rama on his shoulder, liking his face. Before Shursui could say anything, Rama receded back into Naruto's mental space. Itachi flashed next to Naruto, his weasel mask reflecting light. Naruto silently laughed at Itachi's surprised shout about being the last ready, which made the usual team order clear to him. Naruto believed he was the strongest, able to best Itachi in a long enough spar. Itachi was more experienced but slower to adapt to gravity seals, giving Naruto an advantage in strength. Itachi was the team's most level-headed member, able to control his emotions, and his Sharingan had developed to 3 tomos, making him dominant in Genjutsu, a field Naruto admitted he was weak in. Naruto compared Shursui to the others. Shursui's gravity seals matched Itachi's, but Shursui could endure more strain and remove them more often, allowing him to power up more than the rest. Naruto suspected Shursui had taken his gravity seals off so he could carry Naruto home, without developed bodies. Taking the seals off and using full strength could tear muscles, which might explain why Itachi had let Shursui carry Naruto previously. Snapping out of his thoughts, Naruto realized it was time to report to Gigi in the Kazekage's office. He headed off with Itachi close behind and Shursui a little farther back, following the team's usual order. As they neared the tower, Naruto teleported inside, knelt before the Hokage with his head bowed, feeling Itachi and Shursui mirror his posture. Gigi chuckled softly and told them to stand. Gigi explained that their team was the only ANBU without Danzo's seal on their tongues and that the Kazekage and he had reached an agreement. They needed a strong, specialized ANBU team to hunt down an ex-student of Gigi's, Orochimaru. Their assignment was to pursue and eliminate Orochimaru and any threats he posed, a mission that could take months or years. Naruto felt the weight of the responsibility settle on his shoulders. The Hokage asked if this was clear, and Itachi and Shursui acknowledged the order. Naruto nodded in understanding as well. Far away, a woman in the shadows noted that the boy had finally woken. She mentioned that he had not been responsive since he had been taken with a serious injury to his chest. The woman smirked and decided the boy would rest one night before beginning training so he would not be destroyed on the first lesson. In another room, a nurse fed a small 13-year-old boy a few pieces of apple. His long silver hair fell in the breeze, and his onyx eyes held pain and fear. The boy shouted that he wanted to go home. The nurse told him he could leave once the wound in his chest had healed. The boy insisted that he was not a SLV and demanded to go home. The writer reflected that, with the way they write, no one can predict what will happen next or what surprises lie around the corner. The writer asked the reader to share their thoughts. Naruto narrates the mission after the briefing by Gigi and the Kazekage. On the road back, Shursui and Itachi sprinted beside each other, with Itachi occasionally giving Shursui a boost onto higher branches. Gigi had explained what the important meeting had been about. Orochimaru had infiltrated the Sans ranks and stolen many of their techniques, including forbidden ones. Because the Leaf had been targeted first, the alliance treaty required a response, and their team had been chosen to contain the situation. Naruto felt the weight of being handpicked by the Hokage and the Kazekage. He worried about making sure Orochimaru was stopped and that his teammates made it through alive. They still had no leads on Orochimaru's location. Shursui urged Naruto to stop worrying and reminded him that the team believed in him, that he was more than qualified for the task despite his age and inexperience. Gigi dismissed them when they returned to the village and advised everyone to research any leads they had not yet examined. Naruto shrugged and watched Shursui laugh with a wide grin as Itachi flipped him into the air. If one looked closely, Itachi also wore a small, hidden smile. Other ANBU came to relieve them of guard duty. Naruto stepped into a shadowed corner and changed into casual clothes, ninja pants, a black long-sleeve shirt, and his favorite navy blue hoodie, a gift from Kiyoshi. He pulled the hood up, joined Itachi and Shursui, and, following Gigi's advice, created 40 shadow clones, transformed into an investigation squad, and sent them off to search for leads. After that, Naruto walked between Shisui and Itachi as they guided him to training ground. He kept his hood pulled low, making sure nobody had seen him, unaware of the sympathetic glance Itachi and Shisui exchanged. At the secluded training ground, Naruto focused on refining his secondary chakra nature, water. He had already mastered wind during ANBU training. He remembered when he first met an ANBU named Ragataki Nara, who called himself Fish. Fish spoke slowly, and Naruto had discovered his name during a first meeting when they exchanged chakra-written words in the air. Naruto had written that he was Fox, but most called him Kit. Fish's head had shot up at the message, then settled back into a lazy demeanor as he introduced himself. When Naruto asked why Fish, Fish explained that he could slip out of almost any agreement. Naruto had noted that skill with curiosity rather than judgment. Fish raised an eyebrow when Naruto explained how a small kid like him got into ANBU, and he suggested that Naruto learn about chakra natures to improve his chances against stronger opponents. He handed Naruto a piece of paper that revealed Naruto's elemental potentials when Naruto channeled chakra through it. It showed wind and water as his natures, but Fish advised choosing one to train first and sent Naruto on his way. Over the next 2 months, Naruto learned to slice a waterfall in half and to infuse his clones with wind chakra to make them faster. Now he was working on forming a sustained water wall. He focused, shaped his chakra into water, and raised it until a wall reached about 4 feet high before it fell back. Glancing at Shisui, Naruto saw him using earth chakra to form solid rock clones. Itachi and Shisui were having a friendly spar with their clones. Itachi used water clones while Shisui used rock clones. Itachi managed to seep water into Shisui's rock clones so they crumbled, and Naruto quietly giggled at the training. He summoned Teacher Rama to take over. Teacher Rama shouted that everyone would run 200 laps around the forest and urged them to pick up the pace. Shisui yelled back, and Naruto took off at a dead sprint. The next day he rose from bed with a silent groan and a mental note never to summon Rama-sensei for training again. Shaking the aches from his muscles, he dressed in a long-sleeved white shirt, Kiyoshi's hoodie, and black ninja pants. His sandals were white. He took a deep breath and readied himself for the day, already feeling the strain of having too many clones out for too long. After their extensive physical training, Rama-sensei had him summon 4,000 clones and form investigation squads of 9 to send out of the village to look for leads on the snake Sannin. The clones had been gone for over 4 hours, and he could feel the toll on his chakra reserves. Rama-sensei had told him to let the clones go find their leads. Groaning silently, he shadow-stepped out to the street and used a complex genjutsu to hide his face, since his chakra wouldn't allow for simpler jutsu. It did not take long for him to reach Itachi's door. He was a little surprised when Itachi's younger brother Sasuke answered. Sasuke immediately called for Itachi, and soon Itachi appeared at the door with a small knapsack, ready for some light training that day. He looked back as they left and saw Sasuke standing by the doorway, looking crestfallen that his Aniki was leaving again. He grasped Itachi's sleeve and waited until Itachi bent down with concerned eyes to ask what was wrong. He glanced at Sasuke watching them from the door, and Itachi's expression shifted to a mix of understanding, excitement, and worry. Itachi stood, gave a small smile, offered his hand to him, and reached out towards Sasuke. Sasuke brightened and ran toward them with a big grin. They walked to meet Shisui at the front gate, moving at a deliberately slow pace so Sasuke would not seem left behind. Shisui was leaning against a tree with his eyes closed, but he still sensed the extra chakra and asked if Itachi's younger brother was coming. Itachi confirmed with a nod. He giggled quietly, leaned down cautiously, and picked Sasuke up, placing him on Itachi's shoulders. Then he hopped onto Shisui, aware that his gravity seals would be too much for Itachi to handle. He smiled and looked over his shoulder. His caramel genjutsu hair swayed in the wind as Sasuke watched them with wide-eyed wonder. He thought that Sasuke should carry others sometimes, which made him giggle, and he hopped off Shisui and sent a message to Itachi. Itachi must have noticed the plan and used chakra to secure Sasuke firmly on his shoulders, then lowered himself into a ready position behind an unaware Shisui. They took off at speed. He scooped Shisui up onto his shoulders in one smooth motion. Shisui let out a startled yelp before laughing. He stayed mindful of the little boy on Itachi's shoulders and kept the pace fast but safe. When they reached the forest of death, he set Shisui down and leapt over the fence, landing on the other side with his arms out. Itachi tossed Sasuke to him, and he caught the child easily. Sasuke's awe was obvious, and he carried him in the gentle, bridal-style way he used to carry children at the orphanage. Sasuke looked around excitedly as they made their way to his tree. Once there, he used a small amount of chakra to summon Rama-sensei, who lazily sprawled on the ground and dangled a tail near Sasuke to keep him occupied so he would not run off. He climbed the tree to retrieve the targets, remembering their promise of only light training. He grabbed 20 targets and an ink brush with ink. Back by the clearing, Sasuke was patting Rama-sensei and trying to play fetch, but Rama-sensei stayed thoroughly unimpressed and lazy. He handed the shuriken and targets to Itachi and brought his sealing equipment to practice with. They moved to a clearing with a large tree stump where Itachi set up the targets and a small pond nearby. He leaned against a rock, dipped his toes in the water, and began drawing a seal on a stone. The seal was meant to help the owner of his teddy, even if others did not believe he had noticed the boy. He could only remember the boy's red hair and haunted eyes. A few weeks earlier he had asked Rama-sensei why she liked the teddy, and she had said it smelled like her brother, Shikaku. It did not take long for him to make the connection, and he began working on a seal. He placed the final slide and called Rama-sensei over to test it. He had combined a mind-healing seal with elements appropriate for a tailed beast, his own version intended to be protective and to soothe troubled minds rather than cause harm. Once Teacher Rama arrived, Nara guided chakra through her and into the seal, and Teacher Rama vanished into it. Concentrating, Nero entered the pocket dimension attached to the rock and asked a few questions. Nero asked Teacher Rama whether she could get out of the seal no matter how hard she tried. Teacher Rama looked around and pushed chakra against the seal until her chakra spread everywhere, trying to force it apart. After 40 minutes she gave up, and Nero concluded that if the 9 tails could not escape, the 1 tail could not either. Grinning, Nero stepped outside the seal and broke it with a long sequence of hand seals. She then moved to a sunny patch by the pond and sat quietly to meditate for a while. Naru woke from the trance to a strangled yelp and a splash. Looking up, she saw Sasuke sinking into the pond, rose, crossed the water, and scooped him up. His clothes were soaking wet and none of the others had brought extra garments. Naru set him down in the clearing, quickly lit a campfire, and called Itachi and Shisui over for a break. Both came to see little Sasuke shivering and trying to warm himself in front of the fire. Naru asked whether either of them had any spare clothes. Both shook their heads. Itachi provided dry clothes so Sasuke could warm up. Using a very low-level wind jutsu with the least chakra she could manage, Naru dried him off. She then removed her hoodie and long-sleeve shirt briefly, exposing numerous scars. A shocked silence fell. Shisui went pale, stumbled forward, traced a finger along a few of the scars, and choked out that he could not imagine who would do this to such a sweet kid. Itachi explained that he was glad Naru had reached this level of trust, and that Naru had always changed first in private. Shisui usually ate breakfast nearby and had never actually seen them before. Blushing, Naru handed the white long-sleeve shirt to Itachi and pulled her navy hoodie back on to hide the scars. Sasuke looked worried, but Naru took comfort in that he was only 6 and would not be able to read the words or make the connections if she ever returned to the academy to meet friends. Naru admitted to herself that revealing her true appearance to Sasuke felt wrong. He knew her as Itachi's friend about the same age, with caramel hair and honey-colored eyes, and the name Naru. She resolved that she probably would never tell him the truth. It seemed better if he did not know what some villagers could be like. Naru glanced at Shisui and saw him leaning against Itachi while Itachi poked at the fire. Looking at Sasuke, she smiled. The white long-sleeve shirt fit him terribly, hanging down to his knees and rolled up at the sleeves. He was drawing in the dirt with a stick, and from where Naru sat she could make out a simple sketch of 4 people and a fire before a sting reminded her of her clones. She sat down and focused on keeping the clones active, because if they popped now it would be a disaster. When Shisui's stomach gave a noisy complaint, Naruto laughed softly, unsealed some snacks, chocolate biscuit sticks, ramen, tomato rice ball, and sweet rice dumplings and distributed them to everyone present. The pain from the clones was like a mind-splitting migraine that demanded most of her attention and made it difficult to focus on anything else. 4,000 of her clones had been active for a month and a half. It was no longer a matter of training. She worried about them collapsing. If a single clone collapsed, all the memories it had formed in that month and a half would be sent back into her own head. If the current pain was any indication, that would be very, very bad. Her hands felt almost glued to the sides of her head as she tried to ease the ache and kept her expression composed. She forced the pain to the back of her mind and concentrated on the genjutsu she used to disguise herself as Naru. When the illusion was secure, she stumbled to her wardrobe and pulled out the clothes she kept for this larger form: a simple white shirt, Kiyoshi's hoodie, smoky gray ninja pants, and her usual white sandals. Leaving the small, still dingy apartment, she shadow-stepped to her old home. In no mood for noisy kids, she pinned 3/4 of her weekly ANBU pay to the door with a kunai and left a hastily written letter explaining that she couldn't stay and that the money was to help with food and clothes. She also attached the older kids' training exercises for the week and a list of chakra exercises and meditation, knowing they would be upset if she skipped their routine. A wave of stinging pain flashed through her head and she sent more chakra to the clones, who were still training and gathering information. She was seriously low on chakra and she had a double S-class mission coming up. As the ninja classification went, S stood for secret, 2 S's stood for super secret. Secret missions and above were only assigned to the most qualified solo ninja or ninja teams. Zoning back in, she went to notify the team while conserving chakra by using only physical energy. She smiled when she walked in and found Itachi and Shursui sharing a quiet, affectionate moment. Rama-sensei had linked their minds together for a week and a half, and because of that bond they had come to understand each other's thoughts and feelings. It had not taken long for them to realize they liked each other. She reached up to massage her temple to ease the pain, then threw a kunai at Itachi with the mission details attached. Itachi caught the kunai on his finger before she teleported away to pack for the trip. The mission was to investigate a man who appeared to be able to see the future and who had been supplying that information to rebel groups in Kirakure. The estimated time to complete the mission was around 8 months. They had to locate him first, discover how he did it, and then stop him. This could very well be another of the dozens of assassination-style missions their team had undertaken. Kiyoshi had been made to fight 12 times that week. As soon as he woke up, the people who ran the place arrived, all wearing plain white masks that made him uneasy. The scratched-out forehead protectors identified them as operatives from the village hidden in the. They shoved him through a door into a room full of kids his age, training vigorously on punching bags and throwing shuriken at targets. He even saw a few people vanish and reappear in the same spot. It looked like a training ground for ninjutsu. Glancing at the people behind him, he barely ducked in time to avoid a fast, dangerous strike from behind. He cursed under his breath and jumped away from the attacker. He remembered the rule of the organization: attack until one combatant was severely incapacitated or killed. This certainly was not a place for games, and they were not joking. All he could do was survive the onslaught and do whatever it took to get back to Naruto and the others. It had been a week since the mission began, and Naruto had shut into himself. His face was pale and distant, and his hands were constantly massaging his temples as if he had a migraine. He barely messaged or spoke to them. They had traveled through many towns without finding a lead, and Naruto seemed to be functioning on autopilot, eating, sleeping, and running. Itachi had spoken with Shursui about it, and despite Shursui's usual obliviousness, he had noticed the change as well. They agreed to confront Naruto. Itachi guided their withdrawn friend aside and snapped his fingers in front of Naruto's face to get his attention. It took 6 full minutes before Naruto responded. Itachi asked Naruto to tell them what was wrong and said he was sure they could help. Shursui nodded in agreement. Naruto sighed softly and led them to sit beneath a tight cluster of trees for cover. For the first time since they had left, he spoke in a raspy voice. He explained that the problem was the clones. Shursui grinned and wrapped Naruto in a delighted hug, shouting that he had spoken. Itachi sat back and thought through what Naruto had said. Clones. Naruto had used clones constantly for investigations and training, and that had been going on for over a month. If Naruto had to dispel them all at once, the accumulated memories and chakra would be overwhelming. Itachi realized the scale. Naruto had spawned squads for investigation and training, amounting to thousands of clones. The strain explained the migraines and chakra fatigue. It was inevitable that Naruto would have to absorb their memories eventually, and with his condition worsening, they had to act now. Itachi asked Naruto to call Rama to them. Naruto stared for a moment, then produced Rama with a small pop in the middle of the three students. Itachi explained to Rama that Naruto was in a dilemma, and Rama acknowledged it quietly. Because Rama had been the one to assign some of the clone tasks, Itachi asked her to undo the extra burdens she had added to Naruto. Rama frowned, and then Naruto's seals glowed faintly through his clothing and across his visible hands. Itachi instructed Naruto to lie down and release all his clones from existence. Naruto hesitated and looked like he wanted to protest, but Itachi raised a hand to stop him. Naruto complied and lay down. A massive buildup of chakra dissipated around him as he went limp. Itachi asked Shisui to carry Naruto, noting that even with Rama's added burdens eased, Naruto would still be too heavy for them to carry with their seals active. Shisui grinned and agreed, whispering that he would do it for Itachi. The seals around Naruto then deactivated. As Shisui lifted Naruto, Itachi used a simple technique to dress Naruto in a favorite hoodie and plain villager clothes to help conceal him. Itachi then placed Naruto's material face mask on him to ensure his face would not be seen without his consent. With their preparations complete, they headed to the next town to find a small inn where they could stay until Naruto awoke. Kiyoshi POV. Kiyoshi planned to escape soon. There were still details to work out, the first being who patrolled where during the night. This place had taught him many skills that would hopefully help him get away. His body protested as he sank onto his bed, so the supervisor would have no reason to discipline him about curfew. His mind drifted to memories shared with Naru, the best being the time he watched him build a tall block tower with a child his age and heard their giggles echo in his head. Kiyoshi promised Naru he would come home, then fell asleep. Naruto POV. Hundreds of memories passed through his head. The village hidden in the mist had been particularly eventful, with a full-blown war for the position of leader. He saw a red-haired woman using lava, a monstrous man walking through the snow village with a weak young child, sand village ninjas saluting him, men in red cloaks, and many other strange faces. He remembered purple ripple eyes, an old white-haired man with red stripes on his face, and a pet pig with a monstrous blonde woman. He recalled a hideout under stakeout and the red-haired child Gaara with a new seal for a tailed beast. He had done so many things in the span of a month that it was hard to tell what happened when countless versions of the same month crowded his mind. His head screamed with pain, but it was slowly calming. He was vaguely aware of being lifted before his mind slipped back into darkness. He stayed in the blissful blackness for a long time before he decided to get up from the black silk bed and float over to the cage where Rama lay. Her ears were pressed flat against her head. She only looked up when he curled into her tails for comfort. Rest allowed his chakra reserves to replenish, and as they did it became apparent that his reserves had grown to nearly double what they had been. The chakra was a constant, slight burn beneath his skin, like an acidic sting that he couldn't wash away. It was uncomfortable and unrelenting. His mind slowly sorted itself out and he realized the man who had walked out of the snow village was one of the 7 swordsmen and the child was a user of a bloodline ability from the late snow village. He had become friends with them. Zabuza had been one of his teachers and had been training him with a katana when he disappeared. All he had left behind was a sheet of paper explaining that he was a clone of the original, that he had been out with about 100 others for a month, and that one day he would vanish. The young boy Haku had been only 6 and nearly froze to death. They had become best friends, and one night he had explained that he would disappear someday and that when it happened they should meet at the falls on September 20th with Zabuza. He felt a pang of sadness until memories of red cloud cloaks returned and an image of a sickly-looking man with long greasy black hair and purple lines around yellow slitted eyes flashed into his mind. He widened his eyes at the realization of this man's involvement with a group called Akatsuki Orochimaru. It took another week for all his memories to finish sorting. He hesitantly lifted his head from Rama's tail to meet her worried gaze. She nudged him gently, bringing him back fully. His body felt unusually heavy, though his weights were considerably lighter since Rama had relieved some of the pressure on his seals. Moving hurt. The acidic feeling under his skin had become a burning itch and sweat rolled down his forehead. He opened his eyes and looked around. The first thing he noticed was the sheets bunched at the end of the bed. Itachi and Shursui came into focus, their heads resting on the bed beside him. They were holding hands, and Itachi's other hand was clasped in his. He was shaking gently. His body was so hot he felt as if he might melt. He gasped for breath, trying to cool his lungs, and realized he was in his underclothing and the scars along his arms and legs were visible. He flinched when the hand he was holding moved, unsure what would happen now that he had spoken to them. Itachi looked over at him and smiled with concern. He gently roused Shursui, and together they lifted him from the bed. They carried him into an adjoining bathroom and placed him in the tub. Cool water ran over him and steam rose as it met his hot skin. He sighed with relief as the water eased the burning sensation beneath his skin. He unconsciously poured a little chakra into the bath water to help steady himself. After what felt like a long time, he could think clearly again, though a small headache remained. He turned his head to the two teammates beside him and smiled shyly. He then said a few quiet words to Itachi and Shursui, expressing his thanks and relief. It was finally time. Kiyoshi's silver hair was cut short to chin length. He had been known for having it long. His dark eyes swept the room as he reflected on how he had learned, not long after arriving, that this place was a charm school that trained and strengthened young people like him. Once students grew strong, their memories were taken and they were prepared for a mission. Getting a mission was the only way out. Even though he could already overpower many of the others, he had not yet been taken to the jutsu room where the memory work and conditioning occurred. Glad for a chance, he rose and headed for the door. The clock had just struck 2 in the morning, the only time the chakra monitors went down. The chakra monitors were large screens in every room, powered by a crystalline core that absorbed and redirected chakra. Every night at 2 the core went offline so it could be removed and replaced. As soon as the small blinking light went dark, Kiyoshi moved. He used chakra to open the locked doors and vents that appeared sealed to outsiders. He formed 2 clones, transformed one into a sturdy warrior helmet, and wove a high-powered camouflage jutsu that made him seem invisible. He left a clone in his bed and fitted the helmet on his head before slipping out. He had made it outside for the first time in years when the alarm shrieked. Freely using chakra, he darted past high-ranking guards. He almost cleared the barbed wire fence when the woman who ran the place emerged. She was known to them as Mistress Barge. Kiyoshi knew why she hated him. When the Hokage finally intervened about how she treated Naruto, Kiyoshi had provided evidence at a hearing. His testimony had been the decisive factor in her conviction. She had resented him ever since. The woman who towered over him had a bulky frame, her greasy hair pulled into a tight bun, and she wore a mask that hid much of her face. Kiyoshi recognized her instantly after 6 years living under her watch. Thinking quickly, he formed a blade of concentrated chakra on his hand and slashed at her, surprising her. She retaliated with a fast, snake-shaped electric jutsu that lunged at him. Kiyoshi barely evaded it and broke into a run, reaching the edge of the compound. Their rules forbade members from leaving, but revenge had clouded her judgment. She pursued him even as guards tried to restrain her. Before she could be dragged away, she unleashed one last attack. A powerful gust of wind caught Kiyoshi, sending him tumbling. He struck a large rock and blacked out. He lay motionless until morning when a small child discovered him and ran for help. The child returned shortly with a woman dressed in a nun's habit. She had orange-blonde hair, green eyes, and glasses. The woman lifted him gently, helmet and all, and took him to the orphanage where she worked. At the orphanage, the woman used a gentle healing jutsu commonly known among the sisters. After some time, Kiyoshi stirred. When he opened his eyes, a sharp ache throbbed in his head. He sat up slowly and looked around, disoriented, the world hazy. A woman stood nearby holding a cloth and a bucket. She smiled and handed him his warrior helmet, telling him it had been with him when she found him. He could not remember wearing it, and for the most part he could not remember anything at all. He whispered a fragment of a thought but otherwise kept quiet. Something inside him urged caution and silence. There was a nagging sense that he had a task to perform or someone to find, but the details eluded him. He lay back down exhausted. The woman introduced herself as Nono. She called him her sweet child and said she would call him Kabuto until he remembered his name, naming him after the helmet he had arrived wearing. Naruto's point of view. Naruto thanked them, his voice scratchy from overuse. Their heads swung to face him, and for once audible giggles escaped him. Itachi looked away and made a small sound in reply. Shisui reached forward and hugged Naruto warmly, relieved that he had finally opened up to them. He sighed and sorted through what he knew. He had to visit Zabuza and Haku at the falls on the 20th of September. Orochimaru had joined a group called Akatsuki, whose base was somewhere connected to the Hidden Leaf. A revolution was underway in the Hidden Mist, led by a lava user. He had revisited Gaara, thanked him for the teddy, and placed a new seal so the raccoon could not escape. 2 members of Akatsuki had been in a secret relationship, Sasori and Deidara. The leader of Akatsuki was called Pain and had acquired the Rinnegan. He had met his godfather Jiraiya but had not revealed himself, wanting to see whether Jiraiya would ever visit the village or had abandoned him. He had also met Jiraiya's teammate and her friend Tsunade, and helped Tsunade overcome her fear of blood. He had even seen the old ANBU recruits he had trained in the Hidden Sands salute him instinctively, which required some explanation. Naruto realized where the man they were looking for was, just outside the Mist Village. He had seen the man using a crystal ball to observe events and send information to the Mist leadership, allowing him to leak the revolutionaries' movements. Taking the crystal ball would be the most direct way to complete the mission, but the priority also included Orochimaru. He noted that if Orochimaru was alone they could attempt him, but not if he was surrounded by 6 highly dangerous S-rank criminals. Naruto told the others what had happened during the month and a half his clones had been out. They discussed the best course of action while Naruto recorded everything he knew about Akatsuki and Orochimaru. They decided to retrieve the crystal ball before the Mist Village could secure it and to return it to the Leaf if they encountered anything pointing to the hideout. They also agreed they would confront Orochimaru only if he was alone. They used their speed to cover kilometers quickly and by midday had crossed the country to the Mist Village border where the crystal ball user was camping. Naruto crept into the campsite, surprised the fortune teller from behind, and restrained him while Shisui and Itachi searched for the ball. After securing the crystal, they dealt with the few guards and began to withdraw, but a red-haired revolutionary with lava abilities intercepted them. She had realized how the man was leaking information and came for the crystal. Running was not an option. She was of Hokage level and would have overwhelmed them. Naruto signaled that teamwork was the only choice. He ordered the team to disarm rather than kill and to focus on returning the crystal to base. The revolutionary unleashed lava attacks with startling ease. The team responded in coordinated fashion. Naruto sent a wave of water to shift the battlefield, Shisui encased her ankles in earth to slow her, and Itachi used a gust-like technique to target her legs. Naruto then sent a surge of water to briefly immobilize and disorient her. Before she lost consciousness, she detonated a large spray of lava. Shisui took the impact and was injured by the blast. The team brought her down and moved quickly away, the scroll containing the crystal ball safely tucked along Naruto's ANBU sword blade. Naruto placed one arm under Shisui and Itachi took the other. Together they carried their injured teammate away before the revolutionary regained awareness. Once they crossed into Leaf territory, they treated Shisui with Naruto's healing chakra and salve. The mission had clearly been high priority if 2 opposing forces had been attempting to obtain the crystal. If either side learned who had taken it, the Leaf might be dragged into a larger conflict. Securing the crystal made finding Akatsuki's hideout in the Leaf an urgent matter. They hurried back to the Leaf village. By the next morning they reached the village and Naruto resumed his ANBU disguise. His caramel hair settled back into place, his height matched Shisui's to make him seem older, and his honey-colored eyes completed the persona. After debriefing with the Hokage, Naruto handed over the crystal ball for safekeeping. With the SS class mission complete, they had just enough time to rest for 2 days before deciding their next course of action. Naruto used his Naru persona whenever he needed to blend in, except when he was alone at the orphanage or with Shursui and Itachi. It saved him trouble with buying certain overpriced foods and clothes. After a good night's sleep, he sent Rama-sensei away with a quick transformation so she could go hunting or take the day off. This was one of his rare days off. He planned to deliver the children's new schedule, which would govern life at the orphanage for the next 6 years, and then spend a simple, extremely fun mission with Itachi and Shursui. He and Shursui called it catnapping. Itachi thought it was immature. As he walked toward the orphanage, he saw the 2 toddlers he used to care for before joining the academy running around and stacking blocks. He smiled, carried the scroll in his Naru disguise, and changed back once he was safely inside. The place was chaotic, kids screaming and running, playing tag over the sofas. Naruto winced, knowing their energy would be aimed at him soon. He went searching for Queenie to hand over the scroll and find out what was going on. He took a step into a room and immediately detected 3 leaf ninja presences, clearly Genin and a team leader. He grinned and slipped back into his Naru persona. Following the chakra, he found 3 11 or 12-year-olds trying to get Team 1 under control. The Jonin watching them sat on the rafters, holding Kai, the current leader of Team 1, who was the group Naruto had been teaching jutsu and chakra control to. Kai was 12. With spiky black hair and bright blue eyes that flashed with anger. Naruto could read the boy's stubborn pride in his expression as the Jonin held him steady. The Jonin watched the kids with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. Naruto stepped forward and told the Jonin that any mission involving Team 1 should be at least C rank, not D rank. At once the children spotted Naruto's guise and surged at him, determined to be the first to greet him. He stood his ground and allowed a dozen kids of various ages to hug him. The Jonin tightened his grip and pressed a kunai against Naruto's back. He demanded to know who Naruto was and what he was doing there, warning Naruto not to touch the children. Naruto responded calmly that threatening him near the kids was a bad idea. The children, angry on Naruto's behalf, leapt away from him and charged the Jonin, whose face went pale. Naruto moved quickly. He took Kai from the Jonin's hold and created a wind chakra platform to keep the boy above the chaos on the ground. One by one he lifted the children and set them gently on the floating barrier, giving each a soft touch to the forehead as he settled them. Once the children were seated safely, Naruto turned back to the Jonin and set a medical kit on the floor. He splinted the man's arm, which had been injured in the scuffle, and applied salve to the bruises on his chest before using medical jutsu to speed the healing. The Jonin glared at the kids and then at Naruto. His 3 genins still stood frozen in shock. Naruto lowered the wind platform and addressed the children, reminding them that the Jonin had been doing his duty. A few shuffled their feet sheepishly. Kai understood but remained defiant. Naruto then ordered Team 1 to form up. The children lined up from youngest to oldest. Naruto was relieved he had left his Anbu gear at home. The absence of it would only confuse the Jonin further. Naruto hugged Kai and thanked him for taking care of the group while Naruto had been away. Kai smiled proudly and reported that they had completed everything on their last training regimen. Naruto apologized for his long absence and explained that he had brought a very long schedule this time that would take them 3 years to finish. Though it was meant to cover 6, he let the detail pass without making a fuss. He turned back to the Jonin, who stood protectively in front of his genin. Naruto warned him that these children only listened to 2 people at the orphanage and that this group had considerable chakra control. He asked whether the Hokage had assigned the mission. The Jonin confirmed that he had been told it was a D rank to watch over the children while the owner was away. Naruto smiled and said the Jonin should be glad to have that assignment. He introduced himself as Naru and pointed out that besides Queenie, he was one of the only people the kids would obey. Naruto made it clear that if anyone had harmed one of the children, they would not be leaving the orphanage unscathed. The genin swallowed and went pale. Naruto then called for everyone's attention and prepared to deliver the new schedule to the children. Naru burst through the door, announcing that he was home and asking for hugs. The loud, constant shouting stopped, and everyone called his name as footsteps ran from every direction. He was immediately barreled over by the children and returned as many hugs as he could. Group 1 joined in and added more embraces. Once the hugging subsided, everyone fell into their groups. He smiled at Emi and Hataru, relieved to see Hataru's younger sister uninjured for once. He smiled at them all, then noticed whispers spreading through the crowd. He understood why when several members of Group 4 shot hostile looks at the ninja. Naru gave them a disapproving stare and they all fell silent. Naru asked what was going on and where Queenie was. Emi stepped forward and explained that Queenie had gone to meet with people she saw every semester to report on how the orphanage was doing, and it usually took all day. The elder had hired the team to look after the children, and Emi noted that at least he had been smart enough to hire ninjas. Naru told everyone that now that they were home they would clean the place, prepare lunch, and put the little ones down for naps. Naru added that after that they would all sit down for a debrief. Naru assigned tasks. Naru instructed Group 4 to start in the living room and make sure to clean up all the drawings the children had made. Naru asked Group 3 to round up the little children and keep them occupied outside while the others cleaned. Naru sent Group 2 to the kitchen to prepare pizza and salad, and said Naru would be there to help soon. When the groups left, Naru turned to Group 1 and expressed disappointment that they had been letting others run around with the small children. Naru reminded them that even if children older than 5 seemed fine, their job was to keep everyone safe and help with chores or injuries as needed. After the team looked suitably guilty, Naru sent them off to assist the other groups. Naru told the ninja team they could send the genin to help Group 3 occupy the children and that the jonin could help with repairs on the roof. The genin nodded quickly, and the sensei responded with a flabbergasted look. In the lounge, the sensei watched the roof and the children warily. Naru understood the concern. How had kids under 5 managed to draw on the roof? It did not matter, the jonin would take care of the roof while Naru helped prepare pizza. In the kitchen some last-minute cleaning was still underway. Naru gathered ingredients from the refrigerator and explained how to assemble pizzas while preparing the salad. After lunch, Naru put the little children down for naps, tucking all 12 in, giving each a gentle kiss on the forehead, and telling them quiet stories about Ashisa and Tachi who cared for their adoptive brother Nalo. Naru smiled, knowing that if the children remembered the stories as they grew older, they would realize Naru had been referring to Naru and 2 teammates. Once the children were asleep, Naru returned to the kitchen with a tail-like scarf and made hot cocoa for everyone. Sitting in the now-clean lounge, Naru had Group 3 help distribute the cocoa, including a cup for their babysitters. After the debrief, Naru heard Queenie returning and stood up to greet her. The children groaned as Naru hugged them one by one. When Naru reached the jonin, Naru noticed him sweating and smirked at the sign. He understood he had to be vigilant around these kids. A knock sounded at the door, and Naru motioned for the sensei to answer it. Queenie arrived and expressed relief at the peaceful house and the lack of screaming. She was surprised the children had behaved. The jonin, relieved, explained that the children had been a handful and that they had only calmed when a child with caramel hair and honey-colored eyes arrived, and suddenly they became perfectly well-behaved. Queenie called out excitedly for Naru and asked for a hug. Naru greeted her warmly, grateful for someone who cared. When Queenie mentally checked in using the shadow talk Naru had taught her, Naru answered her questions and then left to find Itachi and meet up with Shiusi. Naru announced that it was time for some cat-nabbing. Chapter: The next step. Mira moved along the ruined promenade with careful, practiced steps. The city had been quiet since dawn, as if the light itself were holding its breath. She kept her hand on the small device at her belt, the one whose pulse had led them here the night before. The lines of cracked pavement and fallen banners reminded her that nothing about this place was permanent, everything hung by memory and urgency. Kaito walked a few paces behind her, scanning the rooftops and alleys with calm intensity. He kept his voice measured when he reported that the device's signal had strengthened by a fraction, and Mira acknowledged the information with a nod. She trusted his assessments. His calm gave her room to think. Their objective was simple in words and complex in consequence. The artifact inside the archive tower could change the balance between the city's factions. Mira's motivation had not wavered since she had found the first clue, to keep the artifact from being used as a weapon. Kaito's motivation had been equally clear from the beginning, to keep Mira safe while she finished what she had started. Both motivations pushed them forward through the rubble. They reached the base of the archive tower as the device's rhythm grew steady and insistent. The entrance was jammed with wreckage and a collapsed section of the facade. Mira examined the obstruction and then explained to Kaito how she planned to create an opening with a controlled structural shift. He agreed to set the perimeter, and she adjusted the device to minimize disturbance to the surrounding area. The controlled shift worked with a low, shuddering groan. Dust fell like a soft curtain and the doorway revealed itself. Mira moved first, flashlight cutting a clean beam through the dim interior. Shelves loomed like silent sentinels, rows of records and artifacts left to the mercy of time. The pulse from the device tugged them deeper, pulling them toward a sealed chamber on the lower level. As they descended, Mira allowed herself a moment of vulnerability. She confessed to Kaito that the artifact had not only strategic value for the city, but also a personal significance she had not fully admitted. Finding it meant reclaiming a promise she had made to someone she had lost. Kaito listened and reassured her that her past would not be a chain. He said he would stand beside her through whatever came next. The exchange carried a soft, steady warmth, more promise than romance, and Mira drew strength from it. The sealed chamber door resisted until Kaito activated his improvised bypass. The mechanism sighed and yielded, and the room beyond revealed a pedestal with the artifact resting in plain sight, humming with a gentle luminescence. The device at Mira's belt answered with a steady glow. Relief washed over them both, but it was quickly replaced by alertness when the shadow at the far edge of the room shifted. Two figures emerged from the gloom, moving with coordinated precision. They were enforcers of one of the city's factions, armored and intent. Commander Rourke led them, his posture confident and smug. He made it clear that he had expected them and that the artifact had been claimed in his name. Mira met his gaze and made it known that she would not let him take it. Rourke ordered his team forward. Kaito stepped between Mira and the intruders, analyzing the room for any tactical advantage. He decided to use the columns and shelving as cover, advising Mira to secure the artifact while he drew their attention. She acknowledged the plan and moved with quiet urgency. The confrontation unfolded like a sequence from their training: quick, decisive movements and measured risk. Kaito drew the first enforcer away by feinting a retreat and then using a gravity pulse to disrupt their balance, sending them sliding into a stack of crates. The scene remained clean and focused, bodies knocked aside without injury details, the clash energetic and stylized. Mira used the distraction to reach the pedestal. She tapped the artifact with her palm and felt its energy respond, stabilizing rather than erupting. Rourke advanced with more force, deploying a device that emitted a disorienting light. Kaito shielded Mira from the flash with his body, and she moved behind him to adjust the artifact's restriction field. There was a tense sequence as the enforcers converged, but Kaito's maneuvers kept their strikes off balance. Explosive charges and shimmering shields created bursts of movement and color, and each impact sent dust motes spinning rather than blood or gore. The fight had the exaggerated, fluid motion of an animated battle, decisive and visually dramatic without graphic detail. When one of Rourke's men tried to flank them, Mira improvised. She recalibrated the artifact to emit a low, harmonic pulse that temporarily interfered with the enforcers' equipment. Their helmets flickered, sensors scrambled, and their coordinated advance collapsed into disarray. Kaito seized the moment to disarm two opponents with precise, non-lethal holds, ending the immediate threat with efficient skill. Rourke hissed his frustration and retreated to a higher shelf for a better vantage point. He declared loud and cutting that this was not over and that he would claim the artifact by force if necessary. Mira made it clear that she would not hand it over and that she would protect it at any cost. The exchange was tense and raw yet restrained, the words carrying weight without veering into anything beyond a strong, determined connection. They made their exit while Rourke regrouped. Kaito carried a neutral carry pack with the artifact secured inside a padded compartment. Mira kept a hand close to the pack, feeling both relief and resolve. Outside, the city waited, its skyline fractured but still standing. The device at her belt had quieted, its purpose fulfilled, but the implications of what they had retrieved lingered between them like a promise of storms to come. As they moved away from the archive, Mira reflected on the choices ahead. The artifact would need protection and careful study. Allies would have to be found and plans made. Kaito suggested a route through the old market where trusted contacts might provide safe shelter. Mira agreed and said she valued his instinct. There was no need for further words. Their shared determination guided them. In the distance, Rourke watched from the collapsed tower, plotting his next move. His presence ensured that the road forward would not be simple. Mira and Kaito walked into the unsettled light of late afternoon, carrying the proof of what they had risked and the responsibility of what must come next. The city's future depended on choices they were prepared to make. I went to Itachi's house first, where he was sitting on the front steps reading a scroll to his little brother Sasuke. I could see admiration in Sasuke's eyes, and when he turned to me there was a small flash of resentment. Maybe it was because I was the one who always took his brother away. Itachi had not noticed me yet, so keeping up my genjutsu would be easy. I walked over, picked up Sasuke, and ran off to where we were meant to meet Shisui. Itachi shouted after us, but I was already moving with Sasuke in my arms. Sasuke did not deserve to have his brother taken away every time I came by. Grinning, I carried him to where Shisui was waiting, set Sasuke down, and used a transformation jutsu to look like Shisui for the moment. Itachi finally caught up and punched me in the head. I knew I deserved it. Hiding from a Sharingan user with a henge was a foolish idea. Naruto insisted that they could take Sasuke on the mission so he should not have to miss out all the time. Itachi smiled and ruffled both Naruto's and Sasuke's hair, even though Naruto was 2 feet taller in the transformed state. Naruto grinned, and the three of them set off toward the woman who lived on the outskirts of Konoha known as the Cat Lady. When they arrived and explained the mission, Naruto could see determination in Sasuke's eyes. They left with a sealed scroll that contained a single larger scroll and put pink ears on Sasuke since he was the youngest. They entered the Cat Kingdom with one goal in mind: to get every single paw print without any fighting. It took an hour of gentle coaxing, and everyone agreed to let Sasuke do the printing while the others did the convincing. After another hour, all the cats were done except one, the large boss cat. It was easy pickings for the adults but not for Sasuke. Naruto paused the group and suggested to Itachi that they leave the boss for Sasuke until he reached Genin. Itachi's soft smile was the only answer needed. Itachi had been reading to his little brother when suddenly the boy vanished from his shoulder and Itachi was on his feet, alert, before seeing Naruto running off with Sasuke. Itachi remembered when he had first met Naruto, who had seemed very young then. He had been worried because Naruto had tapped out something like Morse code that made his blood run cold. Memories of conversations about how war prisoners had been starved and become sick came back to him. Itachi had found Naruto trying to go home and caught him before he passed out on the road, carrying him back to his house. He carried Naruto carefully, worried when Naruto hissed in pain and began shivering. Itachi hurried through the house and found their parents in the kitchen. They rushed to help when they saw his panicked face. Itachi laid Naruto down gently and their mother used medical ointments infused with chakra and scanned him with medical ninjutsu. Her frown nearly made his heart stop. He had grown attached to the silent young man who had arrived with Shisui. A medical examination followed, and Itachi and his family treated Naruto's injuries. Naruto trembled and cried but allowed them to help him. Seeing the marks on Naruto's torso and the signs of infection hardened Itachi's resolve to protect others. He decided to pursue a path where he could prevent this kind of harm. He traced some of Naruto's healed scars with quiet sorrow, and the image of the boy's tear-stained face stayed with him long into the night. After they had tended to him, Naruto slept. Rather than go to his usual apartment, Itachi carried Naruto to his own bed so the boy could rest safely. Itachi stayed up all night checking on him. He could not bear the thought of Shisui losing one of his best friends. The only thing Shisui had talked about since Naruto joined the academy was Naruto himself. Around dawn, Naruto's face contorted in pain and tears fell from his sleeping eyes. He cried out, and Itachi shook him to wake him, but Naruto did not respond. The cries grew louder, so Itachi lifted him and cradled him to his chest, rocking him the way he used to when Sasuke was sick. Naruto slowly woke, and Itachi was stunned when Naruto used an unfamiliar, powerful jutsu to speak into his mind. Later, over breakfast, Naruto appeared steadier and even went to take his academy exam, surprising everyone with the gravity seals he used. Itachi accepted Naruto's offer to leave the leader of the Cat Kingdom for Sasuke when he became a genin, though Itachi knew there would be difficult choices ahead. Naruto POV. Today they were heading to the hideout where Orochimaru had last been seen. Gigi had warned that taking on an organization full of S-rank criminals was absurd, especially since none of them were over 18. That meant Naruto's genjutsu had to remain active for the entire mission, and as team leader he would have to direct everyone. On top of that, the team could not remove their masks in the man's presence. Naruto waited at the gate in his fox mask and white ANBU uniform until Itachi and then Shisui arrived. They stood together, waiting for the final member. He was the only one not wearing the white ANBU garb. Naruto guessed he was Yamato, actually Tenzo, likely brought along to keep Naruto in check. Naruto frowned, gave the order to move out, and told Shisui to help Tenzo. Tenzo didn't look pleased, but when the team took off at breakneck speed it became clear he could not match them. They reached the hideout near midday. Naruto sent out clones to do reconnaissance, and when the perimeter was declared clear the team approached the weakest wall. Naruto used a jutsu to mix his chakra with Rama's to heighten his hearing. Through that extended perception he could make out an argument inside, and the oily voice of the Sannin stood out easily. He ordered the group to wait until the Sannin left. An hour later, the argument ended and the snake left the Akatsuki. When Orochimaru was leaving, Naruto launched a shadow mind-destroying technique, a variant of the mind-speaking jutsu he used for communication, designed to overwhelm the enemy's senses. Orochimaru reacted as if thousands of screams had surged through his head. Naruto signaled the others to attack. They moved fluidly together, but Tenzo lagged behind and fell out of sync. Naruto ordered Tenzo to stand down and assist only if necessary. A giant snake intercepted them. Naruto sent a ball of wind chakra to Itachi to help empower his fire attack and to coordinate the assault. Tenzo POV. Tenzo watched in awe as the caramel-haired ANBU captain coordinated attacks and protected the team, using wind to assist the Uchiha's fire techniques and speed to cover their flanks. He was clearly the keystone of the group. Without him the others would have been overwhelmed repeatedly. When the captain ordered Tenzo to stand down, Tenzo realized his presence was slowing the team's rhythm. As soon as he dropped out of the main engagement zone, the others accelerated to astonishing speeds, a blur of white ANBU uniforms. It was impressive, but the Sannin was still dangerous. Although they had managed to surprise him, Orochimaru remained largely unharmed. The team had taken small cuts from the Sannin's sword and from serpent strikes, and the captain repeatedly stepped in to handle the snakes. It was as if the captain was less susceptible to the Sannin's poisons. Tenzo began to move to help as the team started to be pushed back, but an order from the captain made him stop. The captain had told Tenzo to stay out of it and not get involved. Tenzo backed down and watched wide-eyed as an Uchiha was seized by a snake and began screaming. The Sannin's wild swings were missing in the pattern of a genjutsu, and Tenzo realized Itachi had likely placed it. The group was injured and one Uchiha was poisoned. It looked like defeat. The only thing preventing them from dying outright was the captain's speed, and the captain was now carrying the poisoned ANBU. The captain made a brief annoyed sound and then performed a sudden technique. A large amount of chakra built up, and with a sharp release the captain vanished in a puff of displaced air, leaving the Sannin flailing as if struck. It dawned on Tenzo that the captain's speed had become so extreme that he could hardly be seen. Tenzo hauled the injured ANBU, Weasel, up. Weasel's weight was nearly too much. He got Weasel into cover and used with style to hide their position, then watched the fight. Bear and Captain Fox had teamed up and attacked simultaneously. Bear's hits landed heavy, but the captain's speed outpaced the Sannin. The captain was careful, constantly positioning himself to prevent further injuries to Bear. As Tenzo's eyes adjusted to their insane speed, he could make out jutsu flashing and the telltale shape of an Uchiha fire technique. He confirmed that Bear was an Uchiha. Tenzo felt a flicker of hope as the Sannin began to be overwhelmed. He smiled to himself, satisfied that the others were not going to die yet. He turned back to Weasel, uncovered the arm that had been bitten, and used a medical jutsu to draw the poison out. Weasel went unconscious from the pain. It was safer to leave him resting for the moment, since Tenzo could not carry him far. Watching the two fighters more clearly now, Tenzo saw them tiring. The Sannin laughed and tried to bite Bear, but Captain Fox constantly intervened to protect him. Sweat shone on Bear and the captain. Tenzo knew they were close to their limit. After countless exchanges, it seemed the Sannin was finally defeated until Orochimaru shed his outer skin and shed the last of his vulnerability. Naruto grabbed Bear around the waist and began to run, carrying Weasel as well, and Tenzo was dragged along by Naruto's hand. Naruto ran at an unbelievable pace. Tenzo kept a lookout over his shoulder and saw no sign of the Sannin. They had lost Orochimaru, but the encounter had made it clear the team was not yet ready to face him again. After about 40 kilometers, Naruto slowed and they set up a camp for the night. Weasel stayed by the fire until he woke, and Bear tended to everyone's injuries. The mission had ended in retreat. Today they had failed, but they had learned how much farther they needed to go. Naruto returned to the village with a heavy sense of failure and a promise to keep trying. Tenshi had not said a word, and Shursui had used the limited medical ninjutsu he knew to heal everyone. At the Hokage's request, Shursui and Itachi debriefed him while Naruto went home to rest, unaware that he had been placed under a subtle genjutsu by both Shursui and Itachi. Itachi felt the terrible knot in his stomach as the night approached. He hated what he was about to do and would not have been able to proceed without Shursui's help. After debriefing the Hokage and confirming that the genjutsu on Naruto was secure, Itachi went to meet Danzo with the operatives nicknamed Weasel and Bear. They steeled themselves for the orders that would determine everything for Sasuke. Danzo gave final instructions, telling Weasel and Bear to destroy the Uchiha clan and then join the Akatsuki. He emphasized that the survival of the village depended on the intelligence they could gather and on removing the Uchiha threat. Itachi pocketed the note he had written, knelt to receive the orders, and then they left. On the rooftops, Weasel and Bear moved with practiced efficiency, using chakra to confirm Sasuke was not in the compound before they carried out their mission. Naruto awoke with a rising sense of foreboding. He could not detect Itachi or Shursui's chakra and immediately sensed that something was wrong. Within seconds he was alert and, still under his genjutsu guise, raced across the rooftops toward the Uchiha compound. The scene he found there filled him with a stunned silence. The compound had been devastated, and the Uchiha clan had been wiped out. Naruto froze, his heart pounding as grief and anger swelled inside him until he erupted in a raw cry to the sky at the injustice of it all. A faint chakra signature pulled him forward. He ran toward it and found Sasuke collapsed and badly shaken. Naruto dropped to his knees and held him, relieved that someone had survived. Pinned to Sasuke's shirt was a note. Through tears, Naruto read that Shursui and Itachi were sorry for what had been done but that they had acted on orders to prevent a civil war. The note explained that they were alive and attempting to infiltrate the Akatsuki on Danzo's orders to protect the village. They had left a sealing scroll containing Fugaka Uchiha's Sharingan in case Sasuke ever needed them. They asked Naruto to look after Sasuke, to be there for him, and to leave Sasuke to decide how to respond when he learned the truth. The letter closed with a promise to contact him once things had settled. Reading the note over and over offered no answers. Naruto carefully rolled the paper and the sealing scroll and placed them in his belt. He carried Sasuke to Konoha's hospital and left him in the care of the medical staff. Then Naruto went to the Hokage's office and requested a solo mission to channel his anger. He was given an S-ranked mission and left the village, seeking a target to vent his emotions on. A year later, Naruto still seemed younger than his ANBU persona suggested. To most people he was 7, almost 8, but his ANBU identity carried the gravitas of someone older. The steady stream of S-rank assignments had pushed him into becoming the youngest ANBU general in the elemental nations, a fact known only to Danzo and the Hokage. The teammates who had defected had not contacted him, and his nerves were frayed. He now trained new ANBU recruits, and, to conceal his true age, relied on a genjutsu that altered his voice. If any Uchiha had been left, they might have seen through it. On September 19th, Naruto moved along the rooftops and used Shadow Step to enter the Uchiha compound unseen. He took extra precautions with a complex henshinjutsu blend meant to protect his identity there. He wore no ANBU mask, only plain clothes and his katana, knowing Sasuke would not recognize this Naruto persona until his Sharingan awakened. Naruto went to the only house with lights on, Itachi Uchiha's home, one of the two remaining friends he had left. He slipped through a kitchen window and checked the fridge, then restocked it as he often did. A small figure attempted to be stealthy nearby. Naruto turned and caught the child, lifting him onto his shoulders with a grin and the playful affection of someone who cared. He cooked a simple dinner of tomato rice ball and some plain rice seasoned lightly. The child had 3 more years before graduating from the academy and becoming a ninja, and Naruto thought their elder and overprotective instructor had delayed the graduation to keep the boy close to the village. After dinner, Naruto took the excitable Uchiha to the clan's training grounds and watched him practice, grimacing slightly as he performed the role Itachi should have taken. He was mindful of the fragile balance of duty and care that governed their lives and determined to be a steady presence for the boy as he grew into his future. He placed the exhausted child in bed and told him about the missions he had undertaken in ANBU, speaking in a way that the child did not realize the stories were about his brother. He named Itachi as Karasu and Shursui as Kuma, and explained that it had been one of the more memorable missions he had gone on with Karasu and Kuma. The assignment had been to protect a feudal lord from enemy ninjas. The mission's difficulty had been A rank, but to give the genin experience the Hokage had labeled it a C rank mission, and it had been the team's responsibility to protect them at all costs and remain undetected. The feudal lord had been carrying what he claimed was an extremely valuable item purchased from enemy ninja. The ANBU were to infiltrate the camp without alerting the Jonin and recover the artifact, which turned out to be an explosive device set to detonate when the lord reached the gathering of feudal lords. He trailed off as the child fell asleep and decided he could continue the story another time. Frowning, he cast the genjutsu on the child again. The child would not remember him unless something triggered his memory. He saw him directly, or he awakened his Sharingan. He knew it was cruel, but otherwise Danzo would learn that the child had known and would have the Yamanaka clan legally erase his memories until the child acquired the Sharingan. Once that happened, Yamanaka techniques would no longer work and the genjutsu would break on its own. After tucking the child in, he did the laundry and put the boy's things away. It was the first time in months that he had been around to do anything more than restock the refrigerator, and it might be the last, since he planned to leave for the falls the next day to continue training with Zabuza and Haku and, if he could, convince them to return to the village. Whenever the child saw him, it was as if the child had never truly forgotten. When he recast the genjutsu, it was as if the child no longer questioned why the refrigerator was always stocked or why he was so skilled with shuriken. Spinning around, he used his ANBU katana to block a strike and they sparred for the next few hours of the morning. He was barely keeping himself intact, relying only on kenjutsu. As if by mutual agreement they both stopped. He allowed his cuts to be healed by Rama-sensei, then dove toward a partially hidden figure who had been watching their fight. Once he reached him, he relaxed and let himself savor the quiet. Smiling, he embraced the young ice user in relief. There was still someone there for him. In turn he pulled the huge swordsman into an embrace. With frayed nerves, it was good to have somebody steady. He sat cross-legged close to the father and son pair and smiled for the first time since Shursui and Itachi had left. Despite everything, it felt good. He spent the next few days traveling with them and learning from Haku how the boy combined water and wind instinctively to create ice. Zabuza and he trained in the mornings as they had for months, sometimes with clones, and in the afternoons they gathered under the stars to cook over a fire and enjoy each other's company. On the 3rd day, Zabuza pulled him aside from training with Haku and walked with him, offering to be someone to talk to. That day, even as Naru in his assumed persona, he finally spoke about the 2 friends he had made in ANBU. Zabuza smiled, glad he had people to rely on. As he retold the discovery of the Uchiha clan, tears ran silently down his face and Zabuza pulled him close, listening tensely as he explained what had happened to his team. When he described the note, anger rose in him as Zabuza learned exactly what the teenage Uchiha had been ordered to do and that Zabuza had been left with the responsibility of the last Uchiha. He explained how he had become an ANBU general after undertaking mission after mission alone. Zabuza frowned and asked how someone so prominent in the Leaf Village had managed to come here to meet them. He replied that the Hokage had called him self-destructive and refused to allow him on missions until he formed his own ANBU squad. It was mandatory to create one and train them. Shursui and Itachi had been planned members but could not join until their current mission was complete. He grimaced, pulled away from Zabuza, wiped the last of his tears, and returned to training with Haku. After another week of practice and quiet conversation, he managed to form a shard of ice. It was small, but it left Zabuza speechless. In his mind, Rama-sensei face-bombed and muttered that only this idiot could defy all known logic and make it seem simple. They continued traveling by day and still ran into the occasional ninja who wanted Zabuza's head. On one of those days, a familiar chakra signature accompanied one of the attackers. He froze, rooted to the spot, and Zabuza whipped his head around to find the source. His heart thumped with relief and tension as the signature grew closer. There was no way the encounter could end well if Itachi's companion joined the fight. A few seconds later he saw the black and red cloud cloaks of the Akatsuki. Haku stood where he usually did against bandits and easy targets. Desperately, he lashed out with wind chakra and unintentionally sent Haku into the branches of a nearby tree, leaving him confused and dizzy. There was no way Haku would be able to take part in the fight. Everyone felt the tension. When Itachi came around the corner, the past year showed in the deep lines under his eyes from sleepless nights. His eyes, however, bore the Mangekyo Sharingan, and traces of Shursui's chakra were present. They must have traded eyes to avoid going blind. Looking over Itachi's companion, he sensed an inhuman ferocity. The companion had blue skin and marks like gills, and carried a huge bandaged weapon. The man grinned and attacked. He moved in time and barely managed to heed Zabuza's warning not to fight the shark. He scoffed inwardly and stepped aside, thinking Zabuza had only seen his kenjutsu so far and did not know his full abilities. He used mind jutsu to reach Itachi so the others would be none the wiser. He sent a mental question to Itachi, asking if they were all right. Itachi replied mentally that they were okay and asked after Sasuke. He answered that Sasuke was fine but had a weak genjutsu on him that would break automatically when he awakened his Sharingan, so Sasuke did not realize it yet. Itachi asked how he was doing and how ANBU had been. He scowled and explained that he was currently on leave for behavior the Hokage called self-destructive and that he was now an ANBU general. Itachi responded that being an ANBU general was incredible and that it meant he would have his own team to send on missions. Itachi recalled there were only 50 teams per village and their group had not been one. He admitted he had planned to include Itachi and Shursui in his team, but they were on a mission now. They fell silent as the tension of the situation returned. The narrator asked if they still had their white headbands. Naru replied that he would never go anywhere without his, and that Shursui would not either. The other person insisted Naru keep the headband so their squad would be represented, and promised that Naru would be an honorary member of the squad whenever he returned. The other person choked on the emotion and added that Naru could rejoin any time. The narrator asked that Shursui be told he was missed and that the buzz had died down, and offered to use his fox summons if contacting them became too much trouble. Naru promised to tell Shursui and suggested they could use crow summons for communication. Naru asked whether the narrator had anyone else on his ANBU squad yet. The narrator said no, explaining that he did not want a squad of people he did not trust and that he did not trust anyone in the Leaf who could join his ANBU squad. Naru understood and suggested assembling only people he trusted, not necessarily ANBU from the Leaf, as long as everyone was willing. The narrator smiled and the other caught it, the Sharingan reflecting the motion. Tapping a message in Morse code proved a little difficult at first, but the narrator soon managed to send a brief farewell, "Goodbye for now, Itachi, older brother." Itachi smiled, looking more alive than before, and the narrator turned back to the fight, surprised to see Zabuza weakening against the shark-like opponent. From a distance, the narrator watched Zabuza begin to falter as the opponent's massive chakra-draining blade struck, forcing him onto the defensive. Realizing the danger, the narrator stepped into the middle of the fight just as the two were about to strike again and slammed both fists down to disrupt them, one on Zabuza's head and one on the Sharkman's. The narrator scowled and dragged Zabuza away, but a sword suddenly came flying from behind. The narrator dodged and, summoning a focused, intense intent built up over the past year, directed it at the shark-like enemy. The opponent dropped to his knees, grimacing, and when the narrator struck again, he collapsed unconscious. The narrator left Itachi to handle his partner and pulled Zabuza away, making sure Haku followed. When they reached a safe distance, the narrator sat Zabuza against a tree and helped Haku tend to his injuries. As Zabuza's eyes fluttered open, he sat up and glared at the narrator, demanding to know what had happened. The narrator explained calmly that Zabuza had been losing and that the enemy had a partner. Protecting Haku had required quick action, and fighting both opponents while keeping Haku safe had not been possible otherwise. Zabuza groaned and rubbed his bandaged face, then admitted with reluctant amusement that the narrator had defeated the enemy without appearing to lift a finger. The narrator replied that the title of ANBU General carried weight for a reason. Zabuza joked that perhaps the narrator was stronger and that he should be learning from him, and that Haku certainly should be doing so. The narrator smiled shakily and bowed his head, avoiding eye contact for a moment as doubts flickered through his mind. Was Zabuza angry? Did he no longer respect him, or see him as a rival? To change the subject, the narrator said he would be returning to the Leaf soon and asked whether Zabuza would consider joining the village instead of taking shady work for cash. Zabuza admitted that he had suspected that was why they had met and agreed that he would go. They set up camp for the night. Haku was not angry about being thrown into a tree. He understood that the action had been intended to hide and protect him in case they lost, and he had an opportunity to escape. The narrator planned to return to the Leaf village the next day, and Zabuza and Haku would travel with him. It would be good to have companions in the village for training and practice when not on missions. The narrator thought bitterly about the Hokage and how he wanted a proper mission, at least a C-ranked mission. He resolved he never wanted to do D-ranks again. Naruto watched the falls. They were exactly as they had always been, just as when he had last seen them. Water gushed over the picture-perfect cliffs that marked the village border, shrouded in mist. The sun peeked over the rim, turning the spray to gold for a brief, perfect moment. Then the air shifted and the light changed, and the water suddenly seemed colder, more menacing. At that instant, Naruto ducked as a massive sword cleaved the air where his head had been, the movement sharp and explosive like something from an intense anime confrontation. He rolled to safety, heart racing, and gathered himself for whatever came next. We left for the Leaf Village with the 2 new members of the ANBU squad. Maybe this would be enough to calm the Hokage for now. Haku walked beside me carrying a small white snow rabbit he had named Cory. I smiled gently, thinking he would go wherever Zabuza went, and Zabuza was coming with me. As we neared the gates, I paused to don my ANBU gear and mask, then led the 2 rogue ninjas through the front gate so the hidden ANBU would see us and let us pass. Carefully, I took hold of both their sleeves and pulled them toward the Hokage's office. When we arrived, the Hokage greeted me with a scolding about not taking on more missions until I had members in my ANBU squad. He insisted I return to see the children and Queenie and made his displeasure clear, refusing to allow me another mission until my squad was properly formed. My face warmed as his lecture continued. Luckily my fox mask hid most of it, only my pink ears visible. I heard snickering from Zabuza and scowled playfully. The Hokage then realized there were more people in the room and asked why a boy and a rogue ninja were there. I sighed and told the Hokage in a flat tone that they were my friends I had been visiting and that they were willing to join my ANBU squad. The Hokage blushed, then stood and walked over to the nervous pair, handing each of them a mask. Haku received a mask with a rabbit motif, and Zabuza received a plain mask with 2 purple lines down the cheeks. I whispered a brief request into the Hokage's ear. He agreed, and soon both had white Konoha headbands like mine and the 2 Uchiha partners. The Hokage instructed me to take them to the ANBU headquarters and to give them the seal beforehand, warning that they did not want any more followers of Danzo. As I turned to leave, he added that I should tell Naruto to visit sometime. I understood his quiet implication that he wanted to speak to the real me without alerting the other ANBU members. I nodded and left. I stopped at my apartment to gather the seal-making equipment, then went to a nearby training ground to give the seals to them both. Zabuza's point of view. Naruto arrived around dawn at the waterfall, and before he noticed me I attacked with my signature long sword. He turned quickly, his caramel hair flicking as he parried my strikes. We exchanged swift, precise moves in a long, energetic sparring session that looked like an intense practice straight out of an action sequence. Neither of us yielded until well into the morning, and when we finally eased off we exchanged a small nod and stopped. Naruto then surprised me by diving into Hug Haku, which was slightly out of character. Watching him, I realized he seemed starved for human contact, as if he had gone long without meaningful interaction. His body was tense in the hug and his eyes lacked their usual brightness. Despite his moments of childishness, his age did not affect the respect I had for him. If anything, the little guy had my admiration because of who he was and what he carried with him. I was pulled into a hug by Naruto and returned it with a grin. He seemed to need that connection more than he let on. We spent the following days wandering the countryside. I knew why Naruto had wanted to meet up and intended to go back to the village with him. On the third day, when his hidden sadness became too much, I walked him away from Haku and asked about how the year since I last saw him had gone. To my surprise, Naruto spoke clearly and openly about his experiences, not in the usual nervous rambles but in straightforward words. He told me about two amazing teammates, two Uchiha who made him smile. Hearing that he had people he considered special made Haku proud in my mind. For a while I forgot the conversation and simply listened, smiling at Naruto's stories and the way he chased after small adventures. When he told me about finding the Uchiha compound, I tensed and pulled the boy into an awkward hug. I told myself they weren't dead, even though I couldn't be sure. I couldn't bear the thought of Naruto losing teammates because of their clan. Fortunately, they had survived, though their situation was not ideal. After finishing his story, Naruto ran off to train with Haku, full of awe and determination. I shook my head when I heard Haku trying to explain how he made ice. Naruto's wonder at simple things was infectious. Snapping out of my thoughts, I followed Fox to a small, worn apartment I assumed was his. He led us to a nearby training ground and began writing seals on two small pieces of paper. When he finished, he handed them to us and instructed us to stick them on our tongues and run chakra through them, then show him. I unwound my bandages and placed the paper on my tongue. As I channeled chakra, the paper seemed to vanish. Naruto did the same and then offered us both support, taking our sleeves gently so we wouldn't feel alone or uncertain. A short, peaceful silence followed as we prepared to move forward together, the seals binding us to the duties we were about to accept. Zabuza's perspective. With unparalleled caution, Zabuza entered the Leafs ANBU headquarters in their new uniforms. Neru's tension was obvious. Whatever had put Neru on edge must be serious, Zabuza thought, since Neru had remained calm even in encounters with the Akatsuki. The man they would meet was very old, almost entirely wrapped in bandages and reliant on a walking stick. Zabuza crouched behind his ANBU captain and Danzo, who had earned none of his respect. A cruel smile accompanied the brief escort into a room where Danzo waited, the others left standing outside. Danzo instructed Zabuza to pledge his allegiance. After Zabuza complied, Danzo ordered him to extend his tongue. Confused, Zabuza obeyed and watched as Danzo inscribed a seal onto his tongue, the mark aligning with the one Neru already bore. Danzo then returned Zabuza to the others and took Haku in next. Once the formalities were over, Danzo dismissed them and Neru took charge of their training. Neru began an intense preparatory ritual, marking seals across Zabuza and Haku's backs and then having them channel chakra. As chakra surged through them, their bodies grew unbearably heavy and both collapsed to the floor from the strain. Neru observed them closely. His brown eyes regained a bit of their old color as the seals took effect. Over the following days, the regimen became relentless for both Zabuza and Haku. Zabuza barely held on. Quitting never occurred to him, but the training pushed him to the limit. Other ANBU trainees visibly shivered when Neru passed by, making it clear that Neru's methods were far from standard in Konohagakure. Zabuza and Haku endured brutal conditioning in strength, chakra control, weapons, and tactics, but mind training proved difficult. Zabuza struggled to calm his thoughts, and Haku could not relax enough to benefit. It was decided after a week that Naru would request permission from the Hokage to take them to the monks, masters of meditation and mental discipline. Naru obtained the Hokage's permission without questions. At 4 in the morning, Naru woke Zabuza and Haku and brought them to the village gates, increasing the gravity seals on their equipment to intensify the trial. They traveled for hours, dealing with bandits and covering their tracks in the manner of Anbu, until they reached the base of the mountain where the fire temple was hidden. From that point, their inner tempers would rise as they ascended, and any spoken word before reaching the temple risked ending the path forever. Naru outlined the trial and then led them up the mountain. Zabuza was expected to have the most difficulty containing his anger, and by the 3rd hour his face had reddened and his jaw clenched. Zabuza resorted to striking objects with his sword to prevent outbursts. When they reached the temple gates, Zabuza nearly shouted. Then, as the anger subsided, he simply announced that they had arrived. Naru removed his mask and the others followed. They opened the gate to the next trial. This next challenge tested perseverance. They would have to walk up the hill using only their hands, with no chakra assistance. They camped at the base for the night. At dawn, after a modest rest and with some adjustments to the gravity seals, Naru reduced theirs modestly while leaving much of his own in place. They turned upside down and began. The trial proved as much about balance as strength. Letting the legs drift too far back caused a dangerous topple down the steep incline. It took most of the day to see the summit, and by midnight they reached the next set of gates and made camp. Their arms ached and their heads throbbed from blood rushing during the prolonged inversion. The following trial led them to the volcano's rim. The path was covered in fragile, web-like silk that required precise chakra control. Channeling too little or too much would cause the silk to split and drop them into the lava below. The challenge demanded calm focus and steady hands. Naru's perspective. Naru pushed his new ANBU members to their limits, determined to raise their levels to his standard. He trained them in strength, kunai accuracy, shuriken, tactics, sword fighting, senbon, and chakra control. He confirmed that Zabuza had an affinity for water and Haku possessed both water and air affinities. He also led meditative practices to calm their minds so he could link his shadow to their emotions. This bond would allow him to sense them with less chakra when they were in danger. Despite his efforts, Zabuza struggled to quiet his mind, and Haku could not fully relax. After a week of intense training, Naru decided to seek out the monks for deeper mental conditioning. He obtained permission from the Hokage and set out at dawn with Zabuza and Haku. They traversed bandit territory and covered their tracks as any ANBU would. As they approached the mountain and the fire temple, Naru warned the team that speaking before reaching the temple could make the path vanish. He assessed each member's temperament and expected that Zabuza would have the hardest time with the escalating anger that the trial provoked. During the ascent, Naru watched Zabuza closely as he fought to contain his outbursts. The group persevered through biting exhaustion and pain. When they finally stood before the temple gates, the surge of emotion that had threatened to break Zabuza passed, and Zabuza made a quiet declaration that they had reached their destination. Naru removed his mask and led the others through the gate to the perseverance trial, walking on their hands up a steep incline without chakra. Naru moderated the gravity seals so the trial remained grueling but achievable. He observed everyone as they inverted themselves and progressed inch by inch. The exercise demanded perfect balance and endurance. After a day of effort, they reached the next gates and rested. Naru noted their physical complaints but focused on the mental work ahead. The final test on the volcanic rim required precise chakra modulation to traverse fragile silk without falling. Naru knew this trial would separate those who had merely learned techniques from those who had truly mastered control of body and mind. He prepared to guide them through it, trusting that the discipline they had endured would carry them forward. This was the final test before the path to the temple. I knew Haku would have little to no trouble with the trial. Zabuza would struggle, and it was highly likely I would not make it with the amount of chakra I carried. To help myself, I severed my access to the fox's chakra and channeled as much of my own into the air so my reserves would be easier to manage. We began. The volcano's heat had us sweating within 20 minutes, and the need for precise chakra control forced us to pause for at least a minute between each step. The climb was grueling, and by midday we had only reached the halfway point. Haku could have gone ahead easily, but he stayed nearby in case he was needed. Zabuza looked as exhausted as I felt. If there was one thing this trial taught me, it was that when we returned to the village we would need to practice chakra control to get back to my standards. When we finally crossed the volcano, we followed the narrow path down and made camp in a small grove of trees. The next morning we would enter the temple and ask the monks for help. Naruto POV. I woke up my small, ragtag group and re-equipped my ANBU gear, keeping my katana in its sheath. I reapplied the gravity seals I had removed from everyone the day before. Soon we were walking down a desolate and used path. Haku rubbed his eyes and yawned as he slowly woke up fully. I carried the camp supplies in a scroll in my pocket. Within 10 minutes we came across a large white iron entrance, and a bald man in a robe quietly ushered us in. For the next few days we trained. My mindscape was easy to enter, and while everyone else practiced I filled my mindscape with blocks and toys and we played hide and seek for hours as we meditated. It wasn't elegant, but I got bored otherwise. During a day of prayer, while my two teammates meditated, I explored and found a small cave where I could hear the sounds of wind training. A quick chakra check from me and Kurama froze. Whoever was in that cave had Rama-sensei's chakra. We crept in using shadow step. I moved up the side of the wall and used a swapping jutsu to change my white ANBU vest for a navy hoodie from an old friend. Inside, a boy who seemed about 3 years older than me was attempting to infuse a ridiculous amount of wind chakra into his fist and failing. I dropped down from the roof and struck him with a precise, controlled blow that knocked him unconscious. When he came to, I had him held in chakra restraining HNDCFFS. He scowled and tried to lunge at me. The anger and pain on his face made it clear he was like Gaara, ignored and feared wherever he went. After he calmed, I summoned Kurama and watched as the boy's expression softened. It was clear that this other manifestation of Kurama was not trying to break free. While I worked on a seal using sealing paper, the boy introduced himself as Sora. I introduced myself and indicated Kurama beside me. When I finished the seal, I carefully removed the old one and replaced it with a new one using the sealing paper. The process was difficult and left the boy exhausted, and he slumped forward from the strain. I carried him on my back to Zabuza and Haku. After asking nicely, Haku agreed to press pressure points to speed healing and reduce exhaustion. I carried Sora to my room and laid him on my bed. That night I sat at the open window with my legs dangling, keeping watch and marveling at the stars. When Sora woke he was furious. His killing intent warned any nearby monks away from my quarters, and his face was red with anger. I recognized how damaged he was in the trust department, but I felt a connection. I kept my expression calm and ignored his insults. When he was finished, I asked if he would like to train with me. Surprisingly, he said yes. I met up with Zabuza and Haku and gave Haku an idea for his ice mirror jutsu, suggesting he add ice to the floor so that captives would have a harder time dodging. Sora and I continued past them and had an intense wind-style mash. In the end he lost, and I could see clearly where he needed to improve. That afternoon, Zabuza had learned meditation and Haku was almost a master at it. After training, I went to speak with the elder monk Abel. He was sitting in his office and seemed to expect me. He told me that if I thought I could handle the boy, I could take him. His presence at the temple would only cause him to suffer and steer him off the right path. The monks regretted forcing a child to contain the extra chakra that had been collected from the nine-tailed fox before it was sealed. They only asked that I treat Sora no differently than any other child. I agreed, and soon Sora was packed and ready to join my team in the Hidden Leaf Village. He was feisty, but it was clear he trusted me more than he trusted the monks he had lived with for most of his life. Naruto POV. The Hidden Leaf was lively that day, and I was thankful for Rama-sensei's lessons. Without them I might not have survived some of what came our way. Times had changed, but I now had 3 active members in my ANBU squad and 2 on leave. As we approached the gates, I turned to my squabbling team and gave Sora and Zabuza a disapproving look that froze them both guiltily. Within minutes Haku and I were walking happily through the gates while Zabuza and Sora scowled at each other in grudging silence. We first went to the Hokage. His raised eyebrow prompted me to explain that Sora would be joining my ANBU team and that he carried the nine-tailed fox's chakra. This information again raised eyebrows, including Zabuza's. I made no comment. Sora's secret was his alone to tell, and if he chose not to reveal it, he would not have to while I remained his captain. Sora left with a white headband and the Hokage's warning that if he negatively impacted the village he would be held responsible for his actions, monk or not. I decided it was time to find our ragtag team a larger area. Like most ANBU captains, I had 2 acres of land to my name. I led my group to the dense brush on that acreage and created 60 shadow clones. I stood back in line with my team and watched as the clones tore trees from the ground, sawed logs in half, and built a large training area and a small clan home with 6 rooms, a kitchen, and 6 bathrooms out of nothing. I then led everyone inside and indicated the 3 rooms with each person's name on the door. Sora dumped his bag in his room while I systematically dismissed the shadow clones, having learned from the last time. 1 clone remained to go into the town district and buy everything our small home would need. The difficult part of this day began when I summoned Rama. The summon produced a range of reactions. Sora smiled lightly for the first time since he had left the temple, Zabuza growled at Rama, and Haku stepped back, wary of Rama and the 9 tails. Rama stood tall and imposing at my shoulder height for a few seconds before collapsing into laughter at the unexpected reactions. I looked at everyone until comprehension dawned on their faces. Then I met each of their eyes and apologized to everyone, warning that the training ahead was going to be difficult. Rama immediately stood upright and began issuing orders. The first exercises were chakra control drills, and it was unsurprising that Sora and Haku excelled. Rama ordered Zabuza and me to reach their level before dusk, followed by a few rounds of complimentary laps around the village. By 9:30 p.m., Zabuza and I were leaning against each other, drinking from our water canteens while everyone else slept inside. After hundreds of failed attempts, our chakra control was far better than it had been that morning. Sora promised that tomorrow he would spread the spidery chakra silk used to reach the temple so we could see the difference. Apparently the first task for a monk was to learn to weave that chakra web, since it required precise control of medium amounts of chakra. Exhausted, I fell asleep outside against Zabuza's back. If I had been awake I would have seen Zabuza carefully lift me and place me in my captain's quarters bed, muttering about insane training and wondering how long it would take me. He left soon after and went to his own room, also spent from the day. In the morning I woke early and decided it was a day for pancakes. I slipped past the highly trained ninjas' rooms and went into the kitchen to prepare them as quietly as possible. Soon there were enough for everyone. Rama and I plated the pancakes and went to wake my exhausted team. I went to Sora's room first and gently woke him, asking him to come quietly with me. I then asked Sora how he thought we should wake the others. Sora grinned and began planning a prank. I sent a clone to fetch supplies, and soon Sora and I were setting up a series of harmless surprises: stink paint and a large bucket of soapy water outside Haku's and Zabuza's doors. I taught Sora a small wind jutsu to waft the scent into their rooms so they would not suspect anything. We sat back and laughed as Zabuza walked in covered in unpleasant-smelling pink paint. Haku came in through the back door with a small smirk, clearly having figured out the prank, and entered through his window. I bumped fists with Sora and quickly dumped the water and detergent over Zabuza to rinse off the paint and smell before anyone could get hurt. Using a wind jutsu, Zabuza dried off and removed the last of the paint. The water on the floor was gathered with chakra and directed out the window. We all enjoyed pancakes for breakfast, including Rama, who woke in a sour mood and increased everyone's gravity seals. We all groaned from the extra pressure and dreaded the training day to come. This morning I woke Sora up early again, and we both tried to prank Zabuza and Haku. We knew waking Zabuza would be harder, so we set a visible trap and hit another. Zabuza walked into the kitchen with a long-toothed genjutsu he hadn't noticed until Haku walked in and burst out laughing. I smiled with relief when I finished the web obstacle course Sora had built the day before. After breakfast, Zabuza was still trying to free himself. Haku and I began sparring. Haku trapped me in an ice prison and I kept trying to escape. The floor was mostly frozen after I burrowed through the ground and slipped out the first time. He refused to change from Sunban to another weapon, so we had worked out a way to make Ice Sunban and give him an unlimited supply. Today was our first mission as a team and my first time giving orders. I gathered the team using the voice I used with the orphanage kids when I saw a hawk circling above. Naruto called the team to assemble. They crouched in line, imitating a formal stance, and answered yes. I explained the rules for the mission. First, no matter what, we completed the mission unless I judged otherwise. I expected everyone to share concerns so I could make informed decisions. Next, we had to wear our headbands at all times unless the mission required otherwise, and be discreet so no villagers or civilians would see us and only a limited number of ninja would. Finally, no one was to call anyone by their real name. The practice was to use mask or weapon-based titles. Zabuza, who did not have an animal on his mask, could be called Swordsman, Haku could be called Rabbit, and I required my team to address me by title when around other ninja, which meant General or General Fox. They all nodded affirmative. Sora asked whether I would give him a title. I told him they would find out when the Hokage assigned one. He nodded. After everyone left for their rooms, I performed a substitution technique and swapped places with a small stone I kept in the middle of my room. I grabbed 2 scrolls with camping supplies and changed into a long white sleeve shirt to hide my scars, long black umbu pants, white ninja sandals, a black umbu vest, a white headband, and my fox mask. I waited by the front door, and my team assembled in less than a second. We headed straight for the Hokage's office. I wondered briefly what it would be like to be on a mission with a different team, whether I would mess up or make a wrong call, but I took a steadying breath and knelt before the Hokage in the center of the room. The 3 members of my team lined up behind me and copied the motion. Gigi handed me the mission scroll and nodded. The Hokage reached into a drawer and produced a mask for Sora that still needed to be issued. I turned to my team and gestured Sora forward. Sora knelt and voiced a vow to protect the village and its people to the best of his ability. I placed the mask in his hand and welcomed him to the Umbu Coyote with a smirk. We left the office, moving across the rooftops toward the gate. As we walked, I read the mission scroll. Another Umbu squad would accompany us, a captain and 2 Umbu, along with my team and myself as Umbu General. When we stopped at the gate, I read the full mission description. The mission required the Umbu team to travel to the samurai lands to teach certain techniques to the samurai. Risks included the possibility of a full-scale war, the release of a tailed beast host, mass attacks from unknown enemies of the samurai who opposed ninja instruction, and life imprisonment. It was an S-ranked mission. I briefed my team and waited for the other squad. When they arrived, I recognized Inu, the Umbu who often teased me in the Hokage's office. Captain Sparrow introduced himself and his companions, Inu and Tenzo. I acknowledged them and explained the mission parameters. We were going to the land of iron to teach the samurai. The enemies of the samurai did not want this alliance, and if we were identified as the ninja teaching the samurai, it could spark a war with our village. One of the students rumored to be in training might be a tailed beast host, though that information remained unconfirmed. We should expect enemy shinobi and be prepared to neutralize any threats that exposed us. I relayed the briefing telepathically using my shadow mind technique. Zabuza and Haku made disappointed sighs at some points. Sora looked bewildered. The teams prepared to depart. Naruto POV. They headed off immediately toward the land of iron, the 3 new team members Sparrow, Inu, and Tenzo keeping pace with Naruto's slow jog. With Sora so new to the group, his speed was not as great. Despite the pace, the others in the ANBU were struggling to keep up. Naruto kept silent. He did not know them and did not trust them. Naruto combined Rama and his own chakra to extend a wide sensory range and carefully guided the unit around ninja waiting in ambush. At one point they crossed a lake to avoid detection. Those people hated the samurai, and being seen would compromise everything. The others might have found Naruto's careful tactics odd, but he continued without comment. They paused for a short break. Sparrow bent double, hands on his knees, gasping for air, evidence of ANBU training. Focused on speed over brute strength. Naruto finished drinking and kept his sensory range alert. Sparrow spat at him, accusing Naruto of slowing them down. Naruto turned disinterested eyes toward Sparrow and said nothing. Zabuza growled, displeased by Sparrow's words. When Zabuza began to send hostile intent towards Sparrow, Naruto stepped in, placing a hand on Zabuza's bicep and ordering him to stand down. Zabuza obeyed with a jerke. Naruto kept his expression and posture impassive, his caramel hair swaying, his amber eyes reflecting annoyance at Sparrow. Sora was growing impatient, his body was tired from the pace and he paced like a caged animal. They resumed marching within 10 minutes. Naruto's genjutsu remained in place, not having been removed since Itachi and Shisui left. Suddenly to Naruto's right there was a large burst of chakra where none had been moments before. A single hand seal produced a clone that checked the source while Naruto's unit continued to move. Naruto's clone dispelled itself soon after, and Naruto sighed in relief when the threat was neutralized and the opponent sealed. The sealing scroll on Naruto's hip was collecting more names. This trip was likely to subdue many enemies. Naruto's shoulders dropped slightly before he raised them again, carrying the burden of responsibility. He avoided direct confrontation when possible, which stretched a journey of hours into roughly 3 days with only short stops for food and water. Sora grew increasingly tired and began stumbling. Naruto called a halt and used an old mind shadow jutsu to ask whether Sora was all right. Sora startled but nodded. Naruto could see the exhaustion and knew there was one thing he could do for him. He walked over, his fingers glowing blue, and pressed his palm to the top of Sora's shoulder. Instantly, 3/4 of the weight on Sora's gravity seals eased. Sora's shoulders rose and his head came up straighter. Naruto drank more water and, remembering Itachi and Shisui, took a protein bar from his pack to avoid slipping back into old habits. After finishing the bar, Naruto gave Haku, called Rabbit, a recovery pill. Haku had less chakra than Naruto, Sora, and Zabuza and had used most of it running. Haku nodded gratefully and addressed Naruto with a reverent title, which made Naruto sigh at Haku's tendency to select different names. Naruto moved to the guest Anbu Inu, Tenzo, and Sparrow and appraised them critically, noting harsh breathing, slumped shoulders, and low chakra reserves. Naruto asked Haku if he could perform pressure healing on the three. Haku agreed and worked on pressure points in their backs and necks. They relaxed noticeably. Naruto handed each of them a recovery pill and advised that training in speed would be wiser than relying solely on strength and jutsu. Sparrow nodded, his mask concealing his reaction. Rama reported that Sparrow was angry but aware that Naruto had been right and would not be a liability, and Naruto accepted that answer. They were almost there. Zabuza was getting tired but could still keep up better than some. As the three mountains came into view, Naruto sensed around 100 chakra signatures. None of those opponents could be allowed to remain a threat. Naruto set his face hard and adopted an emotionless voice. These ninja were there to stop them from interfering with the samurai. Letting even one of them escape would compromise the mission. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment, then reopened them to lock onto his team's gazes. He wove a genjutsu favored by Itachi and Shisui to keep his squad from seeing what he was about to do. The other three had been sent by the Hokage to help Naruto clean up the area, and the engagement ahead would be decisive. He had no choice. Naruto merged his chakra with Rama's, and his eyes glowed an intense purple as the mind shadow warned the three NBU of the upcoming operation. He summoned a family of 6 foxes, his most reliable summons, to circle and protect his unconscious squad. Inu's eyes widened at the sight, fear showing on his face. Naruto ignored it. The task was necessary despite the discomfort it provoked. Focusing all of his combined chakra, Naruto unleashed a large-scale, mind-affecting technique designed to overwhelm the enemy's coordination and render them incapacitated rather than maim them. With that, Naruto launched from cover and charged into the midst of the opponents. The three NBU followed swiftly, and together they executed a fast, coordinated sweep that neutralized the enemy force in an intense, anime-style confrontation without graphic detail. The engagement ended with the opponents subdued and the perimeter secured. With the objective completed, Naruto checked his team and the area, ready for the next step of the mission. With a sigh, I sealed the last opponent into the second scroll at my hip. The other was already full. There had been exactly 102 opponents defeated today by Tenso, Sparrow, and me. I turned to the rest of the group. 3 new Black Ops operatives were walking toward my team, and before I could call them back, my foxes sprang into action. Rama, whom I had neglected to warn them about, leapt from her curled rest over my squad and lunged straight at Inu with teeth bared. I stepped in front of Inu, grabbed Rama by the scruff of her neck, and slammed her onto the ground. I demanded of Kurama what she thought she was doing and reminded her that Inu was part of my team. Kurama apologized to me, saying the sight of blood had excited her for a moment and that she would not do it again. I nodded and dispelled the foxes. I looked over the shaken Inu. He was confused but seemed okay. I circled him, searching for any injury, and could tell he was trying to stand tall and not show weakness. He favored his left leg and I smelled a faint trace of blood now that Rama was sealed again. I gently placed a hand on his leg and found a long cut about the length of my hand. I guided him to sit and walked to my team of illusioned fighters. I roused Sora by infusing a small amount of Mai and Kurama's energy into him. He woke with confused eyes. I studied Sora to see if the illusion had damaged him mentally, but I only saw confusion and worry. I took him by the hand and led him back to Inu. Sora had been a monk and, after learning the energy network technique, had adequate reserves and control to perform medical ninja arts. I set him down beside Inu and checked his energy levels. They were fine. Of course, Inu carried trace amounts of Rama's energy, so the reserves were stable. Beside them while the others watched and used my knife to neatly open a narrow window over the wound on Inu's leg so Sora could see it. Sora, annoyed, began to heal Inu. I smiled at them and moved on to Tenzo, whose wood manipulating ability had been impressive in the fight. I examined him and realized, despite his outward steadiness, that his energy reserves were dangerously low. I tossed him a few medicinal pills to help restore his energy. Sparrow was tired and strained, but otherwise fine. 1 dose of the medicine would set him right. I walked over to Zabuza and Haku, who were still asleep under the lingering illusion. I placed a touch of my energy into both of them and released the illusion, waking them. Of the 3, only Zabuza seemed to register fully what had happened. He eyed me with a concerned expression and, gruffly, pushed me towards Sora, who had just finished tending to Inu. I frowned and sat, letting Rama tend to the knife wounds along my back from protecting the Black Ops who, for some reason, had failed to watch their own backs. I offered a brief smile to Zabuza, and we packed up and started walking so that Inu and the others could rest. Now that the mountain was in sight, we didn't have to hurry as much. I ignored the energy emanating from a few hidden samurai who were assessing me and my abilities. The thought of the battle still made me shudder. I was growing tired, and if I was tired, my team was far beyond it. Glancing back, I realized they were actually faring better than I felt. I missed Zabuza, shot Haku and Sora a look, and continued on. I wouldn't stop unless they needed to rest. I could keep going until they asked. My exhaustion was probably a mix of 3 days without sleep, poor nutrition, and major energy depletion. Maintaining a complicated illusion during combat had not been a wise choice. My head began to ache, a familiar throb like the time I kept clones active for too long. I needed to rebuild my energy reserves. Clearly I was getting weak. The temperature dropped and my hands grew numb. I wrapped bandages around them while running. The breathable Black Ops uniforms helped with movement but did little for warmth. It froze over and we reached snow. I walked lightly across it while the others hurried through, carving trenches in the crust. I called out to the coyote, the swordsman, and the rabbit and announced a new training exercise to take advantage of the moment. I explained that snow walking was similar to water walking and tree walking combined. They would need enough control to adhere to the surface like a tree and to harden the snow beneath their feet like water. I encouraged them to practice on the move. I smiled when Sora understood immediately. Haku caught on after a few tries, while Zabuza struggled at first. From the corner of my eye I saw Sparrow, leader of the extra Black Ops, signaling his team to attempt the same technique. Soon we were moving across the snow as if we had been doing it for years. The entrance to the samurai headquarters loomed ahead. By the time we reached it I was so exhausted that I nearly relied on Rama just to stay upright. The samurai ushered us in and led us to their leader, to whom I handed the mission details. He nodded and sent them to bed. It was after 2 a.m. I collapsed onto the floor with a pillow Zabuza had offered after I refused to share a bed, which raised Zabuza's eyebrow and annoyed Haku and Sora. There were 3 beds in the room. Zabuza and Sparrow shared one, Inu and Tenzo another, and Haku and Sora the third. I had been expected to share with Haku and Sora, but I declined because I did not want to keep them awake with the nightmares that were sure to come. With one last jutsu, I summoned a clone to keep watch and drifted off to sleep. Images flashed through my mind: Kiyoshi taking a sword, the clan's destruction, and a more recent confrontation I had been involved in playing out like stormy, chaotic scenes rather than grueling detail. Whenever I stirred or grew too loud, the clone would rouse me and settle me back into uneasy sleep. Naru POV. The next morning I woke up tired and dispelled my clone. There had apparently been samurai soldiers trying to get into our room the previous night, and my clone had handled them. I walked into the bathroom, undressed, and took a shower while still in my Naru persona. My body still bore the scars from my past despite my best genjutsu attempts to hide them. I ran my fingers along some of them, stopping at the one over my heart that had forged a nearly unbreakable friendship between me and Itachi. Shaking myself out of the flashback, I turned the shower off and dressed in my white long-sleeve shirt, the navy blue hoodie Kiyoshi had given me, navy blue ninja pants, and white sandals. My caramel hair looked perfect because it was an illusion. My real hair had not been cut for over a year and was probably very long by now. I pushed the thought away and moved silently towards Sora, the chakra in my feet making me almost soundless, careful of the other sleeping Enbyu in the room. I shook Sora awake. He reacted quickly and we left the room for the kitchen in the small apartment we all shared. We exchanged grins and began scheming. We had more targets today than usual. In 20 minutes we had created an elaborate trap using Sora's chakra strings, a trick only my personal team knew, and I used Rama's chakra to weave another version of the chakra web around Haku and Zabuza. My chakra string needed a great deal of power to hold, the opposite of the other string. So anyone who knew how it worked would instinctively use as little chakra as possible and break it. The plan worked exactly as intended. The other Enbyu walked into the kitchen covered in neon slime that smelled strongly of soap. It was a relief that they did not smell of blood anymore. I high-fived Sora and sent the others off to the showers. The new Enbyu team were furious but helpless because I was the team leader. I made breakfast with Haku, who I was slowly realizing loved cooking, and we ate. I put on my Enbyu gear and reminded my team to bring their weapons, my own Enbyu katana slung lazily across my back. Inu behaved as usual, but I noticed a book in his hands. After reading the cover, I scowled and summoned chakra to lash a whip of Nine-Tails chakra at the book. The heat was intense and the book crumbled into ashes. Inu went pale. Satisfied, I sent the Enbyu the hand signs to go. We moved out toward the samurai we were supposed to train. At the house exit I dug into a sealing scroll and took out a sealing brush. Grimacing, I lifted my shirt and, holding it with my teeth, ignored how visible my scars were to everyone, including the new Enbyu team. I created a temperature seal on my chest to keep my body warm. After pumping chakra into it and confirming everything was stable, I walked up to Haku, dipped my brush into the ink, and applied the seal to him. He pumped chakra into the seal, sighed in relief, and thanked me. I made my way down the line until everyone was warm. I hesitated briefly before offering the same to the other Enbyu group, unsure whether it would seem rude, but I dipped the brush anyway. Sparrow turned his head away, lifted his shirt, and allowed me to apply the seal. I was jittery at being so close to someone I did not know or trust, but I stepped away relieved. I sealed my ink and brush, and we ran through the blizzard to meet the head of the samurai village. The samurai leader explained that the village had suffered a harsh winter and lost many members to famine, and that their current samurai were not skilled enough to hold back the ninjas who usually attack them. I listened and followed him as he led us into their training dojo. Despite the group's unease, I eagerly followed Yuji-sama down a secret flight of stairs where the sound of training echoed from below. I thought that a hidden base beneath a base was incredibly cool. The bunker room had been strategically constructed with at least 15 exits and only one entrance. I hardened my eyes under my mask and reaffirmed my genjutsu. When Yuji-sama left, he announced that it was time to train, and everyone obeyed. My team lined up as well, and my irritation rose at seeing the extra leaf teams standing behind me as if they were above training. I could see several samurai glaring at them and the distaste in Zabuza's expression. I walked over and asked if they were injured. They replied that they were not injured and addressed me as General Fox. Zabuza and several of the samurai sent aggressive pressure toward the team, making the tension in the room palpable. I demanded to know what they were doing and warned that if they did not get in line immediately, I would personally remove them from the mission. Sparrow scoffed. Rama-sensei bristled and retorted that he did not need to train under me and that he should be the one training them, challenging my authority. I barely restrained Rama from attacking him. She was capable of doing it now that the seal was gone. His team looked conflicted, and he reined in his temper. He frowned as the others' words stung, then nodded and turned to the rest of the team. He asked whether they felt the same. Fortunately, Inu stood and fell into line lazily, his silvery hair standing on end and practically glowing in a sea of black. He nodded to him, and Inu returned the gesture. Tenzo, however, still seemed low on chakra, so he tossed him a soldier pill and sent him back to the rooms. The leader Sparrow received no special treatment because there was nothing wrong with him. He looked Sparrow in the eye, turned away, and addressed his trainees. He asked how many of them knew the basics of chakra. Thankfully, they all raised their hands. He then asked how many knew jutsu. Around 52 of the 200 samurai raised their hands, along with his team and Inu. He separated that group from the rest and distributed resources, 10 to each of them, except Inu, for whom he made a clone and led away to train. An extra 20 went to Zabuza, and 2 each were given to Sora and Haku. From that moment until 9 o'clock at night he lectured with his genjutsu voice, explaining how chakra was formed, the different ways it could be manipulated, and the consequences of those manipulations. He sighed. It was shaping up to be a trying week. His team evaluated their group skills, discovered chakra types, and planned the easiest ways to train them. That day was only a setup for the grueling week the samurai would face. By the 3rd day his group had learned their first jutsu. To ensure each person had a unique technique, he created around 150 clones. Each clone took a trainee and, mentally connected to the others, decided which jutsu to teach. That day they mastered their first technique. The next day they learned 2 more. Soon, if massed together, the samurai could cover every element and scenario. He smirked as he received his clones' memories. There were 2 days of training left, and he planned to teach teamwork. Each samurai's elemental jutsu was placed in groups so that every element complemented another, allowing teams to execute combo moves and swap opponents to their advantage. On the final day he taught a sealing technique, specifically the gravity seal. By the end of the day they had all learned it, with his clones flitting up and down the lines correcting mistakes. He carefully watched as the samurai practiced placing the gravity seal on one another. He popped all his clones, except the one training Inu, which had remained active all week and had been joined by Tenzo the day after training began. He learned that Inu had been taught to channel his lightning element to increase his speed, and they had started developing a lightning technique that gathered energy in the hand. Eventually, the technique was intended for covert, high-stakes operations, but first the chirping bird sound had to be fixed. Tenzo learned to gather chakra into his unique wood element, making it sturdy enough to form a shield and act as a reserve of chakra. They crafted a band of wood around his wrist that he could pump chakra into and draw from when needed. They left satisfied with the samurai's progress. The only thing left for now was to get home, preferably without another large-scale confrontation. I scowled as Sparrow's grumbling continued. We had been running for most of the day and he had not stopped once. I was only just reining in my anger as I sent another clone out to find the shinobi who had spotted us. Of course he would be returning in a body scroll. I was tired of listening to Sparrow. To make matters worse, he was loud enough that we risked being heard by shinobi we could have otherwise avoided, which was why I had been sending clones out left and right all day. I stopped abruptly and spun around when his complaints about how foolish the samurai were reached me. My glare was fierce and my anger showed. Sparrow was on the floor mumbling apologies in seconds. Zabuza raised an eyebrow and his mouth curled into a hungry smile beneath his bandages. We finally reached the gates. I dismissed everyone and made my way to the Hokage's office to report. As I entered the room, an Anbu knelt and reported the mission to the Hokage. The Hokage raised an eyebrow when he noticed my quiet irritation with Sparrow. I smoothed my expression back to blank and completed the report. When the meeting ended, I collected the payment for my ANBU squad and returned home to find my team relaxing in the kitchen. I deposited everyone's share and took out the small amount I needed, placing it in my wallet. I formed the summoning signs and called one of my messenger foxes. I handed her the envelope and instructed her to take it to Queen, as I always did when I was paid. I ignored the incredulous looks from Sora and Zabuza as I stretched and cracked my back. I smiled at the sunset through the window. Zabuza cleared his throat and asked to see my true appearance. He explained that he, Sora, and Haku wanted to know what I really looked like so they would recognize me if they ever needed to find me, and he urged me to trust them as my team. I flinched and quickly altered the genjutsu. Their forms elongated and their jaws dropped when the illusion shifted. I felt awkward as I realized how long my hair had become, falling past my shoulders. I revealed my 8-year-old self, and apparently none of them had suspected anything. I sighed, lifted the oversized shirt over my head, and went to my room to change into clothes that matched my usual appearance. They watched, faces pale, as the scars on my body were revealed. In the samurai land, those marks were partially concealed by genjutsu to look only slightly different from my skin, visible only if one looked carefully. Now they could clearly see the damage that had been done to me. As I reached my room, Sora called out, asking what kind of mission had caused the scars. I turned back and told him that not all Jinchuriki were ignored like him, and that I had not gotten these scars from a shinobi. Then I left the room. In the bathroom, I winced at how much work my hair would require. I grabbed a small blade, cut a chunk of hair, and trimmed it back to the length of my narrow illusion. I stepped out of the bathroom wearing a white long-sleeve shirt and comfortable black ninja pants, ready to sleep. Without the strain of the genjutsu, I sank into the deepest sleep I had had in a long time. If I had looked out my bedroom window, I would have seen an impatient crow summon perched on the sill with a letter addressed to me, but I did not, and the crow waited for me to wake. Zabuza. Captain Naru was angry, Zabuza could tell, and so could Sora and Haku. Sparrow was testing his patience, talking loudly enough that enemies could hear, and the duplicates Naru created kept returning with scrolls. Those who had been pursuing them were arriving fast because Sparrow would not be quiet. Naru was taking down those pursuers with ruthless efficiency. Zabuza hissed at Sparrow and ordered him to be quiet before Captain Naru lost his temper. Sparrow brushed the warning off arrogantly and continued complaining and insulting. He kept talking for what felt like a mile, and more duplicates returned with scrolls. Zabuza's irritation grew. If the captain did not intervene soon, he would. When Naru finally erupted, his glare was ice-cold and the fierce focus he let loose zeroed in on Sparrow. Zabuza grinned inwardly. Sparrow deserved the scolding. Sparrow ended up on the floor apologizing, and the faint shimmer of an illusionary technique around Naru reminded Zabuza that he still had no idea what Naru truly looked like. Sora noticed the shimmer too, surprised, and Zabuza thought it was high time Naru showed them his true appearance. He should have done it long ago. They reached the village gates and Zabuza felt relief as Naru dismissed them back to their base and headed for the village leader's office. Zabuza hoped Sparrow would get reprimanded by the leader. Back at their home, the team relaxed in the kitchen. Sora asked whether Naru was under an illusion. Zabuza confirmed that he had been under one since before they had met him. Even Naru's duplicate had been under an illusion. Sora looked troubled and asked how they could trust him if they did not know what he really was. Zabuza explained that the illusion hid his age. He believed Naru was trying to conceal his youth because he was unsure how they would treat him if they saw him as he really was. Sora could hardly believe it. Haku, surprised, said he thought he was the youngest. He was only 13. Zabuza told them he did not think Naru had even reached double digits. He was very young, very mature, but still very young. Their disbelief was obvious. Zabuza promised to ask Naru to drop the illusion when he returned, on the condition that they would not treat Naru any differently. If they did, he would likely never remove it again. Both agreed, and the group relaxed. Haku put some food together in the kitchen for them all. It was not long before Naru returned and handed each of them an envelope. Zabuza opened his and found they had earned a surprising amount and stowed it away. Naru took some of the money for himself, it was a small amount to live on, and Zabuza was stunned when Naru sent the rest to the orphanage. As Naru settled into a chair and stretched, Zabuza asked the question the team had been dreading. Zabuza, Sora, and Haku wanted to know what he really looked like. They reminded him that he was their leader no matter what, but that one day they might not know who to look for, and that he should trust them with his true appearance. Naru flinched, and Zabuza felt a twinge of guilt, but he had been curious for a long time. Naru nodded and let the illusion fall away. His hair shortened and darkened before growing longer and brightening to a pale blonde. His honey-brown eyes turned a clear blue, and the markings on his cheeks became pronounced, more like scars than mere marks. He shrank noticeably in height. He looked at least 2 heads shorter than Haku, appearing around 7 or 8 years old. His clothing swamped him at his new size. He turned and left the room, and when he lifted the oversized shirt off in his room, Zabuza forced himself to restrain his reaction. Across Naru's torso were carved words: monster, freak, demon, brat, scoundrel, idiot, and other cruel names. His body was thin and lithe, less muscular than the figure they had known while he had used the illusion. Sora called out, horrified, and asked what kind of experience had caused those marks. Naru answered softly that not all tailed beast hosts had been ignored in the same way as Sora, and that he had not received those scars from another shinobi. The explanation made the reason he wore the illusion more complicated than simply hiding his age and identity within the special forces. He was hiding himself from the villagers. Zabuza put an arm around Sora, who was holding back tears at the revelation, and reminded him that Naru had them now. He guided Sora to the couch, where Haku was trying to distract himself by watching a movie. That night Zabuza went to sleep, deciding to deal with the fallout tomorrow, ignoring the annoying crow outside. Naruto groaned as light woke him. He did not know how long he had slept, but he felt unusually rested. He sat up and looked around his room. On his dresser was a pile of plates and bowls, 3 bowls and 6 plates that, on closer inspection, represented 3 days' worth of food. He sighed and stood. Clearly he had slept too long, and it had been dangerous that the ninja who left him food had not woken him. He ran a hand through his now blonde hair and headed to the bathroom to shower, taking his shirt off on the way. In the shower he avoided looking at his scars. They were just another thing that made him feel like an outcast. After dressing in his Naruto-sized clothes, including Kiyoshi's jacket and a pair of knee-length shorts, he noticed some scars still visible but not so prominent as to matter much. He placed his hand on the ground and summoned a fox-sized Kurama, who ran off to hunt. He ran a hand through his hair and went into the kitchen, opening the fridge and beginning to eat an apple. Outside he could see his team sparring against each other in a free-for-all, and a crow pecking at the window, looking annoyed. Taking another bite, he did a double take and went over to pluck a letter from the crow. It was finally contact from Itachi and Shisui. The letter from Shisui apologized for leaving and explained that it had been in order. Shisui urged Naruto to keep training his younger brother because Shisui was operating alongside Itachi in a group of S-rank criminals and had become very strong. He warned Naruto that if he wanted to remain captain of their team he had to stay stronger than them. Shisui expressed regret for leaving Sasuke in Naruto's care and hoped that Sasuke would grow loyal to the village despite their absence. He added that he and Itachi were doing well, that Itachi had passed along Naruto's message about keeping the white forehead protector, and that they were counting on him. Shisui signed off warmly. Naruto held back tears as he read the first message he had received from Shisui in 2 years. He smiled and grabbed the other letter, which was from Itachi. Itachi thanked Naruto for watching over Sasuke and noted that Sasuke needed care even if he would not admit it. Itachi admitted it annoyed him to take orders from anyone other than Naruto or the eccentric Danzo. He urged Naruto to take care of himself, to avoid so many solo missions after the difficulties of the first year, and mentioned that Naruto's reputation had landed his name in the village's most wanted ledger next to the 4th Hokage. Naruto frowned and flipped the paper over. There, on an official-looking notice, were 2 pictures, one of his narrow persona and one of his younger Naruto appearance. The authorities were unsure which he truly was, which was a small relief. The notice labeled the unknown identity as the unholy kitsune, listed a reward of 34 million yen, rated the skill level as SSS, and described identifiable facts such as eyes that glow red when agitated, huge reserves of chakra, 3 parallel marks across the cheeks, and white ANBU-style clothing. The notice stated that the unholy kitsune was a general of the Leaf Village who led an unidentified team and that he was wanted for multiple high-profile eliminations of formidable opponents. It warned anyone targeted by the unholy kitsune to run, noting his extreme stealth despite his white clothing and his history of infiltrating military facilities and participating in the defeat of the Mizukage alongside 2 companions believed to be part of his team. Naruto smiled at the mention of the mission to retrieve the future-telling orb and continued reading Itachi's letter. Itachi emphasized that Naruto needed to stay healthy to remain their captain and keep training, because Shisui and Itachi had grown stronger since joining their new group. They missed him and awaited his reply. Grateful for the messages, Naruto quickly wrote replies informing them who was currently on his team and how things had been going. He handed the letters to the Crow Summon. Zabuza walked into the kitchen as Naruto grabbed some ramen from the fridge to heat up. Zabuza looked relieved that the captain was awake and admitted that he had been worried. Naruto reassured him that he had simply been exhausted after holding that genjutsu for so long. He nodded and went outside to train, increasing the weight on his gravity seals by 50 kilograms to reach a total of 950 kilograms of added resistance. He spent the next 2 weeks training himself and his team intensely, with Kurama turning 9 during that time. The rest of the year passed in a blur of missions with the team, pranks with Sora, cooking with Haku, intense training, sightings of Orochimaru, infiltration missions to gather intel on him, and messages from Shisui and Itachi. Naruto was improving. He ate more regularly now, especially when Haku and he cooked for everyone and they all sat down joking around at mealtimes. Naruto kept his genjutsu off in their team grounds, but when they left the village the Naru genjutsu returned. His Anbu status had risen among the elemental nations and everyone knew who he was or who Naru was. He was still the unholy kitsune, but first and foremost he was an Anbu general of the Leaf. He visited Queenie and the children occasionally and continued teaching them chakra. They were almost on par with genin by the end of the year, which made him proud. A few of the children were adopted after potential parents discovered their chakra control and were found suitable for clan adoption. Naruto still visited Kiyoshi's grave from time to leave flowers and tell him he missed him. The hoodie Kiyoshi had given Naruto remained one of his most precious possessions and he wore it whenever he was in his Naruto body. Sasuke still brooded, and it only worsened as he grew older. Sasuke was now in the academy training to be a genin, and Naruto looked after him whenever he could. The gravity seals Naruto had allowed him to lift the Hokage tower if he removed them. They had progressed a lot, and he had begun training to remove the seals in a controlled way. Life was getting better. Naruto felt happy, and in the quiet of the night showers he sometimes smiled at the scars on his body, knowing those scars had shaped him into who he was. A few months later, Naruto was summoned to the Hokage's office late in the afternoon. The dog Anbu was absent. The Hokage mentioned a long-term mission. Naruto knelt and focused on the Hokage's words, thinking of his team. The Hokage informed Naruto that his ANBU team was being disbanded. Naruto froze, his heart racing, and he pleaded that he could fix whatever the problem was. The Hokage stared at him for a long while and explained that the council had noted that, aside from the 2 banished members, none of Naruto's teammates were legally recognized as ninja of the village. In order for the team to be reassigned together, each member would have to reach Genin and then Chunin level within the village. They would need to go through the academy and be placed in a new team until they became Chunin. The Hokage acknowledged that this would mean the team would leave Naruto for a time, and he presented a mission that was non-negotiable. He told Naruto that Orochimaru, their target, was after Sasuke Uchiha and that it was likely Orochimaru would make a move against him in the near future. The Hokage instructed Naruto to take off the genjutsu and rejoin the academy, ensuring placement on Sasuke's team. Because Sasuke was the highest in the class, Naruto would be placed at the bottom. Naruto began to protest, but the Hokage cut him off with a glare. The Hokage made it clear that Naruto must act as the lowest-ranked student until his team reached Genin and joined Sasuke's group. Naruto was to protect Sasuke and his Sharingan from Orochimaru, and ultimately to confront and defeat Orochimaru. The Hokage added that Naruto's team would take accelerated academy lessons and that they would become Genin as soon as possible, likely in a week or two. They would then train with instructors outside the village and take the Chunin exams as planned. Naruto left the Hokage's office with the mission set and the path forward made clear.